always leaving things to chance. I've been such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives?
Some time so long ago, I just need somebody to call my own. Yeah, lying in my bed, I feel your hands on me, they're everywhere. But it's just a dream, it's all in my head. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I need to lose the demons from the past. Why can't I recover? I am waiting for love. 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 I am waiting. They're telling me, go out and lose control, just let it be. Instead, I'd rather meet you in my fantasies. More and more I get, I wanna feel alive and not regret. Even though it hurts, I can't go back. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I wanna lose the demons from the past. How can I recover? I am waiting for love. I am waiting for love. I am waiting for some love, baby. I am waiting for love. 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 I'm not saying forget all your sorrows. I'm not saying don't look back. I'm not saying act like there's no tomorrow. I'm not saying leave what's holding you back. You're spinning round and round. You've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 I'm not saying that life must be hollow. I'm just saying some things won't last. I'm not saying that there's no one to follow. I'm just saying there's more than just one path. You're spinning round and round, and you've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 You're spinning round, spinning round, and you have lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a little? Oh, why don't you live a little? Oh, why don't you live a little? Oh, why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a little?
Can you hear the voices calling? Longing for your dirty souls, the wolves are hauling. Can you hear the voices calling? Do you feel how they are dragging? Waiting for a second to push you to your limits, going strong and feeling better. Or do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Welcome to the other side. Do you feel how they are dragging? Do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Do you feel how they are dragging? Can you hear them say? Welcome to the other side. Cross the line. Seems a little dark in here. Trust me, you have nothing to fear. Take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side. Coming across the line. ocean. Now I've already gone to somewhere I know is waiting for me. Down I go, where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, done a gun now lost it all. Ferryman took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't flow. All those lies I told so many times, couldn't figure out what was wrong or right. Now I've already gone to the heavens below. I don't hold my head, just let go. Where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, down and gone, now lost it all. Ferryman took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't flow. To the place where take me to the place now. Take me to that place now. Yeah, the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, done and gone, now lost it all. Ferryman took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't flow. I can't take it, my heart is breaking, but I know it's for the best. See, we've been taking much too long to finally lay this love to rest. So I put on my jacket, untangle my shoes. This ain't gonna be easy, but we know what we got to do. It's so hard to say goodbye. We both know how hard we try. So you go your way and I go mine. Yeah, I know that we're gonna be fine. 'Cause we had so much to learn. Now it's time Sometimes life changes when nothing seems to work. No, no. The ones you love so dearly are easier to hurt. It's so hard to say goodbye. We both know how hard we try. So you go your way and I'll go mine. Yeah, I know that we're gonna be fine. 'Cause we had so much to learn. Now it's time for the press to burn. Out of space, there's no more time. We both know it. We sure we should. We'll be fine. Yeah, I know we will. Know it, show it. Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
Remember when you ended me? You big smile on your face. In death there's no guarantees. I'll cheat it just the way you cheated me. Cheated me. Whoa. Little did you know, I didn't let it go. Guess who's back to kill? I promise you, you had to come in. It's a price to pay. Now it's time to play. You know, pass around, rational let. Pull the trigger, see what you get. Remember when you ran from me? Now I've caught you in my web. Don't try to struggle free. It's nothing personal. It's you, not me. You, not me. Oh, oh. Little did you know, I didn't let it go. Guess who's back to kill? I promise you, you had to come in. It's a price to pay. Now it's time to play. You know, pass around, rational let. Pull the trigger, see what you get. To play. Now it's time to play. You know, pass around, rational let. Pull the trigger, see what you get. Ooh.
Let it go for yourself. This is still not the end. And pull it through now. Every pain that you feel comes to an end so soon. The time is coming now. No, it's not the time to quit. Put yourself together, whoa. And listen right now. Don't care about the tears, all your problems. I'll be there for you in the middle of the night. And I don't care about all of these hard times. I keep pace with you, 'cause the rest is shining bright. Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile until sadness disappears. Oh, when weakness overcomes you, face it, go through, take things as they come. It will go further, it will go further now. Spread your arms wide apart in the middle of the storm. Whoa, fulfill it right now. Set a goal for yourself. This is still not the end. And pull it through now. And every pain that you feel comes to an end so soon. The time is coming now. And it's not the time to quit. Pull yourself together, whoa. And let it on it right now. The time has come now, yeah, yeah. And pull it through now. The time has come now. The time has come now. It's come now. Let in the sunshine, feel it on your face. Gone are the gray skies, clouds are blown away. Time is on our side with a dandelion wish. We dream our cares away. Let the summer sun shine. Let the summer sun shine. Sand in your toes when you're leaning for a kiss.
I am so bored. What's on TV?
Give them back an eye.
Sir Munchenborough here, coming to you live from what's referred to as an airport. Now, these are the natural habitat of the North American player, and often, immediately after the start of an international event, flocks of North American players will make their way to places such as these to find their way home. Back to you guys in the studio.
We welcome you today to a place full of courage. Right behind me is the main practice stage for the LEC teams. This is where they hone their craft of running it down, showing true dedication on the field. Let's go see if we can take a look, shall we?
Huh. Weird. LCK is just not showing up for some reason.
Welcome to the LPL Evening News. 2021 showed us crazy plays, hype matchups, star players, and everything you could want from our region and more. After claiming the World Championship title, the LPL is once again the clear best region in the world. As we look towards 2022, this humble news anchor expects more of the same. Now, for your viewing pleasure, let's have a look at some tantalizing play.
Doing this again, it's oh my god! Trigger! What a move! Flashing to get it clean as hell, Lyric! No way out of sight!
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back. Competitive League of Legends has finally returned. It's the 10th of January. LPL, the first region to open up. It makes sense, Lyric, dude. We won Worlds, and we're going to be the ones to welcome everyone back in proper form, sir. How you been? How's the off-season for you?
I was going to say there's no better way to start off the LPL than you doing a shoey, my man. Keeping it true to your Australian roots.
Hey,
and, you know,
it's
it's just been too long. Worlds feels like it was too long ago. Super happy to get some competitive games going. We have had things like the Masia Cup, but it just didn't scratch the itch in the right way.
Wasn't close enough, was it? LPL just has a different vibe to it, and that's why we had to do a little bit of a pre-show to welcome everyone back, because it's recap time, and also time to kind of cement that that emboldened feeling we have at the moment because of how LPL did. Let's start back at the finals, because the story of EDG kind of begins there, where EDG we thought they were the second, third place team. For anyone that missed out, EDG even surprised us back then, Lyric.
Yeah, you know, going all the way back to LPL, I think a lot of us slept on EDG. They'd clearly shown in the regular season that they were a top contender, were first for most of the split, even going on a pretty nice undefeated streak. Started to fall off a bit towards the end, but came into playoffs super strong. I especially love how they read FPX, as we saw them taking away so many picks. The Twisted Fate coming out for Scout. Flandre, so many years known as Saint Gunbro, finally bringing out the Lucian in top lane, and it just felt like everything came together for EDG.
Yeah, all players stepping up. I like that you mentioned Flandre. He was such a big member on those finals, and on the Lucian, no doubt, it gave us such a good showing. People like Viper hitting the marks that we expected. Scout as well, showing that class and why he's been in the LPL for so long. And FPX with the Titans, they were meant to be the favorites coming into 2021 Summer Grand Finals. But EDG took that away from them. They picked up the first seed going towards Worlds, Lyric, and we're like, okay, maybe we still favored FPX. Maybe it was just the finals, but I feel like we had to stop that at some point.
Yeah, and you know, I'm not too proud to admit that I was one of those people that was wrong, whether it was for LPL finals predicting FPX, going into the World Championship predicting RNG to be the most successful team, but EDG showing up both times. When we went into Worlds, I felt like the biggest potential liability would be JJ. We saw him crumble so many times over the year in high pressure situations, even having to be subbed out for Junja in a series in LPL playoffs earlier in the year. But in Worlds, JJ just showed up, and this whole team stepped up, pretty much clapping Dom1. It was a 5-game series. I'll be honest, in my opinion, felt like one of the games probably should have gone the way of EDG as well. But
that's true.
Yeah, EDG stepped up. Dom1, formidable foe, and I feel like JJ was the big highlight.
You know, the other big thing as well, this was his first ever Worlds. Remember that for JJ coming through, started in 2019, and that was the first year ever that EDG missed out on Worlds. JJ goes to his first Worlds. He then represents properly by picking up the title. Flandre as well, one of the best top laners in the league, never to go to Worlds, Lyric. And you're right, you know, EDG could have probably taken that a 3-1 in the finals, but we give credit to Dom1. We let them know that the 5-game series was so legendary, something we've only seen few times before in World's history.
Yeah, I mean, even just having to overcome a challenge like Dom1, previous Worlds winner, right, is such a massive accolade. It's also pretty cool seeing EDG adjust their style, playing more around their top side. Scout as well being such a big factor, right, picking up the finals MVP on the side of EDG. And it's not surprising. We don't really use the term super team in the LPL because you just have so many rosters where pretty much every member across the board is good. And EDG definitely fitting into that fold. Even looking at this EDG roster coming into 2022, right? They said, hey, this worked pretty well. We want an LPL, we want a Worlds, let's just run it back. So we're going to get to see if, you know, this EDG can keep their form throughout different metas, if this wasn't just a one-off, if they can keep that same hunger to be able to pick up, you know, another potential LPL championship.
What were you saying to me? You're one of the few teams, I think it's actually the only team that's made no roster changes in the LPL, right? Like,
Yep, they've only made changes to coaching staff. No player changes whatsoever.
Which is big. Which is actually really, really big. And with how successful EDG were in 2021, big praise coming into this year. A lot of expectations on the World's winning team, picking up the 3rd World's trophy for the LPL. The last 4 years have been very big for this region, and I hope it continues, honestly, being a caster, being biased for the region. It's been exciting to watch. Now, on the other side, we have to do some housekeeping. We move away from talking about Worlds and more about what this year's going to be. Folks, in spring, we're running 7 days a week. What would you expect? We're running 7 days a week, back to back, for quite a while. Lyric, we don't get to rest, but that's okay. More League of Legends for the fans.
Yeah, exactly. So if you're a fan, again, 7 days a week, pick a team right now, watch all their games. Anyone's Legend you see down there with the cool panda logo could be them. But, once we get through the weekdays, once again, 3 series on weekends. Last time, it was only 2 days. Now, once we do move over and show you our weekend schedule, 3 days of 3 series. That's going to be pretty crazy covering that, honestly, but it's going to be super fun.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Remember those start times as well. OG LPL fans remember the 3 series weekends, but I don't think we've had 3 series weekend days. Fridays with 3 series on it for quite a while, since 2020, I believe. So it's looking pretty strong here for your LPL needs, for your competitive League of Legends needs. We progress forward as well. You saw on that little graphic before that we have some new names. Now, if you're a fan of LPL last year, you remember Rogue Warriors and Suning. They've changed their names. We've got Weibo Gaming and Lyric. You love the panda, dude. You love anyone's Legend, who of course took over Rogue Warriors.
Yeah, 2 new organizations coming into the LPL. Always super cool to see. Weibo Gaming, like you said, pretty much just being, the Suning roster in essence. Heck, the 2020 Suning roster, because Sword Art's back. Yep. As well as the Shy being part of that squad. Anyone's Legend, like you said, taking over Rogue Warriors. A lot of former Rogue Warriors players still being here. We do still have the Cho-Chos, the Zhong Wujis, a Xiao Hao coming back, but now Maple coming over. So I think 2 fun teams to watch, and also just seeing how much the orgs are going to put into developing these rosters and what kind of philosophies they take, not only this split, but, the coming years. Are we going to just have Weibo running these big names? Is anyone's Legend going to maybe go the route of development? I think it's going to be cool to follow.
I think the biggest part as well, just on anyone's Legend quickly, Maple and Betty are back together. A lot of old LMS fans will be excited about that one, and seeing the Shy on Suning is like, well, hello. Weibo Gaming are going to show us what they're made of coming up as well. Not going to be seeing them though today, so hold your breath while we go a little bit further. Folks, you've also been missing a couple of patches, and we're treating this segment like you've just tuned in because Competitive League has been away for a while. We're now in 12.1, and yes, we will be starting on 12.1 here today, which we'll mention again and talk about coming up. But Lyric, there's been a lot of system changes, 2 big ones that I think you need to start and walk us into.
Yeah, so, we're going to go all the way back to when the off-season first hit, because objective bounties are now a thing. If you've just stayed away from League of Legends since Worlds, pretty much means, right, when your team falls behind, a certain amount calculated by things like XP, level difference, minions, all that nice Riot jazz. Things like turrets, Rift Herald, Dragon are going to start giving the team that is behind a bounty that does scale based on all those factors that we mentioned. So teams that fall behind theoretically have more options on getting back into the game. And the other one, which is for 12-point run, right, is the new teleport. Everyone's talking about this, whether on Reddit or Twitter. It can only be used on ally structures until 14 minutes. Hysteric. So a lot of plays that we see here in the LPL are going to be limited.
Yeah, I mean, we're a league that we see teleports towards the bottom lane. How many times have you and I casted a series where there has been a 5v5 in the bottom lane pre-10 minutes? I think there's been a decent amount.
Happens all the time. Heck, even in Demacia Cup, felt like it was happening every other game. So it means things like if a greedy AD carries pushing too far, you cannot just teleport behind them on a minion trying to counteract that play. A lot of these 4 or 5-man dives in the bot lane aren't going to happen. Still can use it defensively, try and cover for a dive on your own tower, but I feel like these are the 2 defining changes that we've seen since the hiatus from competitive play.
Makes the bot lane feel a little bit safer, as we'll be talking about coming up towards our meta talk. Before we get there, though, let's continue on with some of the other changes coming through. 2 new dragons. That's a big talk conversation because at the moment, We're now running 6 dragons on Summoner's Rift. Chemtech, Hextech has been added. And Lyric, I mean, these spice up the game a lot, and it feels like there are some very preferential Drakes that we want on Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, I was going to say one of these dragons is very... I don't even feel like polarizing is the right word. People hate Chemtech Dragon. We've seen it all over. Does the individual Drakes do give you percent HP damage? The Soul, we've all seen it. Pretty much gives Scion's passive. You are a zombie. You come back. You deal a bunch more damage. And then Chemtech Fog being a thing, it does cover the map. Does, deny vision, give the team with an advantage a clear way of just taking over the game even more. Hextech Dragon, a lot cooler in my opinion. Ability, haste, attack speed. The Soul does pretty much give you static shiv with a slow added on top of it. And you got the Hextech gates all over the map.
I love it because it stimulates exciting play, backdooring as well, or at least getting behind the objective. Something that I do hope we see today, and I think something that is going to be fun watching in the competitive scene. Keep those in mind. Again, important that if you are tuning in for the first time or you've been away from League of Legends for a while, that if you see these dragons on the Rift, just remember there are 6 now as well, with the change in Cloud Dragon and what it gives now too. But moving forward, Lyric, more to talk about, this time with runes and items. The changes that have come through with runes, there's a lot of new items, but I think you just wanted to nail down one that we saw in Demacia Cup and that we're going to be seeing on a lot of mid lane majors coming up today.
Yeah, I think, again, there were so many changes. Hard to cover all of them. Crown of the Shattered Queen, I feel like, is a big one. A new mage mythic item coming out. Reducing the damage you take by 75% for 1.5 seconds. Champions like Victor, who we've seen a ton of in Demacia Cup, just love this item. If he's not going to get bursted down by that initial burst, he will be able to put out more damage than you over the course of a team fight. Then a bunch of cool runes. First Strike, if you're a fan who likes cash money, if you hit someone in like the first point, like 0.25 seconds of combat, you get 5 gold. You are now happy. You hit someone an additional 3 seconds after that, you're doing true damage and gaining more money. Glacial Augment now shoots Freeze Rays of Doom once you do hit a CC ability. Also means your teammates are taking less damage from that target. And Lethal Tempo still gives attack speed, but now there's bonus range hysterics. It's absolutely ridiculous, and we're gonna see all these things here today. I'm sure of it.
100% we are, right? First Strike, you in rehearsal called people that use it the Elon Musk of League of Legends, all right? So stick to your guns, sir. You want to make some money, you want to go into, crypto, take First Strike. Moving forward, though, before potentially we get towards what is going to be an explosive day. I say potentially because it's LPL. We expect as much, and talking about all these runes and these new items, there's going to be a lot more to go through, a lot more to rehash. Before we get there though, let's talk about comfortable picks. Let's look at picks that we saw in Demacia Cup, but also especially with 12.1 today, Lyric. You wanted to bring up a little meta update, and starting us off, we do look at 80 carries and a very comfortable picture that looks quite familiar from what we've seen in the preseason.
Yeah, just champions you can expect to see a lot of throughout today. Keep your distance. A lot of long range coming out in the bottom lane. Jinx, Caitlyn, Aphelios. These were the stock and standard picks over during Demacia Cup. There are a few other niche 80 carries coming into flavor like Samir and Ezreal, but I think these will be your go-tos any way you want it down in the support role. A ton of enchanters currently being played with the meta 80 carries, the Lulus, the Karmas, but you can still pull out a Thresh, you can still pull out Hard Engage and index into that area. It's where I feel like jungle will be the most set role. It is all about Lee Sin, Xin Zhao. You can play some Jarvan with a lot of the nerfs that have come to other junglers over the past few patches. Diana will get a special shout out. She was buffed in 12.1. With how recent 12.1 came out, I'm not sure how prepared teams will be to pull it out here today, but I think that'll be another champion that'll be fun to see going forward.
It's interesting, right? Like us starting on 12.1, it's so recent. You make a really good point that if any player's been able to adapt, if there have been players who've been picking it up in solo queue, we may see that pick coming through today. But I also want to note that here in this graphic, Lyric, you've only pulled out bottom lane with junglers. And I know you LPL analysts have been talking a lot about the meta at the moment and where we're putting focus. It makes sense that you've just gone straight towards bottom lane, what is being talked about as the priority lane at the moment on the Rift.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of changes have influenced where we're at in the meta. Things like the new Drakes coming in, because I feel like both Hextech and Chemtech Soul are worth fighting for, so higher chance you're going to want to be playing for Drake stacking earlier on. With things like Crown of the Shattered Queen really taking away certain burst champions from the mid lane meta pool, it's opened up these high DPS carries in bot lane, which are going to be able to take turret plates early on, and that need a lot of grooming to become a big strength later on. So it's kind of cool seeing how each lane and each change of whether it's items or dragon has impacted the meta so much to where we've ended with this more bot lane focused meta.
I really hope that we get to see the best out of the bot lanes today. We have some fun bot laners coming in as well, but I've been told in my ear, ladies and gentlemen, the official LPL opening is ready to take flight. 2022 Competitive League of Legends begins right now.
Hello， 各位召唤师，欢迎来到英雄联盟职业联赛春季赛。我是 LPL 的忠实粉丝余双。从2013年到2021年，我们一起走过了8个年头。
for 8 years from 2013 to 2021. Thank you for watching and supporting LPL, and thank you letting LPL accompany you grow up. It is you in front of the screen and at the arena, together with all the players who make LPL a success. Our youth, our memories, happiness and tears will be here in our beloved LPL. And now we are in this new 2022. At this new starting point, the Silver Dragon Cup is back and the 17 teams are ready to go. LPL starts again with a new look. Crazy is our game. And next, let's invite the first team that will start our new journey. And now, let's welcome Team OMG. Top laner Shanji, jungler Aki, mid laner Krem, bot laner Abel, support Code, head coach No Name. Let's welcome Team OMG. And now, let's welcome Thunder Talk Gaming. Top laner New, jungler Frigid, mid laner Captain, bot laner Pop, support Southwind, head coach Heart. Now let's welcome Team TT. LPL, crazy is our game.
We're the Storm, we're the LPL, and we are back here with competitive League of Legends. Finally, it's January 10th, and 10 days is too long to wait at the start of the year for this to kick off. My name's Asterix. I'm joined by Jordan Lyric Corby. He gets the full name because he's delightful. And as we go into this today, sir, I just have to say, we've got good matches ahead, and it is a great time to start considering that we're starting off the year in 12.1, and we've got players already on top of the stage.
Yeah, I know. We're already moving pretty fast. Again, we did just come from our, welcoming segment where we did go over a lot of past things. We do want to bring up the schedule point just again. If you don't know, LPL, 7 days a week. You probably know because if you're watching, you watch the LPL. But not only is it 7 days a week. Last year, you might know, we had 3 series on Saturdays and Sundays. But this year at Sterix, we have 3 series a day on Friday, Saturday, and Sundays.
Oh,
that's
my
more
Lord.
games.
Dude, that is a lot of games. 3 series on not only Saturday, Sunday, but Friday as well. Can you believe it? We talked about it in the opening segment as well, Weibo Gaming and Anyone's Legends. Anyone's Legend was Rogue Warriors. Last split, Weibo Gaming was Sooning, if you're wondering about those logos. So 2 new organizations coming into the league, taking those spots. We're still a 17-team league. That's why we have so many series up ahead. And going into today's games as well, Lyric, we can start with OMG versus TT. We just saw them come out onto the stage. Some very familiar names. But first of all, to remind you what's coming up later, Sir, FPX RNG. You and I have cast these guys so much. That'll be a good way to round out the day.
Yeah, it's so crazy thinking about this matchup, right? Because heck, even 2019 Summer Finals, fast forward to today where pretty much completely different members on both sides, which is on both rosters. We'll get to that later, though, because we're talking about your favorite teams, Asterix. We're talking about OMG and Thunder Talk Gaming.
My favorite team? Okay, all right. Well, let's start with OMG then, because 2021 summer was surprising. You and I were talking history and rehearsal, and as we start looking through some of their clips, for anyone that missed out last split, it was the first time in 4 years that OMG made it to playoffs. Now, they got out in that first round, Lyric, but it's still the caliber of team that they became in that last split.
Yeah, I think when you look at 2021 summer, OMG have found a foundation that they are able to build around. They came into the league, they brought in Cream, this super hyped up rookie from the LDL, specializes on these melee champions and assassins, the Akalis, the Silases, Cold stepping up on his engage role with the Realm the Nautilus, and they would consistently play these short-range all-in compositions with Abel also on Kaisa or Samir to supplement them, and they were just really good at coordinating these engages to be able to pick up wins. So when you look across the roster, clear identity, clear star player in the mid lane, and OMG were finally able to bring something together that now coming into 2022, they can start to build off of.
And look, there's been a lot of expansion in other rosters. There's been a lot of hype around other rosters as well. But for OMG, some things have stayed the same. In fact, the majority of things have stayed the same. As we bring up the roster changes on your screen, Lyric, the only thing that's changed is in that top lane. You mentioned that, New was on the roster. No longer. We've got 2 new top laners and one who is incredibly hyped coming out of the LDL.
Yeah, Shanji coming over from Team Pinnacle. This player has been talked about for the last 2 years, I'd say solidly. Last year, I was hearing everyone saying, like, hey, when Qingtian got brought up, like, the Shanji guy's really good. Maybe he deserves a spot in the LPL. When are we going to see him? And now here we are, 2022, finally getting that shot. The rest of the squad, completely the same. Cream's still going to be that player to watch in mid lane. But now we're going to see if Shanji, a player who has shown in the LDL, he can pretty much fill any role. Can play tanks, can play carries, even specialized on certain champions like Rumble. This man's jack of all trades. So maybe he can be that little bit of an edge that gets OMG further than where they were in 2021 summer.
I also want to point out that Shanji's been in the LDL, the developmental league of the LPL, for 3 years. So he has been working up to this position and now finally has a spot. We're going to see how much he deserves it, how well he can perform in the spotlight, because today there's a lot of focus on him. But as you already talked about before, we have to open the split with Cream. Like, Cream was my rookie of the year, my personal rookie of the year, with how well he performed against some of the top mid laners in the league.
Yeah, and we're gonna talk about Cream. This cream of the crop thing has been used way too many times. Hysterics. The graphic is amazing. Super kawaii. But yeah, Cream was the focal point of this team. If you did not watch LPL last year, he came in and he was just straight up murking everyone. We're going to pull up some clips for you. I think a really cool thing about Cream is he took initiative for this team. Sometimes he was the engaging factor, if he's on a Silas or an Akali, starting off these fights, buying time. He was one coming off on flanks, getting picks, and really opening up a lot of fights that OMG would be in an advantage that they were taking. So for OMG, we're still going to be all inning on Cream. The question will be, if he can perform in a meta where it's not just Silas, Akali, these types of champions every single game. Can he play the Victors, the Corkis, the Vex, other things that we're going to be seeing a lot more of?
Because he was so amazing. The Yasuo in there as well in one of the clips. Cream had these champions and he played them to perfection, but you're right. It's going to take more than that, especially in this meta, because as we look to the other side, we know that for TT, we're going to be talking a lot about champion picks and what they look like, because Lyric, we don't need to look at 2021 summer. This TT roster is completely different. The remnants, maybe some are there. Let's bring it up for you. But look at the changes on Thunder Talk Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, sure, we still have names like Chalitza, Patch still in there, Captain being the only mid laner right now, but we know complete different starting roster today with New, Frigid, Puff, and Southwind all playing. Captain really only being the remnant of the former roster. And Captain was even a full-time starter in 2021, right? You were typically seeing people like come in, or Twyla even earlier on in the year if we're going all the way back to Spring Split. But I feel like when we think about this team now, a lot of it's going to be based around Puff and Southwind. No matter the potential that Captain has to pop off and be a star player, we saw this team in Demacia Cup was all about Captain being on these champions that would consistently move, hover towards bot lane, Frigid, very aggressive early game jungler looking for these ganks, and then hoping that you can set up Puff and Southwind to be major carries like they were back all the way in 2019 on Vici. Sure, their stint with IG, maybe not as good, but 2019, Puff and Southwind did show they were a force that could be the focal point on a lower tier team.
Lyric, you know I wanted to talk about this. Like, there's no way that I wouldn't bring up that Puff and Southwind had a decent showing in Demacia Cup. Looked like the focus for TT. And then not talk about Vici Gaming, where that team was crumbling and Puff and Southwind were the only stable thing in the bottom lane. If we get a TT that can rely on Puff and Southwind, if we get Puff and Southwind that look like the duo that they've grown up in the LDL together in, then I think there's a bit of hope for this team. And again, talking about them in a positive light, that's something you and I haven't done for at least 2 years. So it's nice.
Whoa. We can put a positive light because their story's romantic. Puff and Southwind have never played with anyone else except each other. True brotherhood, a story that you can get behind and support. Will that story be good enough to be, maybe teams like EDG? I have no idea. But OMG, I think, is a pretty nice bar because they have that foundation that we hit on. They should at least be, the middle or upper middle tier team of the split. So if TT can put up a good showing against them, I think that'd be a pretty good benchmark. I definitely think OMG come in as the favorites because, heck, after EDG, they've made the second least roster changes.
That's true. It's only the top lane we talked about for OMG. And synergy is something that is constantly brought up split after split in the LPL. With rosters staying together, that development in such a chaotic league is so important. So again, something we will praise and we'll continue to talk about OMG. On the side of TT though, if there was a time for them to enter the split, I mean, against OMG, it's a reasonable ask, even for a team that's had so many different roster changes. At least you have people like Captain. At least you have a duo that's played together in Puff and Southwind too. We're going to get a nice feel for TT and see where they sit in the league and just get that opener that a lot of people are very pessimistic on.
Yeah, and speaking of getting that opener, Asterix, I guess we're just gonna jump straight into picks and bans. It's been a long time. We honestly don't know exactly what we're expecting to see. Sure, we have some Demacia Cup to go off of we saw tons of Renekton. We hit on the Caitlyn Jinx dynamic that we were seeing a lot of. But again, there's champions that have come to prevalence in more recent times. The Samira being played a lot more now. We hit on things like Kai'Sa potentially being able to show up today, especially when you do have Abel on the Rift. Lee Sin being taken away now, though. The other thing we've seen a lot with the Lee Sin would be the Xin Zhao coming out. Diana, as we hit on 12.1, did receive buffs. I didn't think teams would be that prepared to play her, but heck, doesn't matter if the patch has only been out a few days. LPL's ready to go.
And maybe it's just a let's ban and get it out of the way kind of thing as well. Lyric, you pulled up Diana. Remember as well, GP's going to be in the back of my mind with 12.1 changes to Parlay. So let's hold that for now. One of the 80 carries you mentioned in your graphic in the pre-show, Caitlyn's been taken away. Jinx still remains. We're still also looking at champions like Jhin there as well after 2 AD bans.
Yeah, so things that jump right away, like we said, the Jinx being the standout now that Caitlyn is banned. You can try and match it with something like an Aphelios we saw a lot of in Demacia Cup and try and play Ranger's range. You can pick up something like the Jhin, which you just hit on, and play away from that lane and be more of a utility set up for later on. I expect OMG to lock this one in. Now I'm curious for TT, do they go towards something like the Xin Zhao, which is what we've seen be a very high priority in terms of jungle role so far? And if they're going to do that, I feel like you probably do just lock in your AD carry here. Again, match with the... Ooh, gonna go straight towards the Thresh, though. I mean, heck, in Demacia Cup, Thresh's first pick almost every game to Sterix. Almost every blind pick had Thresh versus Thresh, which is really cool because I love the new Glacial Augment, but maybe it was too much.
Maybe, but I want to come back because your jungle pick, you've nailed this on the head. We talked about this, things like Engage, like the Thresh Leona look, that Thresh has been locked in. Now Cold looking at one of his favorites that we mentioned from 2021 summer. The meta's still hitting that nail that was Demacia Cup, even though we're in 12.1. So for OMG, looking like a comp they ran last year, the comp that can get in your face and let Abel have some space.
Yeah, I think OMG are going to be decently happy with certain facets of this meta. I'm really curious to see how Abel's going to do not on a champion like Samira, Kai'Sa, Kalista, these champions that do just want to go in and get in your face. But again, this will be his time to shine. Aphelios is what we hit on earlier. I think especially with the Thresh pickup, it's what you would expect rather than something like the Jhin. Jinx will still outrange him later on, so it can be quite annoying and quite rough, other than, you know, when you do have the Calibrum. But so far, I feel like we're going to get a lot of action, right? We have kind of double engaged support jungles on both sides.
And we've got jungle and AD carry support, as you mentioned, on both sides picked, which means we're looking towards those solo lanes, Lyric. And we didn't talk too much about solo lanes. We were very focused on the bottom side. The draft has shown you were so damn right about where we're going to start the LPL off. What about the rest here? What do you kind of perceive that is going to be priority, especially for that mid lane when we do have Cream we talked about versus Captain?
I'm actually really curious because I feel like both soul lanes in terms of meta are super open to whatever you want to play. I think we've been seeing a lot of Vex in solo queue. She doesn't have too many, I think, terribly unplayable mashups. Does really kind of struggle into longer range artillery mages, but that's about it. You still have things like the TF being a super high priority, right? Because TF doesn't really have anything that completely shuts him out. You'll always be able to use that Destiny to find impact on the map. Sure. And I'd say the other thing is potentially a Victor pick. Wow. I think for TT, I would like something that does bring a bit more map impact early on, so along the lines of the Vex or TF would be pretty cool. And then it'll be up to OMG to go for the counter.
Just seeing a Rumble ban here as well, against a Camille too. We've got a couple of interesting picks that have been banned away. Now for TT, one of those solo lanes that we mentioned. Going in a direction of, well, let's hold for a second.
Please, please.
I know you want it. I know you want it, but at the end of the day, is it just been a lot of this Heimerdinger that's been coming through because of Arcane? I don't know, man. But Vex is something as well. We talked about a new champion to the Rift. Hey, there we go. Vex in competitive play. The perfect way to start game one.
Yeah, I just love seeing this champion. Again, everyone is spamming it right now. It doesn't feel like you have any laning phases that are atrociously bad. Syndra is a pick that does do pretty well into it. Sure, Vex technically outranges just from her Q, but almost anything else Vex needs to do, you're always going to be in threat of Scatter the Weak. So I like the pick coming out from Cream. Also does give him a lot of onus for the initiative that we were talking about that he's been so good at bringing to the side of OMG. Now for Shanji, looking at top lane picks, going with the Rumble ban, I kind of expected that potentially was a target ban at Shanji, which is pretty funny. And now if they do end up locking in the Graves, you have a pretty flexible, safe in the 1v1 top laner who also will deal a huge amount of damage later on.
Ooh,
so we get the Gwen.
Okay, so Gwen means that you don't know where you're going up against that top lane. For New, we talked about his champion pool on both OMG when he was there last year, going up against his old organization, by the way. Even before an RNG, he's a kind of supportive player. Renekton, the Wukong there as well. This would be a different direction where he wants to try and match Shanji and put him on the paper.
Yeah, so he is wanting to go into that counter matchup.
Okay.
And pretty interesting on both sides, right? Both teams feel very indexed into similar compositions. Hyper carries down the bottom lane with engaged supports. Both mid laners that have a lot of ability to create action on the map. Of course, Vex can have so much roaming potential at level 6, and Syndra just brings so much early skirmishes, and then scaling top laners. So you're gonna get to see, you know, which teams have the setup for these objectives better when comps are indexed into such similar goals.
Yeah, especially when this is a debut game for some pretty important players, right? Like new on this new roster, ironically enough. On the other side, Shanji, we talked about up in that top lane. The only new player for OMG as well. With such a volatile lane, Lyric, I'm looking forward to it because we've got Gwen versus Jax. Importantly, we've got the Syndra versus the Vex. First time in the LPL we're seeing a Vex, and it's on Captain. Ignore what you see there. Puff's going to swap with him. It ain't a Vex in the bottom lane. It ain't a Jax support. We'll fix that one up for you. But Lyric, you're excited for Vex. I mean, give me a brief understanding of what this champion does, apart from doom and gloom, everyone, and what we can kind of expect in these fights from the new mid lane champ.
I think Vex is an incredibly strong mid-game champion. Your laning phase, I think, pretty decent. Not overwhelming to where you're going to just dunk on everyone and get 15 CS ahead, but you're not really losing against anyone. Pretty good clear potential. It's all about those mid-game skirmishes where you're able to move first with your ultimate, maybe make a play down towards that bot lane. You have a lot of AoE damage coming out across all of your abilities. You have things like the Fear coming out, so you bring CC as well. So we're going to be looking a lot of kind of mid-jungle skirmishing coming out from the side of TT. I think especially going towards side lanes and being there first, having that tempo. To where, for the side of OMG, you'd kind of want those 2v2s to happen in mid lane, where Syndra does bring a bit more with that Scatter of the Weak.
Well, let's see, because Cream's been the focus for OMG about that mid lane, and for Captain, going down to the new condition with Puff and Southwind. Ladies and gentlemen, the LPL begins. 2022. You know, it's got to be a good year. We just won Worlds. It was the 3rd trophy. I was damn like, I may have cried in game 5. I was up at 4 a.m. I screamed. I woke people up, but it was worth it. As we come back to the Rift and we start with OMG and TT, kind of that feeling lingering that we're back in the league, the best league in the world. And that'll be the only thing I say until we get to MSI. TT going to be starting on the bottom side here, Lyric, and you already talked about it before. Looking for Captain to roam to the bottom lane. I like that because Puff and Southwind, Aphelios, Thresh, we know, can be a strong 2v2.
Yeah, and again, this 2v2 can be influenced very easily. Both junglers can be starting on the bottom halves of the map, making their way up towards the top side. Top lane is a pretty, I'd say, what would be the word? Frail? I feel like frail's not exactly the best word, but frail matchup can flip in either high variance matchup is Derek's. Okay. If you can get one of these top laners head early on, they will be taking over. Pretty cool that Shanji.
Okay, just a bit of a dredge line. That's okay. We end there. Cole's just going to back away. I noticed on a side note.
Just a bit of a dredge line. That was a solid like 150 damage.
Okay, all right. You're just excited to be back here, aren't you? Now, Demacia Cup was nothing for you. This is the real place as Cole able to try to get level 2 in the bottom lane. Hey, I want to come back because Puff has taken press the attack on Aphelios. Now, lethal tempo is pretty bonkers at the moment, and yes, it's been nerfed a little bit, but let me just tell you, that's one of the first times I've seen in recent history a PTA on an 80 carry like Aphelios.
Yeah, in solo queue, you typically have options. I've actually seen all Cole
maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe PTA's worth it. It doesn't matter. Ignite's there and it's first blood. For the LPL 2022 over to Southwind. He's looking for a hook. He's got flash as well. Abel won't burn any summoners, but that's a big move from TT's bottom lane as OMG want to respond top.
Yeah, OMG have a wave stack. Shanji's looking for it. Winning out in the trade so far. Cream even has push in mid. So they don't have to worry about Captain potentially roaming up to stop this play, but Frigid's here, so I don't know how much they could exactly get done. Maybe they could try and zone New off, but I think that'd be the extent of it.
Shanji's done some really good damage. Gonna take a turret shot though, but level 4 now picked up. Frigid spotted. He's only level 3 himself, but they'll just clear the wave. Backing away is Arki and Shanji. It's good to see early action on the Rift. Look at even Cold roaming around. Lyric, he's level 2, and Cold up there just in case.
Yeah, Cole just realizing, hey, we just lost this bot lane 2v2. The wave was pushed in a really awkward position to where he can't soak experience. He's not going to do anything down in bot lane because Abel is dead. Just go up towards top just in case a play breaks out to reinforce that one. This will lead to OMG being able to get 2 scuttles. but I still think the advantage that Puff and Southwind were able to pick up is pretty nice. We look at CS right now, about 10 ahead, and they are actually even in terms of where the wave's at. So we were hitting on, you know, potential reminiscence of 2019 Vici. Puff and Southwind giving it to us, maybe?
Really good start. You know, you mentioned the CS lead, the longsword there as well. It's going to be even for Abel and Puff, but we'll see what it's like when Frigid comes down. The Zin's out trying to be active here, as the wave in a pretty decent spot to push against. Abel and Cold are playing on a knife's edge at this point. Frigid's going to try and make his way in, but they're just backing away. They're paying the respect here, Lyric, as they continue to push it.
We also need to remember that Abel does have both of his summoners available, so theoretically should be able to get away from any play that TT made. Cold, though, might be in some trouble.
Well, waiting for the flay to come through, but he hits a trap. Southwind with the 3-man flay, flashes away, gets a death sentence. The reposition nets a kill with the 2-man Gravitum. Puff is just going to force them away. Abel still getting the rocket, the zap a bit wide. And careful, because Frigid can re-engage as Aki's there. Puff is healed up. Gravitum connects the flag and drag to save his life. And OMG on the back burner with a 2-kill lead over to TT.
Yeah, so unfortunate for Puff that the flag and drag did come out. Aki did a flash, but had you been able to at least get that summoner would have been massive. Still, though, another kill in the bot lane for the side of Puff and Southwind. The flash away, the death sentence, super nice coming out from their side. We were hitting on OMG are the team who have kept a lot the same. Had a phenomenal season last time around, but TT coming into this early game strong. And I think it's only going to get better once we hit those level 6 marks. As we're going to see what happened, Southwind walking forward, Cold, knowing this play's coming, does throw out the Q. Here's where the flash away comes into the death sentence, which just allows for Puff and Frigid to finish off this kill. Sadly, not able to find another one.
But still, pretty big here for TT. You know, the bottom lane off to a flying start you talked about. I want to pull up, though, that for OMG, it feels like this game is going to rest a lot on the solo lane, so Lyric. The Gwen up by about 10, 15 CS. Cream, you can see, up 10 in this lane where you talked about the Syndra wanting the jungler to come mid, having priority here. It's been a pretty good start here for OMG solo lanes, the people that we've been talking up as players that are pretty hyped up.
Yeah, and I feel like we're going to keep seeing a similar dynamic where if you're TT, you just keep looking at getting prio and getting like access to the river through bot, getting vision through that way, moving up with Southwind to where for OMGs where they should start looking to do actually what they're doing now. Shanji moving over to mid. Ooh,
good flash away. Scat of the Week was going to catch him out without an ulti as well, and Cream has already used the ulti himself. Southwind's now made the roam, the first dragon there. There's a death sentence, and the ulti comes through, the Shadow Surge. Perfect from Captain. Vex with another, it's Reset City, and Doom and Gloom time as the resets get close. Captain nailing it down. Third kill here for TT.
TT just have complete control over the bottom side. Puff even soon going to pick up a turret plate. They should be able to zone Abel off here. Cold is making his way back down to lane. But everything just going right for the side of OMG so far. I mean, the gank mid was good, right? You got Frigid's flash. Unfortunate start walking through bot side river. Southwind waiting, lands that death sentence. But now for OMG, you can't really look top. I think, once again, you're just trying to bring Jarvan mid and move Syndra up towards the side lane rather than, you know, anything the other way around. I think bot lane in too rough of a spot right now. Cold,
I do it. Cold, he's already got 3 deaths, Lyric. I don't want to see a 4th. Chain Chomper's down, but it's Severin with Crescendum, and he's got the ulti available. Puff getting out of there, trying to stay alive, but Aki out of mana, able to finish it off. Cold survives, folks, as well. That's got to give him props here, as he's had a bit of a rough start to the game, and OMG finally bringing blood to their bottom lane AD.
Puff was feeling himself. He was level 6. He had ulti. Cold only level 4, thinking they have enough burst that even if Aki is there, they'll just be able to kill him fast enough to where then they will be able to disengage off the play. Sadly, not able to. Puff even utilizing his flash, but nothing to come from it. We do see pings finally coming down towards Rift, though. And hey, with the fact that OMG just got those kills bot, they're going to have first move.
They are. Cream here. Almost ult available again. Remember, he still has his flash too. Captain's Shadow Surge, that ulti that goes cross map. That'll be up again soon as well. So Aki making the move. Shanji already starting it off. And look at this. OMG just knows that TT are going to swap sides.
Yeah, so TT just realizing, hey, we don't want to contest him on top side. They're first on that play already. We've been strong bot. Instead, going to go for the trade, take the dragon. And for OMG, they're just going to commit their bot lane up towards top side. They don't want to keep competing in that 2v2 where they've been losing out. And I mean, hey, you have Jinx in the top side, so even if theoretically they would lose on push, I think they're fine, especially with the fact that they have Herald. And now you're getting to a point where both of your hyper carries are pretty much being allowed to scale for free with the amount of gold they're going to be getting from this play.
And how does that change? Because we talked a lot about OMG wanting to get mid ahead. They wanted Cream to have access to Aki and laners. Hang on. Shanji down in the bottom lane. He thinks he can 1v3. Maybe he's right. Gwen's ulti. A lot of pins and needles there for Southwind, but he shakes it out, looking for his next engage. Frigid with a couple of shots as Super Mega Death Rocket. That was angled for Frigid. He'll back away and OMG get first turret blood, and Shanji's play actually looks like a resounding success.
Yeah, Shanji knowing he can fend them off by so much time. OMG get first turret. They're going to get another charge off. They might even be able to take this one down. New playing on a knife's edge, not too scared. Knows he has Frigid heading down.
Okay, but the Counter-Strike hits as they go through. Doesn't matter. Ulti's there. Abel just knocks him down, and Aki says, thank you very much. A second turret. Lyric, forget the early game. OMG are in the gold lead now.
Yeah, that was not it from New. I mean, on the minimap, Frigid had just gotten to base, but clearly too early. He
watched Shanji, dude. He watched that Gwen, and he's like, okay, I could do it too.
Yeah, he wanted... Everyone's going to want the highlight reel in the first day, right? I feel like that's what sets the precedent for the split going forward. But we now have a 2-0 Jinx, Kraken Slayer as well. I guess Mythics are done on both sides. We're going to see the Gale Force coming out from the Aphelios. Like I said, I feel like OMG's comp will have the range advantage later on. Things like the Threat of the Scout of the Week on top of having the Jinx are going to be something that TT will have to worry about. You do have a lot of all-in coming from both your Vex and your Xin Zhao. Some burst to hope that you could potentially take the skirmish off that, but I feel like OMG are sitting in a pretty decent spot with the lead they just found.
When they really shouldn't be, right? With the 0-3 Nautilus in the early game, with how successful it was for TT, through the 2v2, through the influence jungle attention that Frigid was giving, OMG just been given ways back into this game, and now there's a bounty on Powder in the bottom lane. I mean, Abel's in a comfortable position, equaling gold in a lane that he really shouldn't be. So, Lyric here for OMG, the comeback's there, and moving forward with the next couple of objectives. I want you to walk me through what changes now with these early mythics, with the early access to damage, because again, you talked about the similarities of these two compositions, but different ways in how they interact.
Yeah, I feel like the dynamic changes now that the map is open for the side of OMG. You can already see that Shanji was hovering down towards mid, which opens up safety for Aki to, go down towards spot side because Syndra already has cover, potentially look for plays there. Looks like New has been kind of safe to just hold the wave top. It is slow pushing. So it looks like TT are saying, hey, we're fine. We're just going to keep letting our Jack scale, while OMG are trying to use the fact that Shanji can move to get vision control bot side. Sadly, though, has not panned out for them.
Cool. This is continuing to play out on the top side, though, as you're going through. Letting New scale is one thing, but Shanji's still a little bit scary with the Leeching Lair, now the Ninja Tabi too. No completed item for New up in that top lane, and as we continue to track items, just note that there's Gore Drinker on Aki on this J4, and he has a bit of a lead within the jungle. Yeah, Abel's not getting it, sorry. I love the smite in front of him, just to let him know. They're looking for a play around that bottom side too, but they're going to be spotted out for a ward zone. It is just jungle clearing for now, waiting for that next objective.
Yeah, Cream, though, trying to get some damage on the mid, has to be careful. Frigid is close by. And both teams just kind of playing ping pong right now for control over River. But TT just doing such a good job. Right now, the enemy putting so much respect on Puff's name. Puff has continuously kept that bot lane pushed out as well, so he is constantly moving first. Shanji on the opposite side. So I feel like OMG are doing a really nice job of what they need to do to try to find their way back in towards the bot lane. And for TT, they feel fine just continuously reinforcing Aphelios. Honestly, Sirix, I feel like this is going to be the game for the next 50 seconds until Dragon comes up. But we will get a fight. There will be no cross-mapping. Both teams will contest.
Okay. Well, teleports are both up and available as well. It's almost 14 minutes. We talked about the teleport changes, folks. In 30 seconds time when the dragon comes up, that unleashed teleport becomes normal teleport. So we will see some of these fights brew out, and TT Lyric will have a TP advantage with captains just about to resume.
Yeah, and I wonder if Captain will go for a reset. You would assume he is sitting on a little bit of gold. Dragon coming up in 20 seconds. Right now, TT having complete vision control of bot side. Heck, even Puff going to be hitting bot lane first, so they will be able to maintain that control. So OMG are going to be the team forced to walk in. Again, I don't actually think it's a massive disparity other than the fact that the pick potential coming from both Vex and Xin Zhao.
Well, that pick potential we talked about. I'm excited to see another ultimate come through. Captain picked it up before, as we've hit the 14-minute mark and Dragon spawning. OMG have regained vision around this river, and it was something that TT had laid out perfectly. But OMG have done their due diligence. They start the second Dragon here, as Cream just plays zone control, and it looks like TT going to be late to the party. This Dragon is kaput. It's going to be one apiece as we go. Is that a Chemtech Rift? It is. We do have a smelly Dragon lyric to start off game one.
Yeah, so, you know, I feel like people are going to be feeling a lot of extreme emotions one way or the other, probably very hard, towards negativity, anger, resentment, whatever other words we have to construe negative emotions. But, you know, ultimately, TT got absolutely nothing from what they just did, right? They got back out on the map first. Puff pushed in bot lane first. Captain had pushed mid. They hovered around like they wanted to contest rather than, you know, potentially maybe allocating their lanes differently and just playing for vision and topside. And it led to a world where OMG not only got Dragon, but also still haven't lost control of their topside jungle, right? Didn't lose out on a top lane turret. So ultimately, I feel like TT a little bit behind in terms of what they wanted to decide to do.
That's right. After what was a successful early game, they got knocked back once, and TT have struggled to regain some of that control. And even though there's a 30 CS lead from the 80 carries, sorry, excuse me, 20, mid still ahead, top side keeping up, jungle in the lead, and OMG once again the first on this objective. It's a 3 versus 3 lyric with Captain on the way, but Dredgeline, as it hits wide, will send them back towards the forest. I wonder if TT are going to continue for this, because Captain's now here.
Yeah, TT's still posturing like they want to fight, but also not walking up to contest. They will be able to push and maybe get an auto or two off on mid, but it seems like TT are going into full all-in on new mode. Ult comes out.
Puff just by himself, cold running across. It was a dangerous moment, but double summon is still available. And while 3 is spotted mid lyric, New's finally going to get this turret, get some gold to himself too. That's 300 in the bank for the Divine Thunder of Jackson. It does feel like OMG's condition that you talked about before, with the Jax getting resources, getting time in the side lane, is coming true as the game continues to stagnate.
Yeah, TT now swapping over to playing out through all 3 lanes. Seems like they're just all in on the win con that they know will be Jax later on in the game, playing into that Jinx Aphelios dynamic that we hit on earlier. Even Syndra, I think, making it quite annoying for both Aphelios and Vex to play mid-game skirmishes. So TT are going to just continuously opt to look for the cross map, though. I don't know how much they're going to be able to get out of it if they aren't going to give more vision over to New and allow him to push more aggressively into the enemy side of the map.
Because they were playing with really great vision earlier on in the game, right? So expect TT to continue that up as New continues to go to the bottom side. Cream's teleporting in now as well. And we don't have another Dragon for 2 minutes in, but there is a Herald that is in play from Arky and a mid lane turret lyric that needs to go down so that the map can be opened up for OMG.
Yeah, TT kind of anticipating this in response, already having 3 members mid and keeping Captain in the wings. Looks like they are going to go for the play. Potential engage can come out, but no wave on either side. So I think TT should be fine. This is going to do a lot of damage, but it shouldn't take the tower.
Yeah, getting close and don't want to go now that New is here with an item and a half. Jax, the Vex on the wing as well. I love how Captain's been playing this game. He's been roaming around and making sure he's playing the angles lyric. And that's why we kind of wanted to see Vex, right? The Shadow Surge, the ability to go from such a far distance. As there it is, Shadow Surge in, and it's Gloom time! Right on top of Captain in the back line. Cream you can see as well, but a great ulti from Frigid. OMG, 3 members getting pummeled here as New's joining the fight, for Frigid in a bit of trouble. OMG barreling up the mid lane. It's an unleashed power kind of morning. Abel's not able to hit Captain, and I got excited for the Vex, but TT got absolutely slaughtered.
Yeah, Shanji going in straight to the back line. Looks like he just deleted Puff. I agree with you. The play from Captain looks so flashy. He got the fear off onto Cream. It just didn't mean too much when other members of OMG were in position to capitalize on TT's weakness. This is the dynamic that we've been talking about, right? How whether it's the range advantage coming in, the ability to position for these team fights, OMG's comp definitely favored. Looks like it starts off with Cold hitting the hook, chained into Aki with a nice knock-up, and then Shanji just being there to provide the damage. Cream did not get bursted out by Captain's Engage, so he is still in the fight. Aki holds on to the ultimate, so he's then able to lock down more members of TT with the Gwen there, putting out so much damage. And just really nice combo coming out from OMG. Again, Cold started it off. He found the hook onto Puff, which pretty much led to OMG decisively taking the win.
I get so excited seeing the new ulti, and then you don't realize it comes apart at the seams, right? Abel not even touching that last fight, Lyric, and this is a 2-item Jinx who's doing about as much as Cream at this point. I wonder how TT can approach the Dragon, because OMG, this will be the first Chemtech if they can pick it up. TT have reset and they're on the map.
Captain TPing towards the bottom lane, so TT want to take this. New off to a flank angle. Probably their only hope.
Okay, TP's going to make 5. A 5v5 in the river. Dragon getting hit down. Aki needs to get the smite down, but Frigid's a level down. There's the ulti from Puff, but Dredgeline depth charge into the backline is secured by the J4, but for TT, they're split apart. Puff by himself trying to take out Abel, and he will with the Severum Crescendum. Now it's up to Shanji here, who helps get cleaned up, and rather Cream doing the job there. Captain's on the way out because once again, TT have been obliterated.
Yeah, TT so far showing a strong early game, but not able to keep it up throughout the game. OMG completely wiping them, gonna turn this into a Baron. And OMG can just keep doing what they've been doing, right? Playing for the 5v5 setup, not really enabling or giving into their side lane pressure. And I honestly just can't wait to get a replay from that fight, because we had a fight on two sides, right? We saw Cold, Shanji going one direction, Abel there as well, trying to all in on Puff, but the other members of TT pretty much single-handedly being taken down by people like Cream on the opposite side.
All right, Lyric, here's your replay. Walk me through it, because there's a lot going on, a lot of different angles, and OMG just don't seem to die.
Yeah, OMG having like a steady, nice position together in the middle of the fight. It does take 3 members going on to Puff to take him down. He does find a kill on Abel in return, but Cream waiting the whole time is able to land an easy scout of the week. Doesn't seem like New was expecting him to be there, and it just ended up being cleaned up by the members of OMG. Once again, Cold starting it off with that hook. And yeah, TT now I think are getting hard for options, Hysterics.
What are you going to say, dude? TT or what? TT or what this game?
TT are... TT might be 5,000 gold behind. This just means they have an incredible underdog story waiting to be written. New right now, taking some turrets. Look at that. There is an objective bounty on that turret. That's more money. Now, have New keep pushing, have your other 4 members hold. Let's hope and pray that a dive doesn't come out from Cold and Aki like it looks like it will. Oh, it will, Hysterics, it will!
Flashing over the wall, he's got Frigid. That Crescent Guard's not going to do too much, even with the ulti coming through from Puff. They're in a defensive maneuver, and OMG actually a bit too far forward, but the dredge line, the depth charge from Cold was gorgeous as Shanji stepping up on the rift. Welcome to the LPL, sir. As OMG with this Baron buff, they tell New, you better go home.
Yeah, New having to go for the recall. I think the play he made was correct. You have to go for the turrets on the opposite side. You don't win in these fights, but OMG now should just be able to end.
Well, with the Baron buff, it doesn't look too hard at this point. New gets scattered the weak, and as the last Nexus turret goes down, OMG open their split with a banging win over TT in game number 1.
And just massive credit to Shanji in this game, right? OMG falling a little bit behind early on. The game started to swing when we saw the swap come out topside, right? OMG go for the Herald. They commit their bot lane to top. Shanji just goes, you know what? I'm feeling like a Chad today. Goes down to the bot lane, pulls off the 1v3. They don't get turret. And suddenly OMG are just catapulting so far ahead in this game. Definitely feels like he had a pivotal role. Cold, again, was hitting the skill shots when needed. And OMG, once they hit the mid game, still looking as coordinated as they were before.
Yeah, and in a game that was TT favored, right? The early game was a 2k gold lead. OMG were behind in the bottom lane pretty severely. Cold was 0-3. And then off the back of one play, OMG had a lot more options. Their decision-making was cleaner. The mid game was easier for them. And I think we're going to give props to OMG who, you know, in that game, you feel like they should have lost it, Lyric. You feel like Dragon Control should have been TT's. But it's just these small, slim moves that from people like Cream we expected, from Shanji, who's been hyped up. I think also from, you know, from the bottom lane of OMG for playing it cool. No pun intended.
Yeah, even just coming out from draft, hitting on things like how the Syndra Jinx interact with the Vex and the Aphelios, I feel like started to slim TT's options once the game did get onto a more neutral foot. Sure, you can play around that Aphelios pressure early on, but once the gold swung back to even, they realized very quickly, hey, we just kind of need to all in on this Jax pick. We really can't go toe-to-toe with them. But sadly, OMG just didn't give them any options. Once they got the Baron especially, right, forcing those plays down in bot, doesn't matter if New's getting some turrets on the opposite side, they were able to come out ahead. Now it's like, hey, we look at damage numbers, we look at the graphs, Cream stepping up, Shanji having a big game as expected. And I think if you're an OMG fan, this game one should just excite you. Sure, the early game, as we've seen the gold graph, was a bit TT favored, but the fact that Shanji comes in, has a solid game one, and the rest of the squad still looks the same, I think is very promising.
It really is, and part of the hype that people have put towards OMG, I think giving props to Arki as well, who maintain a bit of a lead in the jungle too, is worthy. Lyric, I want to say that for our first game as well, you know, we got some spicy early game action. We got the Vex pick as well. It's just unfortunate that it didn't come together for TT when, you know, Captain did have a couple of decent ultis. But, you know, Puff, the big 80 carry, always focused, always targeted down. A very hard game for him to play when it's all about protecting him, and there's so much threat to him at that point in the first game.
Yeah, and now we're going to see how, like, they pivot or what changes, right? Again,
True.
First day on new competitive season, new patch, seeing how teams' priorities progress throughout the series. We saw things like the Vex Blind coming out. Again, it looks solid for most part of the early game, despite the fact it is in a slightly disadvantageous matchup. Seeing things like the Jax come out on top side. For TT, this split's going to be a lot about finding an identity. And I feel like that's what we're going to be seeing going into game two. Do they want to keep this, hey, we're going to go hyper carry, we're going to play towards the bot side style going on? Or do you try and pivot somewhere else, see if like playing around mid more works, see if giving new resources can work out?
Yeah, it feels like, you know, the couple of options that we talked about there, new being the late game, what's the word I'm looking for? The late game insurance policy. It could have been something that TT leaned more towards, but for a team that is still trying to put the pieces together, a team that is rather starting the split, putting the pieces together, was a bit of a roughie, but game number 2 is on the way. We'll see if they can turn it around in this best of 3 as we go to a short break and return with OMG TT game 2 after this.
"我的 LPL 家人和我的撸啊撸朋友，新年快乐！
手捏左尿。
Don't be down! It's clean as hell, Lyric! Ming looking to just deny the TP. Xiaohu onto the Nexus, and Xiaohu ends the game! Ryan jumps in over the wall. Beautiful Gragas cast from Xiaohu. Putting that DPS into the tier 2. They're already going in. Go!
Let's go, baby!
Ally, if they want to go for this fight, in he goes. Move forward.
He gets him!
No! This is Donya's trying to buy time. There's Kingslayer. Ivory's in trouble as well. The E dodged away from Flash. Well, looking forward, trying to end the game. Betty needs to hit it. No, they hit it. They've got it. The satchel charge to secure. Tarzan there with the kick. It's a 3-man 2. But FPX still firing out. Right there goes Viper. Turning it around. No!
I just believe more in the Dom1 bag of tricks based on everything we've seen this tournament. So for me, it's a 3-0.
Scout that is finding these picks, able to weave in the queue.
Viper is still alive though, flashes in, Showmaker dashes forward, Showmaker goes golden, but it's not going to keep him alive. They've actually done it, the LPL is back on top, Thaddeus.
Can you hear the voices calling? Longing for your dirty souls, the wolves are hauling. Can you hear the voices calling? Do you feel how they are dragging? Waiting for a second to push you to your limits, going strong and feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Welcome to the other side. Do you feel how they are dragging? Do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Do you feel how they are dragging? Can you hear them say? Welcome to the other side. Cross the line. Seems a little dark in here. Trust me, you have nothing to fear. Take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side. Welcome to the other side. Cross the line. Seems a little dark in here. Trust me, you have nothing to fear. Take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side.
Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Wake up, we never stop. Gotta get it done, show me what you got. Like, I'm gonna turn it up. Walking on the block till I'm feeling hot. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me. But I got no time, see. Get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 We gotta move on up.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL, the first day of the LPL, the first day of competitive League of Legends. We just had a game, OMG versus TT. Maybe by some people's definitions could be a banger. I don't know your definition of a banger. I'm Lyric. Hysterics is over there. I have a plushie cat, and Hysterics, we're going into game 2. Take it away.
That's a sick cat. Well done. I don't know why you got the
named
cat.
Mole.
Yeah, of course it is, dude. The one player, or one of the few players, is not actually playing this split, so no wonder it's we don't see it very often. Hey, we're going into game number 2. TT versus OMG is a series that I didn't think I'd be actually kind of, as keen for, but TT delivered in the early game, OMG delivered the rest, and Shanji got MVP, the dude who has debuted in the LPL. You give it to the man who makes his first appearance. Of course you do. He played pretty well too.
Yeah, I mean, Shanji, like we said, is coming into the LPL with so much hype. One of the most exciting players, not even just coming from the LDL, just one of the most exciting roster moves in the LPL overall. Buy your hype train tickets now, because if this game 1 is anything to go off of, this guy is going to be a force to reckon with. Amazing game on the Gwen. Like we said, the early hold in the bot lane turret situation in the 1v3, whether it was popping off in team fights later on, comboing with the hook that Cold was able to land and delete Puff in those team fights. It felt like he was just buying OMG so much space, allowing Cream to do whatever he pleased, allowing, like you said in one fight, Abel to just be untouched.
Yeah, I mean, Abel was all the way in the back line, completely unscathed, and you can see Shanji here, right in the thick of it against TT. Gwen is immune. Like, we understand that, we know that. And Shanji really exploited that in this game. I think the biggest thing for me, Lyric, is the fact that throughout the early laning phase, we could see that he was tearing New apart. The old OMG top laner was getting absolutely beaten in a lane that mattered so much for the outcome of the game.
Yeah, I was going to say New not feeling too good right now, being on the opposite side of the rift as OMG. He did try to be the win condition later on, but Shanji was just too much to deal with. And now we're going to be looking towards next game, next draft. TT have decided to stay on red side once again, so going to be same sides. The potential counter pick is able to come out for New once again. Maybe if he does get more resources put into him, or have something that has more agency than a Jax does early on, the matchup could potentially flip.
And I think the biggest thing is as well, like from what we know so far from the one game we've seen, AD carry is probably going to be the pick priority. AD carry support, you talked about things like Thresh, Jinx, Caitlyn, if it's left up and available. The bottom lane was picked nice and early in that game number 1, so I'm curious to see if OMG get away with getting something like the Jinx again, being given something like the Nautilus that had that mid-game impact, not the early game, guys. The 0-3 start wasn't great, but we got there. I think the big thing for me, Lyric, is what TT chooses a response, right? Because it was the Thresh takeaway rather than an AD carry themselves, rather than, maybe looking for, well, like we talked about Jhin, we talked about the Aphelios, but that came a little bit later. Seeing what options TT choose on the red side after their adaptations, excuse me. We'll get there eventually. It's been a while since we've done.
I was gonna say the ring rust still coming off, but I feel like the drafts overall were fine coming out from both sides. And like you said, I feel like first rotation should almost always just be bot lane and jungle. It feels like that's where a lot of the power picks are. I don't feel like there's any incredibly overpowered soul laners where you're like, hey, I need to get this now. It's gonna be a lot of counter picks coming out. I think one place TT can index into changing up is their second ban phase. Even if they did keep picks like Vex the same, right? You're banning out LeBlanc when Vex is one of the best champions into LeBlanc. I think things like this, it's like, hey, maybe that ban could have been put elsewhere, whether it is into something like a Syndra in that case, or a Gwen. So I think you're looking at the second half of the draft rotation to change coming out from the side of TT for maybe small improvements. But I think a lot could have been changed in terms of execution, right? We were hitting on even timers where what TT was doing was a little bit behind on the play of what OMG was looking at. But Hysterics, we get to go right back into picks and bans. Again. And so far, it's the exact same.
Okay, well, Renekton and Samira, what came after this? We saw Jungle, was it Lee Sin banned? Oh, Caitlyn here instead of the third ban.
Yeah, we're changing up the order a little bit. It's getting spicy. Do we keep Lee Sin? Do we maybe go for something else?
Thresh. Okay.
Massive.
So that means we have a different bottom lane from OMG. Or sorry, excuse me, from TT, as it was Southwind who picked up Thresh in game 1.
Yeah, so I would assume OMG here, assuming the Akali ban stays the same, which, you know, I don't know if it will. Okay, Jarvan being banned, so they're just going to accept the trading of junglers. I wonder if OMG still up for the Jinx, or they say, hey, Lee Sin's open, we go for Lee Sin. You accept the trade of, okay, they probably take Jinx, but we take the Aphelios ourselves, or go towards a Jhin and look to play that way. For TT, I don't think they have to be too worried, even if OMG did take away Lee Sin, because the Xin Zhao still being something that's open. Just means OMG just going to go back to the Jinx instead, and a potential Lee Sin available if Frigid does want it.
Okay, well, Lee Sin being talked about. We expect that one to be locked in. Lyric for the rest, supports, ADs, Aphelios just there once again that can be picked at any time, but what support do you run against a Jinx here that you need to take away from OMG?
Ooh, looks like they're already answering the question, going straight towards the Leon. So this is what I'm most interested in seeing in the LPL, right? Is that in solo queue, you are seeing a lot of Enchanter supports come out because of the AD carries that we have in the meta. LPL, I feel like we've never really drifted towards, at least in recent years, right? We haven't drifted towards Enchanter supports even when they were meta. Even when Yuumi was incredibly busted, you only had certain players playing it, like Yanja. Now the Lulus are back, the Karmas. But I think teams just supports value the hard engage style, looking for these kills, being able to move in river so much more that it does seem like we're just going to be sticking to what is tried and true.
Yeah, supplementary engage, right? We still have some similarities from game number 1 here, Lyric. 80 carry to be picked up by TT, otherwise risk of getting a banned away. We talked about the Aphelios before. I want to look further. I'm not going to pause until we actually see something different. I want to look further and see what else we get. Instead, okay, we get the Southwind Ziggs. Lyric, that is bot, right?
Yeah, we're gonna get the Puff Ziggs.
Good stuff.
You're pretty close. Puff and Southwind, pretty much the same person. But Ziggs, another champion who's very good into a lot of the meta ADs we're seeing out, right? All three of what we showed earlier in the graphic, the Aphelios, the Jinx, and the Caitlyn. You have AP, you match their range, you can nullify the lane. If we remember when Ziggs was meta, it was a lot more towards playing the top half of the map, because you can very easily just roam halfway up the map to Ziggs, throw out your ultimate, and find some sort of impact, whether it's clearing waves or partaking in that fight yourself. So for TT, gonna go with this style of play. Maybe it means they're going to set up new for a bit more success with that last pick.
Okay, well, we've already got a couple of bans coming through, though, and I just want to talk about the similarities of what we saw in game number 1. We're getting the same bans in the solo lanes. Akali coming through against Cream as well. That's a speciality. And seeing the Camille once more. So real big target bans here. Solo lanes here, Lyric. Let's go once again.
Yeah, I wonder if they would just want to try and take away, you know, a strong lane champion like the... Ooh, I was going to say the Syndra, but no, instead bring out the GP that you wanted to see so far. Again, small buffs coming into his queue. The cooldown being reduced by half a second. The mana cost also being reduced, so getting more damage, as you're right. He's so ready.
Happy. He wants to do it. He wants to do it. He wants to run the Rumble top lane. It reminded us of like the Loopers up there. I'm trying to think of other names. You know, big players in the LPL have pulled out this banger. And here we go once again. Shanji's most played, well, second most played, excuse me, under the Aatrox. This is his speciality, and he wants to bring it out in game 2.
Hey, out of his, you know, top 4 most played champions, it's his highest win rate. 63% on the Rumble in 27 games. Is going to be looking to punish the GP here on the top side. Cream, though, going to go back towards that Syndra since it wasn't taken away. Ooh, no, I spoke too soon. Wanted to go towards Corki. We get some first strike.
We do indeed. And Lyric, this is something we haven't talked about going into the game. I think we can expand on a little bit more about the build, about why it's so good right now. But Corki's something I've been abusing a little bit as well, so we'll get into that. But how do you counter this? What do you run? And do not say Azir.
No, I feel like for the side of TT, you have two options. You either go for the proactive play. Again, I still would have thought something like a Syndra's fine, instead wanting to go for the global to TF. It's something that gives you early impact on the map, or they could have tried to just default to a Victor and look to match the lane. But Captain going to be on the TF. We did see a lot of highlights of Captain in Demacia Cup on champions like Galio that do fit into a similar niche of looking to just get out of lane post 6, impact the map. You have double globals and just a ton of siege potential coming out as well. You have two globals and even like a semi-global coming out from the Zig. So for TT, they're going to be looking to play the map for the side of OMG. I mean, you see Corki package, you see Equalizer, there's a Rakan there as well. It's once again all about those big 5v5 setups. We're going to be looking at dragon fights. We're going to be looking at a bunch of fun.
There's a lot of fire on that lyric. Both solo lanes are going to be bringing in some heat, and it's exciting when what we saw from OMG was a comeback in game number 1. If you're just tuning in now, well, I'm sorry, but that's really un-LOL esports of you, because game number 2 is running very fun comps, and you don't get to the fun comps without going through the Vex in game number 1. The Vex that didn't work out too well in the end, but now here on the Twisted Fate, Captain's going to be trying to use those globals you talked about and influence the Rift. Also want to note that the GP is something we led up to here today, Lyric, and I'm excited to talk more about it because Parlay is pretty good, and pros are raving that the GP is just in a very comfortable spot.
Yeah, right. Trying to make up for the fact that they made it so his Q cannot proc grasp anymore. So again, a bit better on the mana cost, a bit better in terms of cooldowns, so you can look to use that more. With TT's composition, I'm just most curious to see how they end up executing, because you do have 2 side lane champions that traditionally are played to just hold by themselves, right? Both GP and the Ziggs. Maybe instead you're like, hey, we have Cannon Brush from top, we have Destiny for mid, we can use things like Satchel Charges, break down bot turret even faster. I think that's one potential avenue. Rumble also will be playing quite aggressive, so always just easy to tee up port up there, boop, and look for the kill.
A little bit of a boop. Okay, game 2, folks. Welcome back to Summoner's Rift. OMG won game number 1. I said it before, it was a comeback. And for TT, they had the early game through bot, but it all fell apart. Let's see if they can bring back the pieces here. In a comp that you mentioned has global pressure, and I want to point out, Lyric, in a meta where teleport can't TP to minions for the first 14 minutes, having Cannon Barrage, having global ultimates, that actually is kind of a big plus.
I think the only nice side about it for teams is that the change hasn't been out long enough to where I'm sure they're already used to the fact that they can't do that. So hopefully you're already theoretically playing under the impression that your enemy can come down at any time. So maybe OMG benefit off that one. They're just always playing like they could TP down.
Okay, I was going to say TT, but OMG too, you're right. You can flip it the other way. Speaking of OMG, while we're looking at Cream, you wanted to talk about First Strike. You wanted to talk about the Corki that has a very fun build at the moment.
Yeah, it's really cool to see Corki come back into the meta. First Strike just making it so you get to your core items that much faster when you are a champion. Just considered more of a late game champion with a decently expensive build. So going to be getting to those power spikes faster. Also, we've seen a bit of a resurgence of the poke AP Corki coming out, whether it's Luden's Echo or Crown of the Shattered Queen. Just when we're running into comps where there is such a range disparity, you're not going to be able to auto freely all the time, so going towards that build. I have seen most pros, though, default back towards just typical crit Corki. I personally even feel like you are getting more damage out of that build, especially at higher levels of play, where you are spacing more effectively to be able to use those autos, so we'll be keeping an eye on what Cream's going to do.
And speaking of runes, as Cold goes in after hitting level 2 first in the bottom lane, we do see Southwind with a response here with the Glacial Augment. Something you and I were talking about just after Demacia Cup, that, you know, there's no other regions really looking at it, but we've got Leona with Glacial instead of something like the Guardian, something like the Aftershock, and has been used pretty much by the LPL players.
It's something that I wasn't seeing almost at all in solo queue going into Demacia Cup. Then I remember it was PP God, I think was the first one to bring it out there. And yeah, just bringing you a ton of utility in lane. Also is great gank setup as well coming out from the slow. And you're making it so your AD carry is taking less damage. So even pretty decent peel rune. But we're going to be looking up at topside once again. OMG doing the same thing they did last time around. Setting up this stacked wave for a level 3 potential dive to come out.
But I love the timing. The ward that comes down, New knows, and you can see that Frigid thinking about coming to the top side, but can he survive? Teleport to the turret. Remember, the only place you can go, but it's done. First blood over to OMG, and Captain is late to the show, but the Fridge is on the way. The flash over the wall. Captain won't get him, but even with the stun, it doesn't matter. Frigid buying time, but Aki's still alive, and now the Twisted Fate in the middle of a 1v2. Red card picks it up, but Shanji burns into a crisp. It's a double. Make that 3 kills for the jungler of OMG as the bottom lane continues to ramp up. The LPL delivering, and that's a very scary Xin Zhao in the first 4 minutes of the game, Lyric.
I mean, this is rough because not only did 3 kills go over to the side of OMG, Captain lost a whole wave in mid, has no wave getting back there, potentially might even lose a little bit more, so going to be not an XP advantage, but a gold advantage going over to Cream as well. So you've picked up kills, you're winning in topside, your mid laner's getting ahead, and the only place TT have somewhat salvaged it is in the bot lane, where they actually do have a summoner spell advantage.
God, sorry, just looking at top as New is getting hit with the overload. Shanji dominating the matchup now, and New out of pots. You're speaking about bottom lane, Lyric. I almost called you Crisp. I don't know why. Maybe that's the respect I have for you, but Frigid is trying to make something work.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, you're not that good at the game, but anyway, let's have a look at replay and tell me what happened.
Yeah, nice burst coming out. You know, Shanji sitting over the 50% heat threshold to where he's being able to get more damage out from his abilities. This is where TT thinks they can turn it flash gold card onto Aki. Going in, Frigid actually does land the Sonic Wave, it looked like, but still not having enough damage, getting bursted down immediately coming out from both Shanji and Aki. They turn around one in the end, but still you look at the minimap now, Corki was already heading up, so New not feeling confident on turning and trying to chase down for that potential kill that he could have had.
No, and Shanji just ends up teleporting back to the wave, and I was talking about it before, Lyric, 10 CS lead up here. New feels like he can't even walk up to it at this point, and it's a pretty good time for Shanji once again. The laning phase looking really good from this LPL rookie 2 games in a row.
Yeah, Shanji just showing up on a pocket pick at that, and now OMG are going to double down on this top lane. Cold already here. Southwind pretty close, though.
Just took all the Krugs as well. Cold and Southwind together. This is going to be a 3v3 at the end of the day, but look, Corki over the wall. Cream's hit level 6, and there's a dive already. New can't do a thing. That's a great equalizer as the Destiny comes up, but it might be a little bit too late. Cream's popping him down. The Corki hitting away. What a good dog on a random aeroplane. Who put him there? As the kills trade off. It's a double kill in the end, but is it really the end? A 2-0 start, 2-1 on the Twisted Fate, who's now stuck under a massive wave under the turret. This is not over, folks. Cold comes on in, and it's going to be another one for Cream. 3-0 mid, and Lyric, this is looking disastrous for TT.
I love the confidence. OMG going with that the last kill. We saw it was actually started off pretty even. TT finding some of their own return kills back. This is because of things like turret aggro taking down Shanji. But in the end, OMG able to pull it through. We're going to see how the dive starts off. OMG confident they have the burst. Shanji already level 6 as well, so has the equalizer to follow up. Cream is here. Beautiful equalizer landing, dealing so much damage on both members. Cream bursting someone out. Sure, Aki's going to go down, but man, just unfortunate. Shanji trying to walk around to enable his teammates, just ends up giving over a kill without contributing anything. And right here, Cream and Cold having confidence that they could take this kill as well. Cream holding aggro, does have the Valkyrie available to be able to get away. They lock down one more. 3-0 Corki.
Yeah, pretty big. And look, it is unfortunate that we're seeing the Noon quiver. I wish it was the Loons on top of the Manamune, but I guess we'll save that one for another day. But either way, he's huge. Cream is a Corki who is definitely on the point of scaling before the game's even begun. So Lyric, I said it before, I'll say it again. TT not in a great position, and Aki's now even continuing to push ahead. Look, he will not leave top alone. New doesn't get to play the game.
No, New is just going to, continuously be bullied. And I feel like the hardest thing for TT is they don't have too many things to threaten the straight-up 2v2 in bot lane, which is why they need to commit 4 men to look for these plays. Captain coming over for the dive. Frigid is going the long way around, though.
Gold card's going to hit. It's onto the support. Cold and Able trying to get out of there, but you're right. Frigid's there, ready for the kick. Into 2, perfectly done. It's as easy as that. Red card, pick any card, and Pup ends up picking that one. A well-executed dive from TT, and finally some gold in their pockets.
Yeah, TT do get something back there. Losing out on the rest of the map, though. We see Aki is taking the Rift Herald. Captain, once again, having to give up more resources mid to help his teammates find an advantage somewhere. New losing out on another wave. So ultimately, I don't feel like OMG lost too much. It's just TT finding themselves maybe a potential pain point that they can keep looking to all in on to find an advantage and to find ways into this game, right? Frigid is going to pick up Dragon. Sadly, no static shield sold here today.
Lyric.
But man, this is rough.
He's 40 CS behind. He's getting proxy Literally playing
And
Cinch
he took his
Rumble
job,
all in
his
one
stairs.
game.
And he took his job.
He took his job. He took his job. Oh, Shanji just picks up a solo kill casually. I welcomed him to the LPL, but man, when a rookie does that to you, you gotta feel bad.
Let's remember at Champ Select, he was laughing. He was excited. He was ready. Brings out the Rumble. Second most played in his career. If you missed the Champ Select, is quite the comfort pick for him. And OMG have done such a good job of just all-inning on this pick. We already see Mythics coming out on their side. Cream's so big with the Immortal Shield Bow. I mean, at this point in time, right, any straight-up 2v2, 3v3 that breaks out, OMG are just going to be stronger. Even if it's around the bot side, because Aki having such a substantial lead over Frigid.
Man, it's rough. It's so rough. I mean, across the board. This is the OMG we expected to see, though, right? As explosive as the early game has been, OMG were pitted as a team that were coming in with a roster that's barely changed. Shanji's the new addition, and he's been hyped up, and I see now for good reason.
I gotta interrupt you.
What?
Pigs are coming out on top again, my dude. New is going down.
Oh no, New's 2 levels behind. Aki has a full completed item, and all they need is a pierce.
New's a level behind Aki.
He's gonna get hit up as well, and you're right, the jungler's there. No! That's insult to injury. That's pure bullying, and schools won't have it.
Yeah, now we're gonna see if DT can react on the bot side. Puff's ultimate, not even getting damage off on minions, just doing absolutely nothing. They are gonna bring Frigid down to the bot lane to try and get some more damage off, but I think OMG's bot lane can just start backing off. Cream is TP, Shanji is TP. OMG are gonna get this turret for free, and they should be able to counteract any bot side play that comes out from the side of Thunderdog.
Well, Frigid's going to try for it anyway. Captain's running down with Predator once again. The gold card at the ready. Abel staying under turret for now, but there's the TP, and Abel's still at half HP. Super Mega Death Rocket there too. Watch out for it as Cream and Shanji both support their boy. And nothing is lost from OMG, Lyric. A 5k gold lead at 11 minutes in the game. All TT have is a dragon, and you is like, oh, he's here again, dude. How tilting is this? Crescent Guard not even used, it's just poking him out. And now Shanji's like, you know what? Equalizer in the bottom lane. Puff has no mana, has to run. And Frigid has to shadow this lane because now the Rumble wants to have fun in the jungle.
You know, right? OMG are on a team with New. That means they know how tilted he gets when he gets camped, right? They know that level. That's why Aki is just going for this again and again.
Why is he back? Just let him farm,
dude. Look at Aki. Look at him.
He's laughing at him. Oh my god, the disrespect, dude. I don't know what you're saying, but this is a. I'd be all chat. Go next, you know. All right, fair enough. Like 1 and 5. This is a very hard game to play. Lyric, as a color caster, it's now your turn to tell us how TT can pull this game back.
Ooh, how 6k gold lead at 12 minutes. How to pull that one back? Well, I think you're hoping that all 5. Let's say all 5 members of TT are randomly grouped up mid. You're just hoping that OMG just send, like, you don't need 5 members. What am I saying? 3 members. 1 member runs into you 1 at a time.
Okay.
We rinse and repeat that 15 times. Then we create a scenario where OMG are doing Baron. They're all super low off of a previous fight. You go and you ace them. Then maybe off of all those kills and objective bounties, you can do it.
Okay, I like it. Thank you for being realistic and not telling me that it's very easy or, you know, that it can be doable. Aki now in the bottom lane. Puff and Southwind in a bit of trouble. Frigid shadowing. And he's actually going to go on in. Aki with the Crescent Guard. Sonic Wave does connect. The kickback to disengage, but Cold's on the way. Shanji has his ultimate as well. And the red carpet ready to be laid down. It's 40 seconds away from Dragon, and OMG are exactly where they want to be. But hey, I want to say one thing. New is in the top side, and he has 68 CS. New is left alone. As soon as Aki or Shanji are on the rift, New can smile again. But maybe not Puff.
Cold?
No. Maybe not Puff. That's a great equalizer onto the backline, but Frigid does turn it around with the help of Southwind. Under turret, the Cannon Barrage is doing work as well. Captain gets one too. That's great for TT. You give him a little fairy clap for now, because it is a trade.
Yeah, and this kind of goes with the situation that we, you know, maybe not all too seriously we're talking about like 3 minutes ago in terms of OMG getting overzealous and having to like continuously 1-by-1 run in. They looked for a dive. They felt stronger. They are so far ahead. I think it is at that point where you're like, hey, we do have enough damage to disperse them out. But yeah, I think getting a bit too ahead of themselves. Dragon was up. If you wanted to force a fight, you always could just try and start Dragon. They're probably not going to contest you. Get that one for free. Maybe move back to mid, push that one out, bring Corki down. Like, there's a lot of ways to go for those aggressive plays rather than what OMG just did. But again, I think they feel like they have enough advantage they can look for it. I feel like the ultimate problem with TT at this point in the game is they just don't have a whole lot of damage, right? So we see the dive come out. Equalizer pretty much deletes Puff right away. Frigid doing a pretty good job to where they're able to make sure they get cold. But even a bunch of turret shots were involved in this play for TT to be able to find kills on the back half, right? But still, as TT, we take it.
Yeah. It's also to be noted that New's ulti was actually pretty beneficial for TT under that turret dive. So New adding his own impact here despite being almost 3,000 gold down. OMG going to try and push that limit even further now with the Herald. Mid turret's not there, top turret's not there, bottom turret's still there. But OMG is so deep into the jungle, they've got so much control here, Lyric. I feel like they can just walk in and set this up for Ida. Like, look at him. Aki doesn't care. He's just on top of Puff. That's an equalizer. Puff burning down. The rocket slips through. And TT can't catch a break. Aki's still healthy enough. And they might just use it for an inhibitor turret.
Yeah, looks like not going to be enough of a wave to where they feel confident to do that. But they're making their way down to punish New even more. Please, New, get the recall off. Get out of there. OMG should be able to at least secure another turret, though. So should be 2 turrets off this play. For the side of TT, you're going to send GP back. I think you're starting to look towards top side. Captain should be able to get some good damage down on this turret. I'd like to see TT, you know, make their way into their top side jungle, start clearing some of these wards. But man, this push from OMG is just so massive.
Yeah, it's so huge. New sitting down here, doesn't want to be anywhere near. Make Inferno Bomb used, but Cream just runs up. I mean, he's in the middle of 4 people. And Shieldboy may be nerfed, but it's still strong enough. Look at the damage. Abel's free-firing. New dies for the 6th time. And honestly, we burn one for him, guys. I don't know, a candle. Because this has been such a rough game if you're a TT fan.
It's just, as TT, you can't match them, right? You can't actually stop them from taking your turrets. But you also can't cross-map because they're just so much stronger than you at this point in the game. They're going to push these structures so much faster. You're going to be getting 1 turret where they're going to be getting 3. So TT are just kind of left in this position where it's like, hey, we can't contest. Let's try and set up to play towards the opposite side of the map. Oh, wait, they're so fast. We have to go cover our turret. Oh, wait, Cream is strong enough to actually just W in front of everything by himself. And then we end up here, all of TT getting bursted down. So, I mean, the fight and dive itself doesn't actually mean too much, right? It's what got us in this situation where TT don't have those potential options available that matter.
So what happened, Lyric? Was it just pure bullying? Was it the gerb? What happened at the top side? Because as Destiny comes through, Shanji was trying to do it again, but this time to Captain. I mean, Destiny to get out, and Captain is indeed out. It's not News lane. That's a first. But I was going to ask you if you have time, what happened?
Well, let's remember that. Sure, OMG would have gotten that first kill onto Gangplank in that first dive, but they would have not gotten the rest of those kills. That was TT opting into the skirmish, thinking they have enough burst to be able to take it. Giving over 3 kills, making it so not only your top laner is massively behind, but the enemy jungler is also so far ahead. You even lost CS and EXP in that play on your mid laner. So I feel like it's the severity of how bad that first play went wrong is why we got here. Not necessarily just like, hey, they went top, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's been control from OMG. You got to give them credit for how the early game's gone. They're 10,000 gold up at 18 minutes. We will not see a 4th dragon this game at this pace, and we've got 4 bounties on OMG's side. 2.5 items now for the Corki, who will have a rapid fire. Again, yes, a little bit upset, Lyric, that we have ourselves the crit Corki instead of the Ludens, the Ravenous Hydra.
I love crit Corki. Give me crit Corki all day.
But it's not as fun. Like, the new Corki is so much fun. When you hit a big one, you hit the big one, you know? Puff is dead. Captain's dead in 1 shot. It's exhilarating. Any other Corki
but,
is.
Okay, wait. So let me say what happens if you get a game where Corki runs that build and he doesn't hit a big one. Huh? How do you feel?
You always hit the big one. There's no game where you don't hit the big one. You always hit the big one at one point. Doesn't matter if you're behind or ahead. The big one's gonna hit. That's why it's called a big one. It's easy to hit. So I don't know, man. We all like, you know, playing Corky like this is, hey, Destiny's being used. This is probably going to be defensive. Because even though that turret's a little bit low, Shanji has ultimate. And New, I think you'd learn your lesson. Quickness is used. He's knocked up. New just probably not having a great time. He's burning down. He survives. Oh, no, the ulti. Oh, the ulti comes in. Cole's now going to be the target, but that's just the support. Southwind has been left behind. Wait, did Cole think the Jinx was on the enemy team, I wonder? Because missing pings are going down, and Abel's probably like, dude, you played with me bottom lane. You know I'm the Jinx.
Well, I think Captain Destiny, to start that one off, to see where everyone was, maybe they felt fine with like, hey, we see a lot of members down towards the Dragon. New just overstaying just by a little bit, enough burst on Shanji's Rumble once again to take him down. Sure, an equalizer did have to go down to match it, but OMG now turning the window from that play into a Baron. So many of TT's members are far away, right? Southwind and New not here. Cannon Barrage still available. Ziggs Bomb.
Let's see.
It's going to do a bit to chunk them out.
Cream's over the wall as well. There's been damage done. Baron is dissuaded for now, which is a win if you're TT. Health bars go down, and it means that the game goes on a little bit longer, hoping that they can get some of their items, Lyric, hoping that some of the scaling we see on their teams, the GP, the Ziggs especially, could get somewhere in this game. I know I'm being optimistic, but I tell you what, TT needed after this game. Someone needs to think about what they can do.
And you think about TT's potential plan of attack, right? I mean, you aren't going to send your jungle to shadow your game plan. He's much too far behind. You're not going to win out any 2v2s. Shanji can probably just 1v2 you himself. We can talk about potentially hovering over towards the Twisted Fate side, which I guess is always possible coming out from Frigid. But you'd expect Captain to answer weak side waves and maybe try and find a pick if someone like Cold walks too far in your jungle and just be able to pick them off first. So a lot relying on OMG's members stepping too far forward or being out of position or things along those lines for TT to find that pick that they need.
Which you and I have been saying since the 5K mark, so it feels like nothing's really changed. That is,
Which has
takes
been
a big one.
12 minutes.
Yeah, it's been 12 minutes of pain. I mean, look at this. Cream auto attacks. Frigid now being sent sideways. New teleports in. Baron's going down quick. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb onto Abel once again. Captain's going to try this. Frigid as well. 1 HP away. Doesn't get it as he Sonic Waves through. It's smite down, and Cole now on the chase. Shanji's already unleashed hell, and New is ready to die again. It takes one more auto as Cream picks up a triple kill. There's a Penta in the base, but OMG, they're playing this one by the books. It's such a big gold lead, Lyric, and such an easy game for them to close out.
Yeah, OMG just keep pushing with these Baron minions. You know they should be able to get this inhibitor turret, potentially even 2. Their health bars are somewhat low if they don't feel comfortable continuing to stay in the fight, but Cream still wanting to put the damage out. We did talk. One of the big highlights of Cream is he's always willing to take initiative.
Wow.
It's just stat stiff, Hysteric. It's just stat stiff. They have too much money. They have too many items.
I mean, they're taking damage. The Cannon Barrage comes out. 5 members of TT are alive, but Abel's able to pick up the turret, and Frigid's still at half HP. Bit of healing will come through as Arky starts the front line, but Abel's taking more than he needs to. Pick any card as Arky takes a Sonic Wave. And there's the equalizer on top of Frigid, on top of Puff in the back line. They still want it. Captain has Flash available with Gold Card. Come on, boys. Chase it down. You need something. Shanji gets away with an Electro Harpoon, though, and it ends right there. Southwind going back to base, and hey, it's Baron enhanced recalls. You got one Nexus turret. I guess, Lyric, they'll finish it another day.
Yeah, I mean, OMG just feeling extremely confident. Shanji's ult looks like not on too long of a cooldown for the fact that he used it, what, like 15 seconds ago? And it's already almost at half of the CD. As we do go back to see OMG starting off this Baron, Frigid trying to get in, but Cream just able to zone him off from such a long way away with those rockets. A big one did not hit Hysterics, so you are wrong. Equalizer comes out, multiple members deleted.
The big one hit Puff at the start of the fight. What are you talking about? The big one always connects, dude. I told you.
Well, the second big one didn't connect.
Not all the big ones connect, all right? It's only once in a few. You watch this from Cream as they go in for the final fight, and TT on death's door. Puff destroyed. And look, you know what? This is a fun way to end, because as Cream goes down in the Nexus, Shanji's back here again, burning them down. 4 bounties on OMG and a 2-0 to kick off their LPL 2022 spring start.
You know,
for our expectations. I think Captain's a great example, and I don't want to take away from TT, and I don't want to criticize, especially on the first series, right? But there's been a lot of LDL players who've come up and have been like, oh yeah, they're not bad. Shanji got a lot of attention from Arky, granted, but he played the laning phase pretty well, and he absolutely decimated 2 games in a row.
And they had a very clear idea, right? We saw in both games the same idea coming out from them, stacking up those first 3 waves, looking for the dive topside. Second time around, it going so well. And even just the level of belief they have in each other, right? When Cream and Cold went for the re-dive top for that last kill, I believe, onto Captain. It's like, they just work together as a unit so well. It was probably their biggest strength in 2021 summer, was how they were always willing to commit to a player and engage, and the coordination just worked out. And it's nice to see for OMG that it looks like it's going to be more of the same for 2022.
And it feels like they've shored up, you know, what was one of their weaknesses, right? And I do really feel bad watching New in that game, because
it hurt, bro. It hurt.
It's funny because it was old versus the new, and New was the old. So New was Shanji, but New was also the old. So, you know, it was a difficult time. I'm sorry, but if you have a name like New, it's going to get difficult. Lyric, I believe that Shanji is a great addition to this roster. Importantly enough as well, I think the rest of OMG never really had any problems last year. And you talk about them coming together, you talk about their team play. They showed us 2 games in a row that when it got to those skirmishes, those better fights, OMG were better, more prepared, more experienced. OMG had a better understanding of what they needed to do.
I think we saw from OMG what we expected, right? That in terms of some like early laning phase stuff, there could be potential issues like we saw in game 1 with their bottom lane getting 2v2 killed by Puff and Southwind. But once they get to the mid game, they are incredibly strong and coherent. And again, now that they have Shanji in the top lane, they do have another early game laning strength coming out on the top side. To before, it really felt like you only have Cream, who's up to, I'd say, the top tier level in LPL in terms of early game and laning phase going toe-to-toe. So now you potentially have 2. So I think it'll give, especially Aki, a lot more options to play with in the early game, like we saw here, of him just focusing towards the top side.
That's true. I mean, Aki got to play top, and we also talked about his ability to play, you know, with Cream as well as options. So strong solo laners for OMG. I can't remember where I ranked them, Lyric, but I think I put them like 12th or maybe, you know, I put them quite far down because I didn't believe in LDL talent. Dude, LDL talent coming into the league is a big hit or miss. You have to admit. Like, I wasn't a fan of Qingtian. You know, Captain's another, you know, players like Xiao Xiaobao was good and bad, and, you know, hit and miss. Sorry, no one's bad. So I think it's granted that I have skepticism, but if Shanji plays like that, man, you know, I'm ready. I'm ready to experience the new OMG that looks absolutely complete.
Yeah, I do feel like OMG have a good enough core of 4 that it should from last year that they should, again, their floor should be about middle of the pack regardless. It is cool to see I'd say the lights beckoning us, saying, hey, there is hope for, you know, again, a potential climb in tiers for OMG. And unsurprisingly, Shanji is the MVP. Are going to show some sick clips of this game. Honestly, this whole game is pretty much a Shanji clip, so curious to see what they'll show.
And you know what? It's going to be a new bullying clip, isn't it? Yeah, this is going to be something really rude. Hey, we're top again, Lyric. As we go through and you analyze, I'll keep a counter and I'll tell you how many plays are topside. But, you know, walk us through the early game.
You know, the only thing about this game was it actually really hurt to see New get so bullied. It actually was kind of rough. But like we said, we hit on the coordination. We hit on how decisive they were in making these plays. continuously pushing out and looking for first move. Frigid never in a place to respond and answer the play. I think he was for potentially the first dive when he was on Krugs, but never really since then, and OMG just continuously, again, going for the repeat play over and over again. We did see them get a little bit ahead of themselves, right? We saw some questionable dives count. Even moments like this, where if they weren't so far ahead, right? Cream probably can't do that, but they are, so Cream is allowed. Therefore, the rules of what is good or bad or macro completely change.
That's right. It doesn't matter when you're that far ahead, dude. You do whatever you want because you know that the game's in your back pocket. And like in other competitive leagues, I now count 5 plays up towards the top side. And I think New died 8 times, so we didn't even see all of them because Aki got a solo kill on one of them. I don't like laughing at players. I feel sad. However, that was just sheer dominance and OMG exposing their old top laner and giving their new one, a nice welcoming start to the split. So Lyric, I'm excited. Two MVPs in a row.
Thinking about it, right? It's not funny that New got punished over and over again. It's just funny how much OMG committed to it. How far out of their way to be like, hey, you're an old player on our team. We're going to rib you for this. Aki staying for that like 1 minute or 1 minute 30 seconds topside was,
dude,
just, oh God.
Oh my God. He was there consistently. And like Aki, just when you think New thinks, okay, the jungler's not going to be here anymore. It's a minute 30. He's moved and there's a dragon up. And Aki's like, no. New doesn't get to play the game. He got stuck at about 30 CS for a while. And moving away from what was schoolyard bullying, I think we need to focus on the fact that, like, for TT, we saw some good signs of life, especially in the first game. But, again, this is a roster that we said we're putting the pieces together. A lot of new players on here. And, for TT, they're going to have to try and pick themselves up and see how they go with their next match. But for OMG, a 2-0 win. We've got Shanji on the line with Wendy for our first ever LPL interview of this year.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview, and now we have invited Shanji, the top laner from OMG, to join us. So Shanji, congratulations on today's win, and you got both MVPs for the 2 games. So tell us more about how do you feel at this moment, and are you satisfied with your own performance? Hello， 山西，恭喜你们今天恭喜你们今天2比0非常顺利拿下比赛的胜利，而且你也是2局都当选了 MVP。所以说想问一下，对今天整体的一个表现满意吗？因为这也是你的 LPL 首秀。
还行吧，就感觉队友打得都挺好的，然后给我创造了很好的就是那种输出空间，然后很荣幸的拿到2个 MVP， 感谢我的队友。
So actually, I feel quite satisfied with my own performance, and also I really would like to appreciate all the teammates because they really made me the room to do all the damages in all the team fights. So I think all the teammates, they performed so good. So I really would like to give my appreciation to that. But besides that, your performance is also very gorgeous. And I want to talk a bit more about the game 1 because it feels like TT actually got some leads in the laning phase, especially around the bot lane. So tell us more about the mid-game communication from you guys in order to just get a perfect win in 22 minutes. 那其实也想问一下山鸡关于第一局的内容，因为我们感觉 TT 好像在对线期通过下半区有建立一些优势，所以说也想问一下你们可能在第一局中期是怎么样的一些沟通啊，或者说交流，能够让你们在中期很快的把握住局面，22分钟就拿下比赛胜利的呢？
就我们在我们阵容抢自己打架吧，然后前期小崩点也没关系，我们会就根据局势来判断哪波能打，哪波不能打，然后打回来。
So although we didn't manage to get some leads in the early game, but we didn't worry about that because we feel like we need to fight in when our draft, our composition is strong. So even though we didn't manage to get some leads in the early game, but we still made some communications and try to communication on which team fight we need to fight. So with that, we were able to have a win for game 1, and also for game 2 is quite one-sided. And I think the leads started from the top tower dive with you and also Aki, and you were able to get 3 kills for the team. So tell us more about the early game strategies between you and Aki. 那其实到第2局，我们感觉也是比较一边倒的。那可能前期的一个优势，就从你和阿 K 的一波上路越塔就建立起来了。当时你们是一共打出了一波1换3，非常的漂亮。所以说，能不能和我们说一下当时是怎么样的一些可能安排呀，或者说你和阿 K 有怎么样的一些交流呢？
当时就觉得我们两个人就选出来的时候，我们两个人组合很强，然后就在上路打。如果这边来了卡牌，我们就也都不怕的，然后我们就勇往直前，两个人见人就上。对。
So actually, after our draft was settled, we feels like we have already made that strategy that Aki and I, the two of us, were able to get some very aggressive tower dive from the very beginning. Even though the opponent's mid laner Twisted Fate, he may join this battlefield, but we still got enough confidence that we were able to get win in the early game skirmishes. So we, for our communication, we just talked to each other that we can do more aggressively and we can make some team fights. So with that, we were able to get the win and also get some leads from the early game. Yeah, definitely the game 2 was very perfect from you guys. And also tell us more about the synergy with this new team, with this OMG. And also I'm very curious about your personal goal for this new split, because in today's game you have already shown you really got a very good ability. 那其实山鸡这个赛季也是来到了新的队伍嘛，所以说我们也比较好奇，可能和 OMG 整体的一个配合磨合是怎么样，你有怎么样的一个评价？同时，这也是你来到 LPL 的第一个赛季嘛，那已经为我们展现出了一个很好的表现，所以想问一下，你有没有什么个人的小目标呢？
就感觉来这里就感觉适应的还挺快的吧，然后就对我们每个人对自己该干的事情也就都很清楚，我们每个人，然后所以我们今天能赢下来，然后小目标吧，就上个赛季OMG进季后赛了，这个赛季就4强吧。
So I think in this new team, we were able to have a very good synergy because all of us just were able to know our missions in the actor games, and we were able to all of us were able to perform so good. So I really think we have very good synergy. And also for my personal goals, because for the last split, OMG were able to get into the playoffs. So my goals as I want to get into the semi-final for this spring split, and definitely we're looking forward to that. And congratulations again for today's win. 但是再次的恭喜你们，也希望你接下来也能在 LPL 大放异彩，加油！
加油！
Yeah, and this is the end of our interview, and back to our casters. Bye bye.
Bye.
Thank you to Wendy for the first interview of the split. And importantly enough, thank you to Shanji for coming through and giving us his insight. Lyric, semi-finals, big goal.
Semi-finals.
Dude, he's aiming high. He's got to aim high. And I tell you what, performances like that makes you believe that that's not over-optimistic.
Oh, no. Again, he looked fantastic. Sure, it is only against TT, but I still think a good sign in your first game on the LPL stage. Also very personable and confident. He said bye-bye to us and the fans. Like, what more can you want out from your new star top laner?
I mean, I can see it in the future. This is going to be a player you respect like moles, so... I don't know, man. You know, already saying bye-bye to you and the fans, that's a big plus. So the OMG at 2-0 start is a very big deal. Against TT, when you consider that TT were coming in, yes, not as favorites, but not as heavily outweighed as the games would suggest, is a big statement for OMG. We're going to see what they go up against next, because that 2-0 start puts them at the top of the leaderboard, Lyric. I gotta say it, dude. Even though no one else has played, they're at the top of the leaderboard.
They're first place in the LPL. They're first.
They're first. They're better than Uzi. They're better than
they
the
are
Shy
slotted.
Rookie.
Look, if LPL ended right now, they're slotted into the semifinal. Goal achieved.
Dude, I mean, they'll be in the, you know, and they'll probably get to the grand final as well if it stays like this. So after this as well, folks, letting you know, after we move forward and we get the go-ahead, FPX RNG is coming up. Lyric, this is going to be a pretty interesting series that we're coming forward to. Also going to be in Shanghai, remember, so there will be a bit of turnaround on stage. But FPX RNG up next, dude. I think this is going to conclude the night perfectly.
Yeah, this is going to be a matchup that is insane, even with new rosters coming out on both sides. Again, a decent amount of recent history between these two orgs. Star players on both sides. What more can you ask for?
It's perfect, right? FPX RNG, that's what's coming up after this. No delays, nothing in Shanghai. We go to a short break. When we return, we start talking about FPX and RNG and how these rosters have changed or not changed much at all. We'll see you soon.
LPL 的发展，我们 LPL 的用户越来越多，影响力越来越大那我们其实也去有一个品牌上面的策略的转变，就是我们希望能够更加体育化和专业化。
因为在目前可能从整个英雄电子竞技去发展的状态上来看，我们不再是去向 S 赛学习，不再是可能持续的大面积的去向传统的体育的转播进行学习的这样一个状态，而更多的是我们需要不断的去突破自己。
With the LPL, we knew that we were going to have to dig really deep and find what made this league really different. And so to do that, we started immersing ourselves really deeply from a distance into their world, into their community, their culture, spending a lot of time with different team members, players, fans, shoutcasters, both present and past.
Something that we found out is that the LPL's approach to the game is crazy. It's almost next level madness. But to the LPL, it's almost genius. And this unpredictable, intense, fierce, wild, and being always one step ahead was something that we wanted to tap into. Together, we defined crazy as our game. It's a proud statement that really speaks to this bold mentality of the LPL players and the LPL community.
那么在整个品牌刷新的过程当中，我们也和 DS 团队保持紧密的沟通协作。每一个设计元素都经过我们仔细的考量和精心的设计，希望能够将更好的体验带给玩家。
在设计风格方面，把 RPL 打造成为建立在专业和竞技的基础之上，融入新颖的视觉创意，给我们的玩家带来新鲜的体验。同时呢，也融入了中国的传统文化元素，创造属于 RPL 的全新视觉风格。
We then began to think LPL's crazy energy as this dragon mode. But this dragon mode had two key behaviors, tension and eruption, an ability to flex between calm and controlled to hyper-energetic and loud.
Every one of our elements is designed to supercharge our visual system. They become expressions of the crazy energy that the LPL unleashes on the Rift. And this gives us this great opportunity with our colours. They're both inspired by fire and water. We created a custom headline typeface in both English and Mandarin, with every detail designed to reflect the veracity of how the LPL moves on the Rift.
我们这次品牌刷新也以中国古典哲学当中的五行概念和 LPL 赛场上不同的战况进行了结合，去体现 LPL 竞技为上、无畏拼搏的精神。
Each of these elements were a dynamic manifestation of the crazy energy that exists from within the LPL. Flow, frenzy, focus, explode, and regenerate.
Every element of the brand had to be designed taking motion into account. We needed a system that allowed us to dial up and down the amount of movement. So when the fans need to read the stats or they're waiting for the match to start, for example, the gradients can function as a living hold. But on the other hand, when something extraordinary happens during the game, the visuals can explode and take over the screen in the most powerful way possible.
所以我们还是希望通过这样品牌刷新以后，给我们更大的压力和动力，去给行业和用户创造更好的一个价值，去传递具有中国传统文化特色的 LPL 的体育竞技精神和品牌形象。
而到今天，我们在制定我们今天的整个从我们的品牌的核心理念到我们最后呈现出来的视觉风格和我们的 slogan， 其实体现到了我们现在整体的一个新的风格，也就是 Crazy is our game， 无畏进巅峰。
Wrong. I'm waiting for some time so long ago. I just need somebody to call my own, yeah, yeah. Lying in my bed, I feel your hands on me, they're everywhere. But it's just a dream, it's all in my head. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I need to lose the demons from the past. Why can't I recover? I am waiting for love. I am waiting for love. I am waiting. rather meet you in my fantasies. More and more I get, I wanna feel alive and not regret. Even though it hurts, I can't go back. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I wanna lose the demons from the past. How can I recover? I am waiting for love. I am waiting for love. I am waiting for love, for some love, baby. I am waiting for love. 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 I am waiting for love.
Ladies and gentlemen, we return to Shanghai for what has been a banger match in the past, and we're hoping delivers once again. To start off your day one, your return to LoL Esports. What has been already a great start resumes with FPX versus RNG. FPX RNG, Lyric, you were just saying, has been a bit of a show in times past.
Yeah, you know, this has been the LPL final twice, 2019 summer, 2021 spring. We do have a bunch of new faces on both sides, but
we do.
I think we gotta retell what FPX was last year. 2021 summer, FPX were looking scary. They came out the gate. They, of course, had Nuguri on the roster. They're just coming off of Spring Split, where they barely lost in the final. And all split long, they were taking names. Doinby especially having a pop-off split. I still remember things like his Lee Sin pentakill, all his Akali solo kills. Looked at Nuguri having, you know, decent team fight impact. Tien felt like he was hot and cold during the split, good during playoffs, a bit shaky. But then we got to things like the final, where FPX just completely fell off. No one on the roster really showing up. And it seemed like FPX's takeaway from 2021 was we need to blow everything up and start over.
Well, that already happened without them wanting it to, because at the very least, the only member left standing is LWX. Crisp and LWX, Lyric, we talked about this. They've been playing together since they were 2016 LSPL. They've been playing together for so long, and that 5-year duo, or almost 5-year duo, has come to an end. Crisp to BLG, Doinby to LNG, Tien has gone over to Top Esports, Nuguri has abandoned them, and we are left with a whole new Fun Plus Phoenix, Lyric. Only one member who's won Worlds on this roster.
Yeah, and you know, there will be a lot of semi-familiar names for people who did watch LPL last year. Both Xiaolahu and Beichuan did play some games. Xiaolahu especially, I think, showing a lot of promise and potential, having some amazing highlight plays. Gory coming over from the LCK when NS Red Force did start in summer. He was their highlight player, winning numerous MVPs, always known for his team fighting outside of lane. And to me, the most exciting pickup is Hung, because Hung coming over from Rare Atom, I feel like if you watched Demacia Cup, LWX and Hung were just absolutely popping off.
Man.
Whether it was in the laning phase, skill shots, team fights, just across the board hysterics. They were crushing everyone.
Because if you walked into I don't know why we went that path, but if you walked into FPX now, you'd be like, oh man, Gory's probably the highlight player. Was hit or miss to Master Cup, looked a little bit lost. You're right, Hung and LWX as a bottom lane. What absolute prominence. We'll have a look at some of the clips if you missed out, but there were so many good ones that it feels like this bottom lane is the driving force and what we're going to be talking a lot about with the new Fun Plus Phoenix.
Yeah, I feel like a big thing is Hung plays very aggressive, whether it's in lane or looking for picks on the map. We see here flashing in, going for the binding, and it seems like it really unlocks LWX to set up that style. We always knew LWX is one of the more aggressive AD carries coming in, whether in lane or outside of lane. That's why we've seen LWX have very high highs, but also very low lows, which is why he was criticized so much. But again, put all your stock into Masia Cup.
Put him in.
Double down on this bot lane. Because yeah, they were 2v2 killing everyone. They're consistently roaming the map. The question is, can they keep it up consistently? Because if they can, this will be a strong team. Shallow as well, a lot of room to grow for the squad.
And we got to remember, FPX did announce that Clid's on the roster too, but hasn't made it yet. When he gets onto the roster,
still in self-quarantine.
There you go. Thank you, Lyric. And people will be asking about that, I know. But with Gory as well, that's going to be, someone he's played with before, both SKTX players. So it's going to be exciting once the roster fully comes together. But for now, you're right. The bottom lane's going to be big. But how big is it going to be today? Because you're going up against RNG. And RNG in 2021 summer, we didn't always talk about the bottom lane, but Gala and Ming are a bit of a powerhouse themselves.
I mean, Gala, especially having, a standout year, the Gala call coming from Oshin and Dangda. Ming felt like he was the key player numerous times, but it really felt like the bot lane was all about enabling the top side, right? Ming roaming up towards top with Wei, with Cryin, taking advantage of how good Xiaohu was at controlling minion waves and manipulating them and setting up a lot of these dives. The split push style coming out, they picked themselves up an LPL title, they picked themselves up an MSI title, and, even though they had a lackluster summer LPL, even went into Worlds with a respectable performance, bringing EDG all the way to 5 games. So RNG have a lot to build off of and grow from. Again, we're going to be hitting on some of the new roster additions coming onto their squad, but I feel like they have a very solid baseline to where, once again, you're looking at RNG as a challenger for the championship.
You know where I put him in my power rankings, Lyric? I put him first, because I look at this team, and when you look at it on paper and how it could function, it's pretty hype. And if we look at RNG, those roster changes you're talking about, yes, they're minimal, but the big one that we're going to be talking about quite a lot is the changeover from Xiaohu going top to mid and Bin joining from Suning, now Weibo Gaming. And this just looks absolutely complete.
I know. Even adding a sub support, we'll make sure to give a shout out to Bunny joining the roster to play Demacia Cup. Like you said, Xiaohu back to mid, gonna be huge. Has had some standout years like 2018, has had some not so standout years like 2020. Bin, one of the top laners who could contend with Xiaohu last year, who has always been good in lane, who can just take over games and get you to a world final like we saw in 2020. So I feel like this makes a lot of sense, but I feel like the change that will really decide how this roster goes is Xiaohu going back to mid, right? Because it felt like he was such a pivotal way to how they played out the top lane. And I feel like it's just time to remind the audience that, again, Xiaohu has been a standout mid laner in the past. I never felt like Xiaohu was outside of the top mid laners in the league, even in 2020 when RNG did not have a good year. But Asterix, bring us down memory lane.
I mean, 2018 RNG, right? That's what we want. 2018 RNG was when Xiaohu was such a pivotal player, where it was the Scions, the Gallios. It was so versatile. And it was exactly what this RNG roster that had Uzi needed. Remember that this roster played around Uzi. Lyric, you and I have talked about this many different times, that Uzi demands resources, and Xiaohu was a perfect piece of that puzzle. Now he's in a roster where, sure, you still got Gala, but you've got a mid laner who is still so versatile, played an incredible top lane split as his very first year in the role. I think people need to respect him once again and not just think that mid lane Xiaohu is going to be bad, is going to be sad. Mid lane Xiaohu is still going to have the same prominence that we got in the top lane, and I think especially now that we're looking at the meta, dude, I'm excited to see him in a position of power.
Even thinking back to years like 2019, where RNG did do, relatively well, right? Summer split, they made it to finals, they went to Worlds. Xiaohu didn't show up at Worlds, but in the season, Xiaohu played incredibly well when he was on things that had prio in lane, that could move and influence him out with jungler. I remember things like his Rumble, things like his Syndra that were incredibly dominant. So hopefully, Xiao can bring out some of these picks once again and have a standout performance.
I hope so, because for RNG, you look at them, and if it all comes together, they can be a pretty potent roster. We have to talk about the other element, because another thing that you and I have been talking about is that Bin has to live up to the top laner that came before him, and the top laner that came before him is now the mid laner. Xiaohu was the best, I think my personal opinion, was the best top laner last year overall. And I look at Bin now to fill those shoes, because Bin was still a very high tier top laner that you were talking about just before.
Yeah, I think when you look at Bin, to differentiate from Xiaohu, right, a lot more on looking for kills. We didn't necessarily see the setup there around him with the waves, the Giga Chat coming out. And in 2021, he did not get all that much attention from his team, right? 23rd in jungle proximity, and that's within his role, which means even sub-top laners who weren't playing all that much were getting more jungle attention than Bin. But Bin was still pretty high in terms of his laning numbers, 4th in terms of CFC at 15, a respectable amount of solo kills coming in. Now I want to see, can RNG pull off the same playstyle they had with Xiaohu when, again, Bin is a different monster. Bin, sure, you're still winning in top lane, but it's a lot more focused on him taking these crazy balls to the wall trades and just knowing he can dominate you in that 1v1, maybe potential split mats coming out or things like this to enable just the mechanical skill that Bin brings to the team.
Because I think we've seen many games where Bin can take away all choices from the enemy team because he's so far ahead, because he's so advanced. And there's other games where you can see that, well, it fails for Bin, and then you've got this big gaping weakness. So a very relevant point to pick up, but still a very interesting one, especially going into today, Lyric, because Xiaohu is a bit of a rookie. We know he only played a couple of games last split because Nuguri's on the roster. You're not going to play more than a couple of games if Nuguri's on the roster. Bin is now going up against a rookie, and it's going to be really hard for Xiaohu to match him, considering that we are talking about individual skill, and Bin is going to be the confirmed favorite.
Oh, definitely. I mean, just overall coming in, RNG are the favorite, right? RNG, even with Xiao playing a different role, still 4/5 of the roster that they had last year, bringing in another strong player. FPX looking incredibly good at Demacia Cup, making it all the way to a final that a lot of people think they would have won had they just banned out Viego from Tien. Still not that much data to pull from. I might have told you guys to all in on Demacia Cup, but maybe I don't give the best advice. So I think for FPX, we've already hit. They're going to be looking towards their bot lane, would be my guess, putting out aggressive performances to where RNG, my guess is you're playing through mid jungle, because I think one thing we know from how RNG played last year is that Xiaohu was incredibly vocal in the early laning phase. So probably the call way, link up with him, and then try to make your way towards top and set up Bin in whatever new way you've deemed relative, whether it's setting up things like those dives you did last year, or even just trying to get vision for him and allow him to play in that isolated 1v1 where he feels comfortable.
Yeah, because it's going to be interesting either way, right? When you talk about new dynamics, I mean, for FPX's side, new dynamics is going to be all we talk about, right? We don't have Doombi, we don't have Tien. We don't expect that it's going to be these 4-man dives in the bottom lane. But also, we don't know what FPX have been cooking up since Demacia Cup. Second in Demacia Cup, they almost won, Lyric. They got reverse swept, which is a little bit hard to hear. But still, they should be looking towards the top of the standings, or at least close to in that top 8, considering of what we know about the individual players and we know what their ceilings are. I'm just excited, dude, to look at the bottom lane and to look at LWX and Hung going up against Gala and Ming. That's got to be a fun lane event. Like, it's literally all party in the bot. That's what it feels like it should be.
And I think even just speculating in terms of meta and what champions we see coming out, right? Because Hung was pretty much picking Thresh every opportunity he could in Demacia Cup. Will FPX keep going towards that? Or RNG going to ban it out? For Ming, we know Ming plays Enchanter, so this could be a day or a series where we potentially do see some come out like we expect to at some point. And then I think the next interesting point would be mid lane matchup, because Gory was like Victor Oriana almost every game of Demacia Cup. Sit in lane, very disconnected from his team, getting caught out so many times, felt like just wasting a lot of time, having no impact on the game. I know Gory can do better because he did do better in the LCK. I just hope we get to see that today and we don't have to wait for Clid to come on the roster and maybe make communication easier and things along those lines, right? I think if FPX want to win today, Gory's going to need to step up.
Because it was communication that we were kind of speculating on, wasn't it? The fact that Gory in this roster might have trouble communicating across the team, considering that Clid's not here yet, that Clid would be able to break the gap a little bit more. Fun fact for Clid, guys, remember that he did start in the LPL, in the LSPL back in, I believe, 2016. And developed here in the league. So I always call Clid an LPL player, and it would be great to have him back once he gets through his quarantine. We're waiting for the game to start, Lyric. While we can talk a little bit more about what we've seen in OMG versus TT and how we can apply that to this, because so far we know that, talking about the bottom lane, it is going to be the Jinx you mentioned, things like the Thresh as well, cementing the 2v2, but also jungle attention when we have someone like Beichuan and we have, I almost said Clid, on the other side. we've got a very, very strong Xin player in Wei. I think we can see some interesting picks and maybe go outside the range of Lee Sin, Xin Zhao, like spice it up a little bit because these players should have an extensive champion pool.
Yeah, I do still expect us to see maybe jungle and AD carry stay the stagnant one of like, okay, we will have some matchup of Jinx, Caitlyn, or Aphelios in some way, and then jungle, we are getting Lee Sin's and Zhao Jarvan. It's just what's going to happen. I think mid lane and support are where this could be a bit more interesting, right? Because we talked about, hey, if Ming wanted to pull out something like a Lulu, like a Karma, Lux has been coming out with Caitlyn. If Caitlyn does get through bans, maybe if AD carry pools are pushed far enough, we've seen Ezreal with First Strike and Crown of the Shattered Queen be viable in solo queue. Kai'Sa, who has a plethora of different builds available, but, you know, my soul just says that's not what's going to happen. You're going to pick Jinx, and I'm going to pick Aphelios.
Okay, so essentially you're telling me nothing's going to change, and we're just going to see the same picks at least for those 2 or 3 roles technically. But so far, solo lanes have changed quite a little bit, and I'm hoping that we do get more of the GPs, the Gwens coming out as well. Things like Jax, Camille. Remember, we're seeing Bin Lyric. It doesn't matter what meta it is. Camille's either banned or Camille's going to be played by Bin. Dude, I can't remember. I was doing an All-Stars stream, and people out there, people probably going to bed waiting for the game. The important part is, if you missed the All-Stars stream, Bin literally dunked on kids in a for-fun tournament. It was not a serious tournament, and Bin was coaching players. He was literally, standing behind, like, talking over their shoulders, and then literally just dunked on kids. All-Stars was a banger, and well worth it. Jeje and Mako came on a boat, Lyric. I don't know if you saw it, dude. They came on a boat, and Jeje fell in the water in the rehearsal before getting on the boat. So, good times. Should have watched it.
I like the dichotomy between us, where maybe I'm putting too much emphasis into Demacia, and then you come in like Demacia doesn't mean anything.
Matter.
It's all about All-Stars.
Yeah, All-Stars actually mattered, dude. That was the tournament you should have watched. But yeah,
I was there with you one day.
You were actually. You were. We're having a great time. It's good. I mean, honestly, like the fact that All Stars, happened in the LPL is kind of fun because, as we know, it didn't happen for the rest of the world. So we're struggling a little bit and continue to be held down by this disease. But hey, on to lighter things. We're shortly going to be getting into the game. I'll tell you what, FPX versus RNG is not too far away. Thank you for staying with us. Again, first day as well. So naturally, in the first day, there's either going to be tech issues or there's going to be something going on. It's the first day of competitive play, There's no LCS, LEC, LCK. The best region starts first, and then everyone follows.
I feel like the thing was, maybe they expected the first series to take longer, right? They're like, hey, we have all this time to prepare, to get ready. And then the second game of the first series ends in complete murder.
Yeah.
I'm still feeling bad for New. And now here we are.
Dude.
I guess we could transition on to kind of other things we haven't gotten to hit on that are still new, right? Because we do have a bunch of other new items which aren't too prevalent, but we still will probably see some. I think Shadow Flame is probably the one we have the highest chance of seeing. I'll be honest, I'm not a huge lover of Shadow Flame. Is another item for, these champions that want more burst to get the magic pen based off how much health the enemy currently has. I think you can build it as a snowballing item if you do get far ahead, but you're competing with something like Void Staff, so that one's fun. I know there's an item you really like that no one buys, that I can't even say the name of.
You talking about Fimble Winter? Dude, okay,
there
shout out to
go.
Rusty, who told me the Cassidon build is like, giga OP. I don't know if it changed. I went away on holidays. I had a great Christmas and then New Year's, and then I came back and no one's playing him like that anymore. Dude, Fimble Winter, you run yourself, you end up getting like Frozen Heart, Crown as well. You just jump on people and you don't die. It is great. So while we wait for the game to start, and again, thank you for bearing with us. If you want to get past, Diamond, this is how you do it. Lyric's here and he's a coach. And what's your resume? What are your qualifications? So people actually believe in what you're saying.
Sir, all I am is an honest LPL commentator right now. One of the people, as people know, I will, be in chat on the days I'm not casting, but there's no qualifications. I'm just a simple guy here to talk about FPX versus RNG. something where we hit on a lot of aspects of the matchup. We talked about bot lane, talked a little bit about mid lane. You know what we didn't talk about? We didn't talk about the jungle. We didn't talk about our boy Beichuan, really only known as an AP jungler. The Karthus, the Echo, all these strong picks, came into Demacia Cup, did not play any of that stuff, stuck to meta, and I think had a pretty reasonable performance. I think it's some up and down games on things like the Nidalee, which were again, hit or miss, either him carrying or him not doing so well. Mechanically very proficient, was hitting some spears he had no business hitting. The question is, can he be on the right place on the map when he needs to be? I feel like that's something we're still going to need to see, though I think he is a very good backup, assuming, you know, when Clid comes in, he will be the starter. I feel like FPX have two solid options at jungle and not just one clear starter, one clear sub.
Yeah, it's interesting you pull up the champion pool, right? Especially when, you know, for Beichuan, that's what I think of. I think of the Karthus and things like the Echo as a little pocket pick. As I've been told, we do have a lineup ready, guys. Thank you for waiting with us. We're sorry the wait was so long. Evan Shroud is what we didn't talk about, Lyric, and it was actually picked up last game, so sad times. Let's go to the lineup, because as we get back through, Candace is standing by. And remember, we had a very nice intro from Candace with Wendy subtitling as well. We're introducing new teams each and every day. RNG and FPX haven't been on the Rift, and as we go through, we're going to talk through some of the rosters. Lyric, I know you're super excited for this because we get the first new look at FPX.
Yeah, FPX's roster, I think, super cool. You know, we do have Shallow in the top lane, Beichuan in the jungle, Gory coming in mid, and LWX and Hung down in the bottom lane. First LPL look at FPX. Again, this roster did play all of Demacia Cup together, did get all the way to the finals, where sadly they were reverse swept by Top Esports, but they did show a ton of promise. I don't think they have any clear weak point on the roster, assuming Demacia Cup was just a hiccup for Gory, who is new to the roster, was just coming in from Korea, so even things like jet lag, change of diet, there's so many things that could have been affecting his play. I want to hold out hope that Gory can show us what he showed us back when he was in the LCK last split.
Because there's a lot of strength and structure in this roster, right? In terms of coaching staff as well, we just saw Stake standing next to them, Lyric, someone who I know you're very familiar with. That'll try and get them through. Is on the other side. It's RNG. Now this roster looking pretty dangerous. Bin now in the top lane. It's Wei in jungle. Xiaohu has moved back to mid-Hu. And Gala just pointed a gun at us with Ming by his side. Put down the weapon and get on stage. RNG. Again, this looks like a roster upgrade, but how will it perform? You and I have been talking about this at length.
Even changes to the coaching staff come in. They did lose Poppy, who has moved on to LNG, and they have brought over Kenju, who was with EDG last year. So for RNG, having Kenju now, also still having Tabe as well, I think fares pretty good. I don't know what Ming's laughing at, but Ming cannot keep it together.
No, he can't. He's looking jovial, which is always nice before a game. Been on your screen as well. Someone who, yeah, I saw at All-Stars. I was impressed that he did well at a for-fun tournament, but still looking mighty fierce. And there's a lot of my question here as well as Candace rounds it out. RNG versus FPX, guys. Thank you again for waiting. We'll shortly be jumping into picks and bans. Remember 12.1? Lyric and I were talking about it a little bit before. We've seen the Diana bans. We've seen a GP on Summoner's Rift. And there's a couple other picks as well, Lyric, that, you know, we've been talking about. The Caitlyn's been banned out consistently. Things like the Lee Sin as well. We've seen only one game, but looks high priority. We're getting a sense of the meta. We're kind of understanding where we're starting 2022 off in the LPL. And, you know, honestly, I like the transition here and the fact that we can predict what's going to be happening next.
Yeah, and we've already seen kind of what we expected, right? Blind picks coming out for jungle and bot lane. Our mid-blind picks being things like Vex, Twisted Fate. I think Syndra would still fulfill that role pretty decently. And then typically just about getting counter picks in those solo lane roles to round out your composition. So we're going to see what RNG and FPX's takes on that are. I think especially RNG, showing from last year, can be incredibly clever in terms of how they think about the game and are willing to show different champions. Of course, last year when they had Cryan, bringing out things like the Annie in the World Championship. So I think RNG would be one of our teams that would be willing to more move from comfort. I think the biggest question mark is just what can Xiaohu play right now? What does he feel comfortable playing? We know in Demacia Cup he played a lot of X. That was his bread and butter and his go-to. what else is coming? Is this a team that's going to pull out the Diana? Because if we see the Diana, then typically mid, you're getting things like the Yasuo, you're getting sets coming back. I've seen Renekton being played in solo queue with it. These enablers for Diana to be able to work at the farm she needs and, you know, have a champion she can combo with that sets her up.
And because we're looking at, you know, teams that are on the upper scale, right, you kind of expect some of those pocket picks to come out. Players that are confident, players that have done so well in recent history that you know, they're willing to try anything. And I kind of want to pull back to what you were talking about with coaching stuff. I like that you mentioned Ken Ju, because Ken Ju is a world's winning coach. You mentioned EDG last year. Well, EDG won Worlds, and that experience is so valuable. So it is good to see that RNG still have a lot of experience within their support staff.
I think especially if you watched any of the Make or Break series, EDG is definitely showing both their main coaches, Kenju and Maokai, doing so much for the roster. Which, if you haven't seen the Make or Break series, it's like these mini team documentaries that the LPL did on the players. Those are on the LPL English YouTube channel. RNG is one, FPX is one, a bunch of other teams have one. Super cool, long-form content where you get to actually see what goes on with these teams.
That's true. I feel like you get an insight that you wouldn't otherwise get. So important to note as we're about to jump into band pick. Forget our faces. You've seen it long enough. Thank you for waiting. And because you waited for FPX RNG, Lyric, I think we'll give them a pick ban. I reckon they deserve it, as we already see Diana banned and some of the picks you talked about throughout today.
Yeah, LeBlanc also being taken off the table, always being one of Xiaohu's strong picks. A bit surprised FPX not going to play against someone. I know Gory does play it himself, did do it over in the LCK and was one of his standouts. Now with the FLAO, seems like FPX are trying to push RNG to ban out the Jinx. But Caitlyn actually slipping my mind, because we saw it banned in the first series, still being left open as well.
So one of them's going to get through, Caitlyn or Jinx. What does RNG want to get rid of? Because Gala's a great Jinx, and we know that for a fact. And for LWX, that Caitlyn was such a big pick at Demacia Cup. So RNG take that away. And again, you mentioned the Jinx. It's going to be locked in.
Yeah, now I feel like we're kind of falling to the tier of things like Jins that could come out. We obviously saw the Ziggs earlier in the day, so something like that is always an option as well. You would expect Lee Sin to be the go-to here as well for jungle in terms of those options. So potentially a Jin Lee Sin rotation coming out, Xin Zhao, you know, being your other choice.
And Gala's kind of the player. I think of the Jinx, I think of the Kai'Sa, I think of the Aphelios, and not always known for the Jin, but we're going to see it here in this game number one as Wei picks up Xin Zhao. He's always loved this pick, so it is nice to see a bit of comfort here on RNG, and the wheel continues to spin. Lyric, again, it is such a, I guess, obvious first three picks at the moment. Kind of nice that we can predict what's going to be coming out.
Yeah, I think the thing I'm most curious about to see is what RNG want to go towards for support option, though we do have FPX going towards jungle right now. Going to go straight towards the Viego. Not going to get the Lee Sin, not going to get the Jarvan as well. Going to have more skirmishing power coming out from this. The resets you can get in team fights. So FPX, once again, indexing into that hard 5v5. And in Demacia Cup, almost every game Hung played was on Thresh. So Hung's not going to stop today. And now it's in RNG's hands to answer. You do have something tankier to go up as a counter. You're going to pick something like a Leona or a Nautilus coming out, but RNG, they have been on the roster. They're just going to say, screw it, pick the Jace. We have enough support options for second phase, and it looks like they're doing what you said, Asterix. They probably want to have Bin just try and get that massive advantage where you would expect with Bin going up against a relatively new player in the LPL.
So let me ask you, could it also go mid towards Xiaohu as well? Because we know in the past he's played picks like this, and I talked about versatility at the start of the day.
I guess potentially could, right? I don't know what kind of set of matchups would come out on the opposite side where you're like, hey, this isn't playable. We don't want to do this. Because at the same time, right, FPX will be able to pick their mid and top at the same time. So we'll see that one for RNG. They are banning out some of the things they don't want to play against top side. So I think we have a pretty good indication this is going to bin with the Malphite ban coming through. FPX, it makes sense, right? We hit on how Leona Nautilus probably what you're looking at in the support role with the fact that you are playing clearly a very heavy engage-oriented setup with Jhin and Xin Zhao. Seems like they are pivoting a bit more to have range as an option coming out from the Jace, though.
Well, Camille's going to be banned away on top of that, too. So Xiaohu's not going to get the bin special to run into him. And instead, double top lane ban against FPX. With the support Nautilus already mentioned, you talk about things like the Leona a little bit before. We'll see if it's worth getting away here for Hung. And limiting the support pool for someone like Ming. There you go. Lyric, not much left here. And against a team fighting comp that you talked about for FPX, they've got a lot of pokes so far. How do you build that up?
Yeah, I really am curious to what RNG will go towards. I think things like Alistar feel pretty hard to play right now. You do still have things like Rakan that I guess are meta, and you're kind of saying, we don't care as much for the lane. You're going to play more for the team fights. But we are seeing... Ooh, we get it! Okay, set support, it seems like.
All right, yeah. Over for Ming, so... Something, again, we talk about the rotation of supports. Now that they're all taken out, Ming picking up set support. We get a solo lane for the mid lane. Picked up last year for RNG, Lyric. And we already talked about the safety for Gory, what he might pick up. I'm curious about top lane, though, because both these solo lanes, I mean, are in interesting positions.
Yeah, I think for FPX, you're feeling pretty good right now. I like the Corki lock-in. FPX right now definitely outscale. They have pretty decent lanes to play out the early game.
Okay.
You just need any generic top laner that is able to get through the lane. Graves going to be able to do that well if they decide to lock it in. I think it's actually a pretty nice pick for them. 3 ranged carries coming in against very little frontline so far. Now for RNG, I'm just looking at what big hyper carry damage dealer can you have in the mid lane that's going to round out. Your comp feels very early game indexed right now with Set, Xin Zhao, and Jhin. And I feel like you pretty much need to keep following up with that play pattern. But, and when I look at the list of options, I don't think there's anything particularly good that jumps out. There's still things like Vex available. Victor brings the damage you need, but when you look at things like Set, Xin Zhao, Jhin, you have a lot of champions that are going away from you or set up in a different way that your champion doesn't care to fight, right? You want to be kiting back. You want the enemy running into you, which when you're facing Jinx, Corki doesn't need to happen.
Well, interesting though, Lyric, because they needed AP damage and RNG cement it with a pick that you and I haven't talked about. We mentioned at the start of show because of how good it is with Crown, how much it was picked up and how popular it is at the moment. But the first time it's been looked at here today and running into this team, you already mentioned that FPX is super late game. I mean, Corki, Graves, we got Viego and Jinx. This team gets to 30, 40 minutes, Lyric, and it's over.
Yeah, if this team can weather the storm and get to like two items, I think they're going to be pretty fine. If they're going into that relatively even, they should be favored to take 5v5s 100% beyond that point. For RNG, I think it's definitely looking a lot more like an early pick comp in a sense that, okay, you have the Xin Zhao coming out, so you have more early strength in your jungle role. You also do have quite good setup bot side. Ming should be able to roam quite a bit early on as well. Then I guess what you're hoping is you can bridge that into a gold advantage mid-game, already have champions like Victor and Jace online, and just, you know, snowball out of control. But like I said, Victor not really fitting that thematically quite well. Will have an advantage in the laning phase at least, so beat Corki in lane, and he brings a lot of damage. I guess that's what RNG we're looking at.
Well, I like the narrative you already set out. I'm going to say early versus late. Let's see if RNG can power this game number 1 as they debut in the LPL for 2022. FPX's roster has changed. And with it as well, kind of the identity. You wouldn't expect to see the old FPX run anything like this kind of composition. But here we are to weather out the storm, as Lyric has already suggested. RNG have brought Bin into the fold. And we're going to see if it matches the team dynamic. A lot of concerns from not only our analysts, but the community as to whether this RNG can come together with Xiaohu back in the mid lane, with Bin up in the top side in a new team. Only time will tell here in the LPL. It is great to have you all here for the start of League of Legends competitive. 2022, this is going to be a brilliant year. And honestly, waiting 10 days into January for League to start was already enough of a sin. Welcome back to very different compositions, Lyric. These are very different to what we saw in OMG TT earlier.
Yeah, still seeing some things the same, but again, the set coming out on one side, Viego going right away in the jungle role, Victor coming out. I think a lot to take in. Of course, Gory going with the first strike, something we hit on earlier. Going to be able to get to his power spikes a little bit faster, assuming he is able to proc that. The 10% true damage he'll be getting later on also will be quite nice as well. Xiaohu does have early pressure in this matchup, as you do see, right, having strong trading tools like his Q to be able to go toe-to-toe with him, so we'll at least be able to try and contend with push.
Yep.
Still, though, Gory shouldn't feel any pressure in terms of, you know, getting solo killed. When you hit level 3, you're going to have your Valkyrie available. You'll always be able to get out of things like his W and his ultimate.
Okay, well, in the bottom lane, let's forget that for now, because Ignite's been put down. Ming started with the face breaker, but LWX has hit lethal tempo, and this rune has such a great time. Gala challenging him as well, but LWX is just firing back at RNG. 2 half-health members versus 2 slightly above half-health members. Look at the exhaust use lyric for the Ignite. That's a great way to start the game.
And we got to remember that Beichuan is also pathing down towards his bot side, to where Wei is pathing away from the RNG bot lane. So probably not going to be any opportunities for Gala or Ming to find anything. Xiaohu getting a pretty good trade mid.
But you know what? It's a Victor, and he has shielding, but the minions! Oh, the minions don't kill him. The pot used, and First Blood's a solo kill in the most anticlimactic way.
Did you come into a game today expecting for a solo kill to happen between Corki and Victor at level 2? It's just...
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Okay, Gory ahead a bit of CS. I don't know how much the wave is stacked to where Xiao can even that out. Is Shallow, who might get caught out right now by Wei.
Wei holds fast, but the ward spots him out, and Lyric... I mean, I need to come back to that solo kill. That solo kill was great. We're going to look at a replay because it was literally just like, hey, let's play cooldowns.
So Gory uses Q on the wave, so that's, you know, damage advantage to Xiaohu there because he did use his Q onto Gory. He hits Airy procking as well. And yeah, Gory just really having nothing left. It looks like he did use a lot of his abilities on the wave and just didn't expect that damage to come out because he also does still have things like Flash.
Xiaohu didn't even, I mean, Gory didn't flash, but Xiaohu didn't even flash away from the minions. He was just like, okay, I'll walk that out too. And we're still going to wait and see. I believe a Doran's ring was picked up and teleport comes back to the lane. So net advantage for RNG. And Lyric, I was going to ask you how RNG start the momentum off that we wanted to see. You already talked to me about FPX wanting to play the time game, but RNG need to get the map moving. They need to get themselves early advantages by this mid game. What do you start if you're Wei, and what's your kind of focus here that you'd be looking towards?
You do have pretty good setup bot side coming in from Ming. It looks like he's pathing down there towards there right now. So I think link up with Ming, see if you can set something up. If not, you're going to just keep pathing up towards your Jace side of the map. So pending Shallow overextends, looking for plays like he did before, I think you can find ganks top. But if not, otherwise, I feel like it will be quite hard. And you're probably relying on Ming and Wei setting up as a pair. And even late, I don't think it's impossible for RNG to win by any means, right? They do have Jace and Victor damage to rely on later on. The right accelerated shock blast hit, Bin's doing massive amounts. You will outrange both Jinx and Corki with that pick. I think FPX's champions are just very reliable later on, right? It's you're auto-attacking with Jinx. You're going to be able to rely on the auto-attacks of Gory as well. You have the resets coming out from Beichuan. You have Peel coming out from Hung. It's just easier.
I was going to say as well, you make a point about burst damage. There's no real tank on the team, right? You have the Thresh, who later on will be a little bit more solid, but you don't have a dedicated front line against the Jace, against the Victor, the Jhin as well. So interesting food for thought as we get towards that point. Of course, we're still in the early game, folks. Hold your horses. An early game where Xiaohu is beating up Gory. And Beichuan, he's nearby, but can't do anything with Gory. He's just going to be bullied out of lane. Ming even helping push the wave and giving Xiaohu a really good start to this game. A better start than he's already had.
Yeah, doing a nice job setting up with Wei as well, right? Hovering around mid. Tons of vision control going down. This sets up for Wei to be able to get the Scuttle Crab. Hung doing a nice job forcing the flash out from Gala.
Lyric, a Debasi Cup, what did we see? Hung doesn't flash backwards, man. He flashes into it. That is such a him thing to do. And once again, we're seeing the support we hyped up from the tournament because him and LWX are the focus of this roster. So a good start considering they're up in CS. Hung takes a summoner from the 80 carry.
Yeah, they get the push out. Beichuan just checks to see if Scuttle Crab was taken. It was. Is going to just have to go back to farming. And now I think the only place you can look for action is if Shallow, who does stay overextended topside, does have a control ward for himself, so should be relatively fine, kind of barring how much he commits to taking turret plates top right now. Does look like Bin needs to go for a reset, but does have TP available to get to lane.
That'll be the last teleport coming out as well. Not that it really matters. I'm used to talking about teleports in the LPL in the first 10 minutes and where they can use it, but only towards the turrets, as Bin still hasn't made his reset. But in terms of junglers, Beichuan making his way in towards the enemy blue buff. This is going to be a bit of a steal. Look at where Wei is, Lyric. He's a level behind, and he's going to be losing this blue buff before he can even get near.
Ooh, Ming and Gala going to check, though. I don't think they can dissuade it. Hung doing a really nice job of zoning them off, not allowing them to walk in. Even look at Gory's position on the map. He was constantly swiveling between lane and river just in case something did break out. So netting an advantage in the jungle, but as we come back to lane, Xiaohu just doing such a nice job landing the skill shots in mid lane to keep control of this matchup.
Got the Sork boots in hand as well, so damage really starting to hurt. Gory has to back once again. And remember, no package until the 8-minute mark. So he's not going to have a package for the upcoming Dragon fight if it does happen here. Bottom wave continues to push in. And Lyric, I'm just going to track the CS margins for now because look at LWX, 10 CS in the lead. Mid there is Xiaohu, of course, is beating up Gory. Top lane, there's a small advantage for Bin, but nothing to really write home about. And in jungle, that camp that was stolen by Beichuan, netting him about half a bar of experience. As Herald now spawns as well. The package will be coming shortly too. And importantly enough, that dragon's still there. So there's a lot on the map for both these teams to contest, but no one's really barking for it.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that RNG aren't more inclined to try to go for it topside. Ming coming off of a reset. You can try and have Xiaohu hold Gory in lane a bit longer with those trades. If he did recall for package, he'd then be forced to potentially TP back out onto the map or something like that, right?
He's got it.
But no, they back off. Yeah, they give him time to reset. They give him package. And now I think RNG have to respect the fact of not being able to do a neutral because this would be the strong point for them, especially playing towards bot, which is what it looks like they're going to do because their bot lane is so much pressure. I think this potentially sets up for you looking for a Drake play, maybe able to set up a dive and just respecting topside and giving over the Herald.
Great respect from Gala, though, in the meantime, though. Hung and LWX behind the turret. This is going to be big, but the curtain call gets unleashed. There'll be enough damage here if Ming can get nearby. He's got flash available as well. The Haymaker's about to come through, too. The true damage and the dunk down. Ming takes Hung's name. And that's what happens if you overstay. FPX lose their bottom lane, even with the Dragon started. That's a big maneuver.
I mean, just really nice consciousness from RNG to realize that they had enough to secure the kill, right? Because Gala pops the ultimate, Ming runs in. Honestly, didn't look like it would potentially be a kill. I don't know if Ming was already 6 or if he hit 6 off that play because of the quality that we do, you know, see these games in. But, you know, did have the showstopper available, was able to secure the kill, and just nice job over them punishing a bit of an overstep coming up from FPX on FPX's strong side of the map. Remember, Beichuan was down towards that side. Gory was also hovering over.
Gory backed off because at the end, look at this. He goes back towards mid and Lyric. You're right, just well played from RNG.
Yeah, and yeah, Ming was already 6, able to land the Haymaker into the showstopper. And just, again, realizing how they do have enough damage to be able to look for the kill in that situation. LWX still up in terms of CS, does already have his Kraken Slayer available. So for FPX, his objective has been to keep the cogs of the game turning slowly. I don't feel like they're in all that bad of a position. They're actually tied in gold, so I think they're still feeling pretty good. For RNG, they have the Rift Herald, and now it's about, hey, how are you going to use this to unlock the map? With how much Xiaohu is one mid, my guess is Wei probably will drop that one for the victor, but maybe getting some golden Jace would be quite nice.
Yeah, making the game move a little bit. It's great that you pull up the point that the game is even here for FPX as they even make a play towards the bottom side. Gala and Ming, it's 3 members down here for FPX and another great play on the Chompers. This duo set up nicely as Ming flashes away with a good Haymaker, but even under the turret, Beichuan, one more hit. It'll be a trade, but a beautiful trade made by FPX.
Great for them. They're going to be able to push in another wave as well, deny more CS going over to Gala, get their bot lane further ahead. Gory, though, might be caught out, is forced to burn the flash. And Xiaohu just going to get funneled with so much more gold. I mean, this victor's just going to be so far ahead of this core. I don't know what kind of impact Gory will be able to have on this game anytime soon.
But
this is Xiaohu versus LWX.
I was going to say, it does feel that way because Xiaohu's 1,000 gold up. But LWX just got the solo turret plating bot. LWX is 2,200 gold over Gala. We talked about this bottom lane being exciting, but right now it feels like LWX and Hung are making it feel one-sided. And after a great play from Hung, the audience, I'm sure you guys can see why we were talking these guys up after Demacia Cup.
Yeah, they've just been clear standout, taking advantage of the fact that Ming has also been playing the map a lot rather than being in lane. Hung landing the hook here quite nicely right into the chompers. Box goes down. The synergist on point. Beichuan is going to go down. Goes over to Ming, so not a massive deal. You also get more time to deny another wave, potentially to Gala, and further increase your advantage where you are strong. So I think for FPX, overall worth in that play. And yeah, like we said, it's going to come down to Xiaohu versus LWX. I still do have a bit more faith in what FPX have put together, but I think Xiaohu is so ahead. Almost 1k gold ahead. It is massive, but still, actually, he's nothing on LWX. LWX is 2.3k gold.
I've said it before, and look, it's going to be even more with 3 members hovering up towards the top side. Beichuan is steadily behind them. And Gala and Ming have swapped upside to match, but Lyric, there's no teleport available for the time being, and there's still turret plating there. So this is just more gold for LWX. Thank you so much. And the damage he's putting out is abusive.
And also just shows the flexibility of the champions, right? Because Hung can play a bit more back, just be prepared with Lantern, which allows for LWX to play so aggressively. There's a lot of trust between them as a duo already, a good understanding of what their champions do, and Gala and Ming just having to respect for the fact that they don't see Beichuan on the map, but they do know he was just around topside, so they will be zoned off their turret.
Completely. Look at bot. I mean, this is a trade from RNG, but again, when FPX are the composition that want to play time Lyric, that want to get themselves to a comfortable spot, despite, the questions we had about RNG not completely being out in the late game, it just feels like the tools are there, as you mentioned, for FPX. RNG are going to get a turret in response through the mid lane, but LWX is going to get solo turret gold once again. 460 gold. That is absolutely obscene.
Yeah, again, it's all going to be on LWX's shoulders. I feel like for FPX, though, I truly wonder how much of an impact it'll mean that Gory is so far behind of Xiaohu as well. I mean, both kind of carries evening out to about a 2 to 3k gold advantage on each side. Luden's Echo coming out now for Xiaohu, so not going the Crown of the Shattered Queen build. I guess it's because FPX are also playing off a lot of range and also playing, I'd say, for extended team fights. You have this Fed Jinx, you have Corki on the opposite side. It's not necessarily about get in, burst you, get out. So Xiaohu just saying, hey, I want more damage. I also need to be the main damage dealer in this composition. So Luden's Echo.
Okay. Well, when we've seen so much Crown, it is always a surprise, but good point raised. I want to also pull up Lyric while RNG pushes topside turret. That's 2 dragons now for FPX too. And another condition which RNG can't play towards is, getting that Dragon Soul. It is going to be an Infernal Soul as well, which would be perfect for a composition like theirs. While FPX defend this topside turret, I mean, RNG still trying to find windows in this game. It's 15 minutes in, clock's ticking, and they're 1,000 gold behind. And the only other objective coming up is that Rift Herald, but Beichuan actually going to be caught on out here. Heartbreaker out, Hung for the rescue. RNG will get priority around the Sporting Herald.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised Beichuan was so overzealous with that one. Gory's getting pushed in topside. Your 80 carry's making his way down to go pick up the red buff. You've seen numerous members topside on the wave. LWX taking a fair chunk of damage.
Well, that's a flash from Hug again, dude. This guy flashes forward, not backwards. He'll make the attempt on the hook, but it will not be there. And after backing away as well, RNG, they've done a number on the health bars of FPX Lyric. As a curtain call comes through, it's Gory who's outside the range, but these shots are hitting. Hung gets down to half HP and everyone's out of there. RNG once again assert dominance and now have another Herald.
Look, I have been watched Cobra Kai recently. Massive fan of the Karate Kid movies. And all this makes me think of is, some Cobra Kai karate versus Miyagi-Do karate. Hung coming in, striking first, showing no mercy. It doesn't work out, and Mr. LaRusso counterpunches, aka RNG, and wins in the end. There you go. If you haven't seen the Karate Kid movies, I'm sorry I spoiled them, but they're from the 80s, so I don't care.
Yeah, you actually don't. Not the new age ones aren't as good, I'll say. I'm glad you like that. That's
whoa. Well, I'm just saying that the series, phenomenal. Actually, even the Karate Kid, quote unquote remake, very good. Throwing that out there.
It's not bad, but the original's better. The original is better, and you're right. But the problem is you've quoted it like RNG, Daniel-san. Daniel-san has to be FPX, dude, because they win out in the end. You've been talking to me about this late game comp, this composition that has so much access to damage and range. And then you just talk to, you know, they're not Johnny, all right? They're not Cobra Kai.
I've walked it back many times with the scale. You know, I still feel very comfortable with the position FPX are in the game. RNG have done a really nice job of hiding out, playing around some of these engages, because when we look at FPX's composition, right, they don't really have a great easy way to engage. You are relying on Hung getting a flash hook, or you're relying on a place where you got tempo, you were able to move first, get vision down, and landing that way. The other nice thing for the side of FPX, though, is at least you have two champions who feel comfortable to play on sides, right? Corki does have mobility coming out from his W, so it's a lot safer pushing out sideways rather than Victor. So as we can see now on the map, that will always be a point of pressure where you can have Gory push out the wave, make his way over, have numbers advantage mid, push the wave, get in the river, and everything just chained together like that seamlessly. So we're going to be looking at what Gory can do. Xiaohu does have teleport, though, so Xiaohu can easily look to answer any plays FPX did want to make around the bottom half of the map.
And it's past 14 minutes, folks, so it is normal teleport. Remember that. And those teleports going to be useful because Dragon's coming up in about a minute 10 too. Baron starts coming onto the map, and Lyric, what's another identity we know from watching Demacia Cup of the new FPX? They do like to do Baron on spawn, whether they're a comp that needs to play it out or not. This team loves Baron, so I wouldn't rule it out.
Yeah, FPX and Demacia Cup were a team that once outer turrets go down, they look very hard-pressed on how to turn the cogs of the game forward, and they just go, hey, we want to fight them. If we fight them, the game will go forward one way or the other. How do we get them to fight us? Let's just start Baron. They did lose some games like that in Demacia Cup, but they also did find some wins. So, you know, at least it'll be exciting, but Bin going for the solo kill.
Looking for it. There's no matter of Xiaohu. The flash forward. Bin still wants to take it. He hammers down once again. Bin gets it. Welcome to RNG. He may die, but he gets the swagger solo kill.
That's the thing. He made the statement. Sure, does he go down too? Yeah, but doesn't matter. You were the aggressor. You were the one who went in. Actually, my analogy does now not make sense considering Bin went in. But now we have posturing over Dragon Hysterics. FPX are in River first. There are some wards down for RNG though, so they see everything. They don't need to be worried about any sneaky hooks coming out from Hung. We're going to be looking at what positioning Ming takes. Was kind of angling for a flank the other side, but now just playing front to back.
Package diff though for Gory. There's a Herald down to sway them. It's a steal. It's a steal. RNG pick up a Dragon, but now it's teleport, and there's going to be another one from the other side. Xiaohu joins the fray. Remember that Bin can come in as well, but Way's already dead. It's a reset for Beich1 as he gets stuck in the gravity field. But the package using the end to stop their Herald. That's a 1 for 0.
Oh, Beich1
comes through and into the backline. Beich1 being ambitious, but he's blown up. The Super Mega Death Rocket though says no. And onto Xiaohu, LWX, zapping him away with a flash. It's Xiaohu versus LWX, and if you let him, LWX will win it.
Yeah, FPX just fighting with so much vigor. Again, if Munchbills was watching, this is a Mojo team. They go in. Yeah. This is the Baron that we were just talking about, Hysterics. They have a numbers advantage. They're looking for it. They need to be careful, though. Bin could put some nice poke onto them. Xiaohu and Wei have quite a bit of time to be able to get here.
Hung has to be careful. He was the one who's getting low. The shield helps out at the 2K, but now into the backline. Ming ulti's in. Haymaker won't steal it. It's a Thresh that takes it. Talk about Mojo. Hung getting Baron. That's swinging Mojo all over the place.
Yep, Thresh securing the Baron. I guess there was no jungler on either side, so it would be a bit of a interesting situation to see who does end up getting out that one. Coming into the mid-game, though, we are staring at a 4-0-1 Jinx. LWX is so incredibly powerful right now, not even opting into anything like an Infinity Edge right now, going for stronger mid-game power spike coming out from his Stormrazor. On the side of RNG, Shadow Flame now picked up for Xiaohu, so going to be doing quite a bit more to these low HP squishy members on the side of FPX. Wei luckily is able to steal the Dragon, as we see in the replay. We're going to see the lack of engage come out from FPX with the fact that Beich1 is to start the initiation with his ultimate on Viego.
Hello.
But it's there's another fight!
Okay, well, Gala pulls out the curtain call, but unfortunately that was a 1-second show. The audience gets their refund, walks away. but it's a Baron buff doing a super mega death rocket. Gala, he's out of there thanks to Gale Force, but I tell you what, Lyric, it's looking pretty scary for RNG in this first game.
Yeah, I mean, just even looking at item disparity is FPX. I just
caught,
died. They're just dead.
Reset there for Ming as well. 2 kills immediately. Those are big death timers at 22 minutes in the game, and FPX have such a big lead. This inhibitor's going to go down, maybe even more.
Yeah, FPX is going to keep pushing through. 2 members down. I think FPX probably can just look for the end. They don't really have a wave.
LWX got
the next
excited,
one should be
though.
here soon.
Oh my god. Even Bin's damage is not comparable. LWX is a unit. Lyric, is it a good time to say that you were right, or do you want to wait for the series to end? Because bottom lane for FPX has absolutely gotten this game 1 into a success.
Look, earlier when I said that I'm crazy to put too much stock in Demacia Cup, I'm now walking that back as well. Put everything into Demacia Cup results. FPX here setting up for the dive. Diego landing the CC onto Xiaohu. The other members knowing they have enough burst to just walk forward. And Ming being like, that's my brother. I'm going down with the ship.
True.
Right now, 5k gold lead for the side of FPX. And like we hit on before, right, FPX have a lot of different ways that they can open up the map. They have Gory who can go and push top lane, does have his TP available now as well. The other members can group up as a 4-man down towards the bot side, look to break down that bot lane turret, while RNG are hard-pressed to answer on both sides of the map. Luckily, Bin's TP is about to be up, so can potentially react to any cross-map play FPX looks to make.
Yeah, let's see, because we're getting to 3-item territory as well. Shadowflame just picked up by Xiao, who now has a stopwatch on top of that as well. So that 2-item Victor who was gapping Gory in lane, not as far ahead as we once thought. And again, let's talk about, you know, team gold. FPX with 5,000 gold in the lead from all the turrets. Gory's been able to catch up, Lyric, and it's really big news getting into this mid game or getting closer towards the late game when FPX are in such a comfortable position. They also got 2 dragons, let's not forget, and in 45 seconds, they might have a 3rd.
Yeah, Gory should be fine. I also want to hit on the fact that LWX did just buy GA, so itemizing more defensively. I think FPX realized as a unit, FPX realized that if LWX doesn't die, they do just win out on all these fights. Still think potentially that maybe something like Bloodthirster would have been better for the fact that if you are dying, again, that potentially means you're getting caught out by Ming or getting hit by Gala ultimate into Xiaohu damage, and then you're still going to be left in an awkward point on respawn. But still, I feel like LWX is actually so far ahead, it really doesn't matter. He could have just bought 3 more Doran's Blades, and he'd still be 10 times stronger than Gala at this point in the game.
Well, with 4 items anyway, I mean, FPX obviously have this dragon in the back of their back pockets, really. Pings are going down from RNG. They're trying to set up a brush gank, it looks like, at least a minute 50 until the Baron comes up, setting up some vision, trying for something. Because Lyric, at this point, I'm right in assuming it takes a pick. It takes some kind of catch from RNG to bring this game anywhere near back into contestable region.
Yeah, I think lucky for RNG, they do have numerous ways to get pick potential right. Bin there angling for if Gory overstayed, looking for a solo kill because Bin is quite strong. You can have Ming, Shadow, Jace up in the top side. You can have Wei, Shadow, Jace. There's like a lot of different options you have among members, but I guess the pivotal point is, right, it all does revolve around your Jace and finding a pick there because FPX are stronger in both mid and on the opposite side of the map where Xiaohu is.
Well, Bin might be caught out. Beichuan moving into River as well. Gory was waiting patiently, and that pick we talked about with Ming involved is just going to stop for now. Baron in a minute. FPX have full control of River. You can see the vision piling up as well. It's time for RNG to make their backs and look for this last hurrah. And honestly, Lyric, you know, a really good start to the series, let alone the LPL for FPX, for a team that is going up against a team that I thought would be #1 or close to. For RNG, they've been gapped a little bit in this game, and it's nice to see when FPX have just, the roster's blown up, and we're with 4 new players.
Yeah, for FPX, I think it's incredible how this roster was able to come together so soon, like in terms of how well they're playing together. Again, I think LWX with Hung just looks so much more comfortable, which is crazy. Could just be one of those things. Played his whole career with Crisp, just a change of pace, either lighting a fire or teaching you new things, working with someone new, having to push yourself. And the other members of FPX just doing a nice job in terms of how they're playing as a unit. For RNG, they've been slow starters in past splits, actually many past splits, so this isn't all too surprising, especially for them where I feel like your dynamic's going to change so much with Xiaohu out of the top lane.
That's true. You're adapting once again, and in this game number 1, it's no exception. RNG waiting for the brush. And Beichuan rotating around. There's a control ward there to spot him out and trying to look for the pick. This is where it begins, but Beichuan's just out. Wei wanted to go on in, and now he has to disappear. Gory as well has package, and this is scary. Baron's up. The Dragon Soul's going to be coming up shortly as well. And FPX are sieging with the Jinx and Corki.
I think one key thing is FPX are not getting baited into the prior engage in the jungle, right? They kept LWX in lane, throwing out Ws just in front of the turret because they do know that RNG do have a lot of high-value AoE abilities, things like the Showstopper, able to come out on multiple people. Really nice from Hung, as well as things like Xiaohu's ultimate. So paying respect, playing to their lane, and now going to try and force a Baron.
Yeah,
They might just sneak it. They might be fine.
I mean, yeah, look, at the moment, there's only 2 people there. Shala, who will be able to do it as the Graves, but Hung's getting low, teleport in. RNG are trying to capitalize on this as Hung gets last shotted. In fact, the 4th misses onto LWX. They're running for the hills. It's over the wall. Ming's there, takes the jungle out of the equation, but it's given over in the end to Beichuan. But can they escape with the Haymaker down as well? RNG still have their opportunity, but Gory joining in, has the burst as the Corki. Wei gets blocked thanks to Xiaohu, but low health members across the board. LWX trying to join in. He's almost got the Super Mega Death Rocket Lyric. Look at that cooldown. As soon as he gets that ward, here it comes. He's lining it up, but unfortunately, it's a bit too high.
Yeah, and look at the map. FPX TPing to both side lanes. They're going to pick up so much gold right now. Xiaohu picking up this turret. Gory looking a little bit hesitant to solo push out in bot side. At least can make his way into the enemy jungle, maybe steal a blue buff or something along those lines. Maybe link up with mid, get some damage down. But the Baron, a lot of use. Props to Beichuan. I was so scared. I'm like, man, we've hit on how FPX in Demacia Cup have shown they can throw Barons. They are amazing at throwing Barons. But come in here today, they still secure the smite. Everything ends up okay. And guess what? You're at Soul Point. Dragon's up in 50 seconds. You have full control of enemy bot side jungle. You're ahead in terms of items. Everything is looking like FPX should be able to secure Infernal Soul and look for the team fight to end.
I think Ming Hex Flash and Hung just prepared with the hook. Beast burning down. Hung surprisingly died first, and Ming's out. That was...
I think you're right.
Well, that was beautiful, but sad.
Rocket!
Okay, he's alive.
You know.
Oh, wait.
This game is delivered. Oh, wait.
Smoke screen, yeah, zaps down as well. Good Crescent Guard, that saves his life. LWX is hitting like a brick right now. He's full items, Lyric. I'm not too surprised.
Yeah, but FPX making their way over to the Dragon. This one should be infernal for them. RNG, what can they do? You can quickly try and push the wave. It doesn't really do much. Opening up the curtain call.
Yeah, Gory is going to be hit by the first one. It is actually Soul just given away. And the end of Baron we use to get a quick recall. So you're right, FPX have all the tools there. And I just love that we're watching LWX zone while, you know, the other 80 carries on the team will deal with the Dragon.
Yeah, FPX. I just love how LWX has felt comfortable being alone on the map so often. Obviously right now they have no vision of him. They don't know he's here or anything along those lines. But many times this game, LWX having the confidence to step forward, hit turrets, walk up and just look for autos when numerous members are sitting in front of his face. FPX now going to set up towards the bottom side. Looks like Gory will be the one in charge of just escorting in that mid lane and then linking up with them bot side to be able to secure this inhibitor.
It looks like clockwork right now, but Xiaohu wants to turn that around. Gory's level 17, but Xiaohu only 16. Look at this from FPX. They're sieging on the bottom side. Hung goes in for the flash play, misses the hook, but LWX doesn't care. He's still hitting away. But look at Beichuan. As Xiaohu goes on down, he's going to get a reset. It doesn't matter in the end. RNG getting blasted back in Lyric. This is going to be it against the Nexus, against the Fountain. The triple 80 carry are firing everything in the kitchen sink at them. Hung goes in to go golden just so he can get LWX some more resources. FPX playing with their food in game number 1, and their food is RNG, who I thought were going to be the best team in the LPL, but game 1 showing that FPX have still got that fire under their wings.
Yeah, great to see FPX continuing their run from Demacia into the LPL. Only picking up 1 game so far, but looking pretty coherent in terms of doing it. The team play was there. You got LWX ahead early. Just funneled so many resources into him. Hung is absolutely crazy, and I love it. We saw so many times he went for the flash hook in that game and forced flash out of whether it was Gala or someone else on the enemy team. So
he's crazy.
I think FPX being a ton of fun. RNG, we questioned their draft coming out of draft. Like, okay, we can understand why things like this Victor are coming out, but in terms of your comp holistically, it looks a bit weird. Xiaohu, though, did completely dumpster Gory in the mid lane.
He did.
You know, props. Solo killed him at level 2. I almost forgot about that with how much happened that game. But at the same time, once FPX fell behind, they couldn't find the picks needed. And then you just saw the range coming out from Gory and LWX and how much that was able to do. The control and the suffocation coming out from them with the vision control that Hung was getting down.
Yeah, you're right. Once RNG fell behind, they stayed behind. And for FPX, I have to say, once again, we've talked about it all game long, but LWX and Hung, what a bottom lane that we've seen. And the fact that they did that to Gala and Ming tells you something. And to me, like, seeing Hung flash forward after watching him on the Lux, on the Thresh and Demacia Cup, it's enthralling, because that's what you want to see out of these aggressive LPL supports. That's what you want to see out from a confident support in a new team environment. And a very good sign for FPX when we had a lot of concerns, right? I know I had a lot of concerns with Gory in the mid lane, which, you know, arguably you could still say we're definitely there in game number 1. We don't have Clid there on the roster yet. Schala, who is filling in a spot with very big shoes. But it all came together, and I think if you've got such a solid bottom lane lyric, then the rest kind of falls in place in another way as well.
I think it's very easy to forget how good LWX was in 2019, just because of how 2020 and how 2021 went. And even in 2019, right, you were very clearly not the focal point of the roster. You and Gimgoon were more of role players in a sense. Sure, LWX was still getting a lot of resources, but just because you're the AD carry, it was still the Crisp, Tien, and Doinby show. And now to see him paired with Hung, and Hung come in, step up, play this aggressive, and LWX just be able to follow the charge, it's like, hey, this is going to be flashbacks to 2019, especially things like the 2019 Lucian games LWX has and how he was always able to take over games as champion. He's phenomenal in this meta of Jinx, of Jhin, of Aphelios. And yeah, let's see if they can keep it going in game 2, or if RNG can bounce back with, you know, maybe a bit more standardized in terms of how they want to play out the game.
Yeah, I hope so. You know, let's talk about those drafts as we come back, because there's a lot to go through with very polarizing drafts coming through in game number 1. But we're going to have a break. When we return, let's see if RNG can do it, because this feels like a good match if we get to 3. We'll be right back.
To the fallen, leave me to be with the broken one last time before I go. Hold the last burning ember, let us never surrender. May we rise up to the call for the glory and the glory and the broken. glory and the fall.
It's that kind of night. I'm dancing with the devil. Dancing with the devil. I love starting a fight. You better hide, I am Jekyll. This place is never gonna last that long if I'm around. Light a fire, it's burning. I'm burning, burning, burning it to the ground. You're watching me, you know I love a crowd. You better run, run, run before I take you down. I won't hold back, I'm on the prowl. I'm gonna burn, 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 burn it to the ground. Just burn. I'm gonna burn, 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 burn it to the ground. There is no escape. I'm back with a vengeance. I'll hit like a plague. All sin, no repentance. This place is never gonna last that long if I'm around. Light a fire, it's burning. I'm burning, burning, burning it to the ground. Light a fire, it's burning. I'm burning, burning, burning it to the ground. Ooh, you're watching me, you know I love a crowd. You better run, run, run before I take you down. I won't hold back, I'm on the prowl. I'm gonna burn, 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 burn it to the ground. Just burn. I'm gonna burn, 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 burn it to the ground. Just burn. I'm gonna burn, 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 burn it to the ground. Light a fire, it's burning. I'm burning, burning, burning it to the ground. Light a fire.
You walk down the streets and see different faces with a hope of their riches. They reach out for love and for freedom forever. Do you remember how it feels? Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile until sadness disappears. When weakness overcomes you, face it, go through, and the kings as they come, it will go further now. Spring arms wide apart in the middle of the storm. Whoa, you fulfill it right now. Set a goal for yourself. This is still not the end. And pull it through now. Every pain that you feel comes to an end oh so soon. The time has come now. No, it's not the time to quit. Put yourself together, whoa. And listen right now. Don't care about the tears, all your problems. I'll be there for you.
Welcome back to the LPL. After FPX surprised us rolling out of the gates and defeating RNG in game number 1, all I can say is LWX and Hung are absolute ballers who obviously own private jets. There's no way that you could be that confident in your life, in your gameplay, unless you have a private jet, a private boat, or you got your own airline. Honestly, at this point, Lyric, that's your name, and Dude, game 1 goes to LWX. Honestly, this bottom lane, I'm so hyped about because Hung gives every support life that wants to play out of their comfort zone because he's got LWX who also wants to do the same thing next to him.
Look, when you have Casual tweeting out Hung is the best player in the LPL, like change my mind, you know this guy is absolutely correct. LWX, again, picking up MVP, massive damage numbers, massive KDA. You know how it goes in the LPL. He's going to get it. Hung gets the special shout out along with him. Again, together, these guys are just absolutely dominating from what we've seen so far. Only one game so far in the LPL. But up against a team like RNG, very respectable win coming through. They were able to find these kills early on in the bottom half of the map. We saw LWX getting like soul turret gold, soul turret plates going his way, always having space to play off of with Hung aggressively going forward. Beitron as well, setting up a lot of these fights. Even Gory, because Gory did get smacked in laning phase. Like, it is what it is. Gory took a step back and realized, hey, I'm going to play for my team, going to play with the package, and just continuously look to group up like this. And FPX were able to close it out quite confidently with full control of the map.
I mean, it's big, right? I think as well, coming back a step, like watching LWX in these fights with how confident he was, you could see how far ahead he was. He got so close to a flame horizon in the end as well. 337 CS on your screen, way above the clock. And it's good to see. At the end of the day, when you have a bottom lane that good and when you have a team that can rally around it, for FPX, a point of strength when they've lost so much. For RNG Lyric, you and I want to talk a little bit about draft and what we saw on the screen, because we saw a composition that had to get off the bat and have to keep momentum up towards mid game. A composition as well that never really got to where it wanted to go.
Yeah, Jin set not providing all too much of the composition right. You're picking it, leave Jin by himself, clear waves. We saw Ming trying to roam, made some headway towards mid. We're using Shao's pressure to keep control of River, but not able to turn that into any real tangible advantages. They used Herald, got Bin a bit ahead up in the top side, but still, that was it. You're not able to turn that into team fighting power when there's a Jinx on the opposite side who is outranging you. Corki, sure, he's still behind, but you said hysterics. The big ones, apparently, they always hit. At least they sometimes always hit, so he's still able to put off his damage.
Yeah.
And you do have enough power coming from that where it's like, okay, well, Jin and Set are pretty much out of this game. Zin's out, not having all this impact. Everything is on Jace and Victor. Victor's not confident sitting in a side lane either, so like FPX have all these avenues and all these options to where RNG are like, hey, we kind of need to look for a pick with Bin, and if FPX don't give us that pick or we don't set, something cheeky or surprising up, it's very hard to find a way back into that game. Though FPX almost gave him away with that Baron, but in the end, the Thresh did.
It doesn't even matter. That's right. Well, going into the second game, we can talk a little bit more about draft and what's going to change, because for RNG, seeing something like the Jin when Aphelios was available, seeing outside the normal 80 carry pool that we've been talking about, even though Jin's not too far away, makes me interested to see what RNG do in second game. Lyric, I didn't catch the side selection for this second one, but I'm sure we'll find out in a second anyway. As we go into ban pick momentarily, let's answer that question. Are we swapping sides? No, we're not. Nope. FPX back on the blue, RNG on red. Similar bans so far, and FPX actually banning away the Aphelios. I think I'm wrong. I believe game 1 was an Aphelios ban, but we didn't see
it was
any of the... Ooh, Vex.
So RNG this time around saying, hey, we will just take the trade of 80 carries. Sure, maybe you get Caitlyn, maybe you get Jinx. We will take the opposing side of that matchup. We feel decently confident in it, would be my guess. Jinx has the range to be able to go up against Caitlyn in laning phase anyway. You're both playing, having the impact later on in the game. I want to see if RNG go with that or if they have some other spicy option with other 80 carries. We also need to remember we do have Gala, so always potential for some of his old bread and butter comfort picks to come out.
That's
Speaking
true.
of comfort picks, though, it does just seem like, no, we're just going to get the Jin run back once again.
All right, well, let's see if they run back all 3 picks, because it was the Xin Zhao we saw that didn't get to do too much. And Wei just going to lock that in once again. So I guess you try once more. You think it's not going to be the comp, especially, as you said, going up against Caitlyn.
Now I wonder if FPX will pivot into some kind of Enchanter support rather than just looking towards the Thresh or something along those lines again. Hung has been absolutely cracked, but we have seen Lux come out a lot with the Caitlyn. It was something that Hung also did play in Demacia Cup. We had that cool clip of him flashing forward, landing the bind. But so far, at least in terms of jungle, both teams keeping it stock and standard. More team fight potential coming out for Baytron with this pick. And I kind of expect this to come out. You have the duo. You're going to play a lot around bot side. This is like a heavy artillery bot lane, in my opinion. You want them in front of the enemy turret, pushing in aggressively, getting turret plates. Once they take that turret, moving them around a map, and really enabling that bot lane duo.
I didn't like that Xiaohu was smiling when Yuumi was on the board. You know, no one that plays Yuumi can really be happy with themselves, honestly. And so looking at the Karma, that's something we talked about a little bit earlier, Lyric. This is one of the enchanters that you said is coming back. And it gets locked in here for RNG.
Yeah, technically a flex pick. Would expect it to go down towards the bottom lane to match with Jhin. Try and offset some of this push that will be coming out from the Caitlyn and the Lux. You have more utility coming in from the Karma than the Lux provides in terms of like the shields, the speed ups, to be able to enable Wei as well. So it's a pick that, you know, goes quite well with his jungler. And now mid lane ban's going to come out across the board. No Corki, no Syndra, taking away a lot of these long range options that do pair pretty well with what both comps have so far. I think for FPX, you probably do need something a bit more beefy in terms of some kind of frontline champion. If not, you will just have the option to play through hard smashing them in the early game with your Caitlyn Lux and trying to set that lane up for success. But if that falls behind, your mid game can be quite rough with how fragile both of these champions are.
And I think as well, if you're talking about something beefy, that means you'd have to run it into Bin in the top lane, right? And with what we know about Bin, with his champions still open and available, Jace may be banned, but things like the Camille are still there. The Fiora, we know he plays as well. So I guess, Lyric, what I'm saying is you can't just run a flat-out front line because Bin will look for the counter pick, and they'll take top lane through that way.
Ooh, bringing out the Zoe, so gonna have some agency in the mid jungle role. I like that they end up picking mid here, save top lane counter pick for Bin, like you were just highlighting, being one of the big power points that RNG can play around. For FPX, they're just gonna double down and index into more range to play from. I wouldn't be surprised to see this locked in. This was Gory's most played champion in the Demacia Cup. Instead, gonna just go right ahead with taking away the Gwen pick. Are very AP heavy so far. You would assume, again, they're going to go towards another AP option in mid. I still wouldn't be surprised for the Victor to just be locked in itself. And now,
so,
FPX running other comp.
But Lyric, RNG now have the chance to go into the Gwen. And we've already seen Jax versus Gwen, which a lot of LPL top laners have been preferably going into. Bin plays this too. And I'm really curious if he's just going to go for something that can try and power that top lane and make Wei give him agency.
Yeah, and it would set up RNG for at least having power, a strength in the 1-4 later on, right? Jax will be able to win those later trades up against the Gwen. You do have some hold potential in mid lane with things like the Karma, Zoe coming through. Still, FPX will beat you in terms of being able to clear out waves in the mid game. When we get to things like contesting midway for being able to walk into River, just Victor, Caitlyn, Lux on the opposite side will be so oppressive. Feels like for FPX, they want to cut you out in team fights. They have a ton of zone control. They'll do well fighting in enclosed spaces with things like the Final Spark or the ultimate coming out from Victor. For RNG, still feels a bit more indexed into pick with things like the Jhin ultimate and then having Zoe Xin Zhao as your mid-jungle duo. So you're looking to use agency for mid-jungle, potentially set up for your top side for success, and then look for picks in mid-game with the Xin Zhao and things like the Jhin ultimate.
I like the specific setup you talked about, enclosed spaces with someone like Caitlyn Lux. You talked about Victor as well. Something to keep an eye on. And if we're looking at pick here for RNG, a lot more tools this time, it feels like, Lyric. With the Xin Zhao actually having a bit of support too. Ming on the Karma, something we've seen in the past. Lyric, you and I have been through our fair share of LPL games. We've been here for a while. You're at least 30. And Ming is a big enchanter player. Karma's one of his favorites from history. And it's good to see him back on the pick here as we go into game number 2, where RNG at a disadvantage is not something I thought I would say. Not even close to what I thought I'd say, but FPX handed it to them in game number 1. And going into game number 2, the lane that handed it to them is once again set up for success in the 2v2. We're going to talk about it more going into this, but hey, I'll tell you one thing. FPX have come out of the gates fighting. And in the LPL, we love to fight. Let's see if RNG can fight back. Running onto Summoner's Rift. FPX start on the bot side, maybe looking for that Tri-Brush invade. Excuse me, Pixel Brush. And RNG have got their own plans in the bottom lane.
Yeah, a bit interesting to see what happens. RNG At least we'll be able to get that ward down. FPX on the opposite side, though. They might find someone. RNG might walk in here. Doesn't look like it, though.
Okay, well.
Nope. No shenanigans there.
No shenanigans. Hey, movement is shenanigans, so that was close enough for me, dude. Bring me into... Wait. It is a topside start. So no one's actually going to be walking past this. That means Beichuan could be starting on the bottom side. Lyric, before we talk about runes and everything else, this could be a really big start considering that it's a Caitlyn Lux lane that was going to do pretty well anyway.
Yeah, this is, I think, going to be pretty huge, especially just information disparity coming out, right? As FPX, you know where RNG are starting. You know most likely they're starting on their red buff, and they're not looking for the counter jungle to your blue side. RNG have no idea where you are. They will find out soon from the path that LWX and Hung take from bot lane, and they will also push, but Wei started in the enemy jungle. There's 3 men.
Yeah, Hung's there, LWX as well. Beichuan the flash forward, Hung does it again. He just flashes forward to press the binding, but he gets Mings out as well. How does he always do this, and how does he always get away with it?
Yeah, this guy plays with absolutely no fear, and it's so fun to watch. So forcing out a summoner, I guess it's summoner for summoner in the support role. Of course, Gala and Ming did have a bit of a head start with pushing the wave, so they have been able to keep this quite even for now. I would expect Lux and Caitlyn to be able to contest, but Wei now making his way around. This won't be spotted.
Not until it's too late. LWX and Hung hit level 2, so they're going to move up in the wave. They know their jungler's down here, but Wei's going to make his way in. He flashes on top of Hung, who just burnt it for the binding, and it backfires for first blood. Wei with the perfect timing, quite literally.
Yeah, I feel like we all know what happened after that game 1, where Gala and Ming come out of the game. They're like, how are these guys allowed to play like this? How are they able to flash forward, play so far up, and not be punished by our jungler? They adapt, they come out of game. Wei goes for Red straight down towards that bottom lane to look for that gank, and it looks like we're just going to spam gank bot lane on both sides, and that's going to determine the series.
Yeah, it is, Lyric, because it's level 3 Viego who wants to get in, especially with the bottom lane back up here and running. A quick note that Hung now has no summoners. LWX with the heal gone too. And Gala having both of his available, so 1 summoner advantage in this bottom lane. But importantly enough as well, Lyric, Beichuan was vertical jungling. It feels like that's come to a bit of a stop as Wei asserts dominance back in this bottom lane and continues to clear his path. So jungle shenanigans make it interesting here for the early game, Lyric, and for now, we're going back to normality.
Yeah, I mean, all he did was take away the blue buff, right? So Beichuan will have a 1 camp advantage. Right now, Wei starting off the bot side scuttle. Beichuan should be able to answer on the opposite side. Looks like Wei wants to try and set up for something else. Doesn't have any camps up, down towards here, so maybe try to see if you can get a gank off, reset, and go top side. Hung and LWX. I think decently respectfully, though.
Wants to go for the ward. Remember, that flash still down. So if Hung gets ganked here, it's all up to the binding. And LWX with his flash still available. Gala wants that deadly flourish for the root. We're waiting, folks, because they don't know. Hung's walking in. This is patience, and patience is virtue as Hung's going to get knocked up. The deadly flourish connects as well. Karma helps out, and Ming picks up the kill. Wei, once again, knows the way of RNG's bottom lane.
We have seen if you are willing to sit in a brush for more than 30 seconds, it will pay off. Xiao's down here now. Blew the flash.
Real flash. He uses the proto belt and wants to take him out. Wei will pick up the kill, but it's an assist. And RNG all inning to the bottom lane. Something we used to say about this roster.
Oh, Xiao, though, not going to be able to get the recall off, so he's at least going to lose out some minions in terms of mid lane. Gory is pushing that one out right now. So I think that's, small win for the side of FPX after RNG making an amazing play down the bot side. And look, they're still zoning Hung off of some experience from the turret.
Yeah. I mean, Lyric, look at the goal disparity from it as well. There's a kill on the Jhin, a 10 CS lead, but importantly enough, there's almost a 2,000 gold lead at 5 minutes in the game for RNG. Xiaohu even commits down, hasn't missed too much CS because of it. And for RNG, a much better early game here. And the Caitlyn Lux lane that we've seen pump so many times is in a pretty bad place.
And it now puts you in a position as FPX, as like if LWX and Hung are set behind, who do you look to carry? We already hit on that one of the reasons you're picking bot lanes like Caitlyn Lux is to be able to aggressively play in front of their tower, chunk away turret plates, peeky this artillery piece, and rotate around the map is your win condition. Without that, it's like, sure, I guess you will have pretty good team fighting later on, right? You're going to have this Victor to rely on, you're going to have the Gwen in topside, but you don't have as much of an easy pain point on the map to continuously gank for and play for.
Well, at least LWX for now will be able to pick up close to a turret plating. Gala is coming in as the net combination with the Piltover Peacemaker hits its mark. But Lyric, I also want to point out that gold is slimming. Maybe not yet, because Wei is 1v1ing onto Beichuan. Down comes Gory, but he's been zoned off from Xiaohu, so it'll end there. Beichuan just gets down to half HP and zoned out of his jungle, but Wei's a level down. And the Dragon's going to help him a bit with some of that catch-up experience, while Beichuan has to go towards the top side of his map and just clear out a scuttle.
And I mean, for RNG, you know, for any LPL team, you know when it's Cloud Dragon first, it's going to be most likely a Soul you're probably going to want. We do have Ocean next, so potentially get something like the Chemtech or the Hextech Soul. I'm sure we both want to see that. Be the first region in pro play to get some zombies or some static shivs on the Rift.
Dude, we're close before. I mean, what did we get before? We got the Chemtech Soul, but it just didn't come into fruition because the game was kind of over, so... we're getting close. We're getting close, and I feel like after Ocean, yeah, we'll get one of them. But hey, in this second game, all I can say is that it feels like RNG have adapted really well, and they've shut down bottom lane as we talked about before it can even begun. But now we wait and see if FPX can do the same in the top side, because Bin's down a little bit. Beichuan wants to try and use his lead for something good.
Yeah, FPX.
When's immune?
FPX even have information right now, right? Because Wei just went to his red buff. FPX did have a control ward on the red buff, so it seems like Beichuan. Oh no!
Dear Lord. Well, heal's gonna save him though. Hung. LWX has saved his support, but now they're super low, and Gala's just running up to him.
Is it really save Asterix? Because now you're just going to lose minions, you're going to lose more gold, you're going to lose more XP, and RNG's bot lane is going to get further and further ahead. They will live, but it still feels like they lose just as much even if they had died. So RNG's bot lane saying, hey, you're not the only one that can play this lane dominant style. I love that you hit on when we came into game about Ming and Enchanters, because Ming throughout every meta has always been willing to pull out either Morgana or Karma, and he brought out the Karma, and it is working wonders. For Wei now, as long as nothing goes wrong topside, I feel like RNG are in such a strong spot. Xiaohu will continuously have pressure in mid and be able to move first, like we see on the minimap, and RNG will be able to secure control over Herald. Heck, LWX is even down in bot side.
What do you do now as FPX? I mean, LWX wants some solo time. It feels like the Herald's going to be given up no matter what. A next Dragon as well with the advantage they have. FPX in a pretty strange position here, Lyric, and while Herald's going down, FPX are going to back away. And you got to tell me what they plan to do in the next 10-15 minutes to kind of bring this back.
I'm just very surprised that FPX even tried to match rotate, considering they put LWX down to bot lane, right? So have Beichuan clearing his camps in the meantime down towards the bottom half of the map, have Hung walking into river, getting some vision down, and just setting up for LWX to have a good time. And then when RNG get back on the map in their turn to head towards spot side, you'll have complete vision of where they are, and it'll give you more room to look to make a play, right? But instead, FPX is kind of wasting time standing right in front of RNG, knowing they can't contest.
Yeah, and LWX, as you mentioned, was able to get turret plating at the time. So the only beneficial move that they made, Beichuan's still moving down though, looking for a brush gank, but there was a very deep ward that just spotted him out. It expired as Beichuan moved by, so RNG know he's there, but Ming walks into brush anyway, doesn't care, gets netted, and he's dead. Pings even came down from RNG. They put a missing ping over Ming's body. They saw Beichuan, but they still went for the fight anyway.
Yeah, I'm guessing that was just binding into Caitlyn Trap and enough burst being there between the two of it, right, to be able to find that kill. Nice find by the side of FPX. Their bot lane still showing, even when behind, that they still have the killer. And mostly the ability to hit skill shots. I feel like that's been the biggest thing for Hung since the Demacia Cup and coming into this, as we do get to see the replay. Doesn't matter if jungle did get spotted. Binding still does hit with a bit of a ridiculous hitbox, if I am honest. It kind of like rushed past him.
You know, that's a hitbox, dude. That's almost as bad as Nautilus. But actually, to be fair, nothing's as bad as Nautilus. I don't know if you've seen the lollipopping on that thing is insane. So
You know,
there have been worse.
I don't like when it goes either way. Like those ones where it doesn't have to hit you visually and you still get hit. Or you have ones like Blitzcrank Hook where like visually it looks like it connects, but the hitbox doesn't connect. You're like, what's going on?
Yeah. You know, as well from River, there's like an elevation thing where it looks like it connects, but it doesn't too.
Yep.
It can work both ways. I didn't even know there was an elevation element in this game. So Jin's W is a chronic effector of something like that. As Herald gets placed down in the bottom lane, guys, we'll bring it back to the game because RNG about to get first turret blood, and it's all going to be given to Gala and Ming in this bottom lane. And that's worthwhile gold. Way even shadowing to make sure it goes through and looking for a second charge here. Look at where Beichuan is. And look at where the rest of the team is for RNG. This is going to go through and there's nothing that FPX can do about it.
Yeah, even Gory realizing, hey, I can't walk into the jungle solo. I could get hit by something like a sleepy trouble bubble. All I could really try and do now is create a point of pressure on the map. Both him and Beichuan do turn back towards mid to push that one in. Get some hits off on a turret, maybe get some plating down. Looks like Beichuan is well going to walk into top side. So still recognizing that they can't match RNG on any play. And all they can do is look to go elsewhere. Sadly, feels like they are losing quite a bit each time, right? They lost turret, they're losing dragon. You got some damage down onto the tier 2 as well. Beichuan's getting some camps as Ming. Maybe they find Gory.
Nice flash forward. The binding's going to connect. There's a flash taken by Xiaohu as well. The Chaos Storm does nothing. And it's another kill actually going over to Ming. The flash stolen once again. Xiaohu uses it forward but doesn't connect with the Sleepy Trouble Bubble over to Beichuan. And RNG also get the Dragon. Well, we're speaking there, Lyric. 2,000 gold in the lead. And I need you to tell me where this goes from here because Bin has been a very quiet element in the game, but everyone else from RNG looks like they're in a very comfortable position.
Yeah, and RNG even anticipating that FPX's next move will be up towards topside, right? Their bot lane is completely taken out of the game with Gory down as well, and Gory just continuously getting pushed in. Beichuan trying to head up, but now things are, I'd say, easily anticipatable. Anticipatable is not a word. Easily anticipated. There we go.
Yeah.
We're paid to do this,
You got that,
hysterics.
dude. We are
Easily
indeed.
anticipated.
It's our
by
first day.
RNG. That's
Yeah.
true. Easily anticipated by RNG. That they're able to know, like, hey, this is their turn for a play. Allocate a little, some members of RNG's side to cover for the Jax. Just gone with their day. Bin's fine not having a massive, I'd say, impact in this early game, right? He's still being able to farm up. Sure, he's about 20 CS down to Xiaohu, which I think makes a bit of sense. Now for RNG, I think you just keep all-inning on your strength. I think Jax should be in a pretty fine position, barring Beichuan and Xiaohu try and set up a dive and maybe have Gory either shadow or follow through with TP. But even then, I think RNG are still in a decent position to get more on the top half of the map.
Well, I want to track how those items come across. So, but Bin, meanwhile, actually going for the solo kill. You said he was in fine position, but he wants to take it. He flashes away, looking for the needlework, but he dunks him down. The God Staff Jax, dude. It doesn't matter what you think. Bin just takes a solo kill anyway.
Yeah, pops the ulti. Both have mythics. Bin feeling confident that he's stronger at this point in the game off of his one-item power spike, but RNG aren't stopping.
Well, there's no Chaos Storm big enough for you. Wei connects once again. Gory's burning down. He may not die, but he's given up more pressure towards the mid lane. RNG bringing momentum to this game, Lyric. And you and I were talking about game number 1. RNG weren't doing too much. This game, RNG are doing so much.
Let's remember, both in 2020 or 2019, a lot of the bread and butter coming from RNG was Xiaohu consistently looking to move, impact the map, look for these skirmishes.
True.
Again, when I think of a lot of Xiaohu's picks, the Syndra, 2019, the Rumble Jarvan combo he was playing with Karsa, the Zoe, a pick he's always been a standout on. These picks can get involved in skirmishes early on, will consistently push in mid. You look at the vision control that they have down as well, and they're kind of just seamlessly flowing from lane to lane. It also does help, though, that Bin is finding his own solo kill, so you're actually winning everywhere on the map.
That does help. The lane that's 20 CS down, solo killing, bit of a surprise for me. And Xiaohu probably going to get it again. Here comes Counter-Strike, and you know what? We just went through this. There's a blast cone, and Xiaohu has to disappear with no summoners intact, and Bin is starting to be the god. Now, we talked him up to be, while RNG are getting Herald on the other side of the map. You're right, Lyric. They're winning all over.
Yeah, I think especially for Shallow, who not having his ultimate up, I mean, it'd be even worse in the prior skirmish. Definitely going to require a lot of that healing and AoE damage to be able to even try to take a close trade with Bin, as RNG now can just posture up towards the top side. Xiaohu push out this wave. Xiao can start hovering up in topside river if they want to look to drop this now, but instead looks like Wei going to go for the reset. They should be sitting on quite a bit of gold, at least able to finish those plated steel caps and get some more vision, because Hysteric's vision wins games. The enemy can't walk into your space. You get hit in the face by a sleepy trouble bubble, then you go, you put the Zoe copy pasta, and you're pissed off for the rest of your day.
Dude, you can't say, first of all, no swearing. Second of all, you can't say Vision wins games, because people in chat and people across the world will say that no, that's 75 gold that can go towards something like a longsword eventually. You know, people don't understand that. So, look, only people silver and above will understand what we're talking about here. And honestly, everyone's intelligent. So I know everyone in chat's actually Challenger, by the way. I established that last LPL split, and this is not even sarcasm. Everyone's a legend. So get amongst it, and just remember, as Lyric has been talking about here, apart from Vision as well, remember that he's been talking a lot about how these comps operate and how these side lanes are going to be important. I mean, Xiao and Wei have actually just grouped up, and this is the lane that Bin was in. He's gone towards the top side, and the Lethal Tempo Jax is only just going to have to deal with Caitlyn, while RNG is just taking a free turret as a trade, but this is a tier 2.
And let's remember that RNG just got that. They didn't even have to use a Rift Herald, so they still have that available for when they want to try and break down mid. They're getting their 3rd dragon right now, so they will be on Soul Point. Bin able to safely catch the wave near his turret. For FPX, I think you've done... You've stalled a little bit of the bleeding in a sense, since you stopped contesting RNG after those failed bot plays, but you haven't been able to pick up too much elsewhere. Now it seems like they're just all in on funneling some items onto their key carries of both Caitlyn and Victor, but I don't know how you find a fight where they are running into you, which is where I feel like both Victor and Caitlyn are really going to get their max amount of agency right, running into things like the gravity field, being able to set up traps in advance, because FPX are continuously one turn behind RNG and just having to control the space that RNG is giving up to make the play where they want.
And you got to remember as well, you know, RNG running into them. Gala's going to get the first shot off as well. The nearly 2-item Jin with Collector on the way. He's level 11 and he's about 1,000 gold ahead as Wei's starting to take jungle camps away from Beichuan. Remember, the Beichuan was ahead by about 20 CS in the jungle, but it doesn't matter anymore. RNG using that lead, and even LWX right now having to net away way too close. That's a Herald play right through mid. The Sleepy Trouble Bubble, it connects. Hung in a bit of danger. Beichuan has to defend him, but look at this. How far can you go? Beichuan has to get out while Hung is dead. LWX as well. Next up is Bin, who's going to be leap striking in on this. The Trouble Bubble zones him off. LWX, he can't get through. He has to flash away, but the portal jump, the paddle star. That's some mighty damage coming out of Xiaohu as RNG continue to slap FPX in the face in this game. But Xiaohu, he's thinking about it. You know what? He's thinking about it, Lyric, but he doesn't have to anymore, because RNG just can take turret off the back of that too.
Yeah, RNG easily able to pivot back into mid. Beichuan shouldn't be able to do anything here. 2 members here for RNG. Even Wei and Xiaohu both in position where it'd be very easy for them to pivot. Xiaohu now going to also try and pick up this top lane turret. Might be able to before Gory gets here. Been having the TP to cover and bot side, not lose it out on any CS. And man, it's nice to see RNG firing on all cylinders. Collector coming out for Gala as well. And we've been seeing this pick comp just come together really well. Sleepy Trouble Bubbles hitting. RNG continuously using the speed up from Ming to run forward to set Wei up. And it's all going to start here, pivoting towards the mid lane, throwing down that Rift Herald, and bam! Sleepy Trouble Bubble hits, instantly pivoting into the Jin ultimate. Wei going to throw out the wind, becomes lightning, flashes in as well, I do believe. Going in with the E, securing the kill, and then RNG just able to push them out of their own jungle to make sure they're able to get those 2 turrets.
A couple of kills on the Xin Zhao now as well. Note as well, the Zoe up about 10 CS still, but getting close towards getting that Horizon focus. And Lyric, RNG are on 3 dragons. There's a Mountain Soul coming up, and LWX, he's probably dead. How do you get out of this one? The question that might be an answer pretty much soon. Hung gets a binding down, and here comes the final spark, but Wei's not affected. Trouble Bubble again. Oh my god! LWX doesn't get to play the game anymore, and now Bin's going to do it again. Baytron there, though. This is going to be a 1v2 as Bin's level 13. The counter-strike coming through. Baytron's holding on. There's the ulti. He flashes away, but it's too late. He holds his mark, and it strikes true. But for FPX, what are they losing for Baytron to be so patient?
Yeah, and it just goes to show what we hit on earlier, right? This is one of the avenues, and I'd probably say the best avenue that FPX have to finding gold and ways back into the game is going for these picks on side lanes, even getting a nice objective bounty from it. But RNG should always be in a position where they are able to try to take more off of the map. So RNG at least doing that with the mid turret. For RNG, you don't need to go into anything insane like pivoting for Baron or controlling too much vision topside. You are on soul point. Dragon is coming back up in a minute and what would be about 10 seconds now. We're going to see the replay in mid. LWX just catching waves so far forward, so aggressively when you don't really have any vision in the bot side of the map. Support's not with you, your jungler's not with you. Sleepy Trouble Bubble lands once again, though. And Xiaohu is cracked. FPX Baron!
Oh my god, FPX Baron, they're doing it again! So on point when we know that FPX are always going to Baron at the 20-21 minute mark. They back away this time, but the Baron stares them in the face. It is a must for this team at this point. And look, Lyric, there's a 3k gold lead for RNG. You're now going to tell me what FPX hope to achieve in the next couple of minutes, what we will see out of the side lanes. I need you to give me some conditions where FPX, hang on a minute, find their way into a more comfortable position, because you have to fight for this dragon in 20 seconds. Maybe my question is irrelevant right now because this is going to be solved.
Yeah, and I feel like you're banking on a steal, right? Because you see what RNG's comp can do when it controls territory first. Zoe just providing so much threat from over terrain and being able to throw out the poke as well. Ooh, FPX, though, trying to at least pull them away. I mean, for FPX, right, you're trying to make them make a decision because you know you can't contest them at Dragon. You've already been chunked low. Problem is, RNG followed you. RNG can call your bluff, and Bin now is just soloing Dragon himself. So at the end of the day, FPX is too far behind. Try to contest Dragon, get chunked too low beforehand. Try to then make RNG choose. Sadly, though, RNG were too smart.
Well, that's a Mountain Soul. Thank you very much. And it's going to be a pain for FPX to cut through that as well. I want to point out, I was talking about items before, Lyric, and the reason why Xiaohu's doing so much damage, he's got the Shadow Flame picked up now as well against a team that has quite a bit of shielding. So he's going to get that max MR, I was going to say ignorance, max MR ignored. And as one of the new items as well.
He will get 20 flat magic pen after someone has been shielded,
Nice.
or if they are equal to 1,000 current HP. So, you know, benefiting from some of the damage off of that. Obviously going to pair quite well with his Sorcerer's Shoes as well. For RNG, though, I mean, man, you really need to F this up to lose this game, Asterix. That's all I gotta say.
Why are you swearing so much? Oh my god.
That's a swear. It's a letter. It's a letter in the alphabet.
Oh, that's naughty. This is a PG broadcast, dude. Everyone here's Challenger and they're in the best behavior. So I don't know, man. I don't know if that's just a letter, but
I think I win by technicality here.
Okay, well, as the person who's accidentally been a little naughty on broadcast before, you know, me telling you is actually so hypocritical, so I don't even know.
No, if anything, you are actually the expert on it, so I should be taking your word as gospel.
That's true. But I'm gonna be PG. I'm a good boy. I don't know what you're talking about. Hey, for any of our audience
that PG, whatever might happen now won't be PG, as both teams running towards topside jungle.
Parental guidance might be needed. Bin has teleport, but I'm really worried about this Sleepy Trouble Bubbles and Xiaohu nuking from behind. That Zoe, that's a 300-year-old girl who's got so many Sleepy Trouble Bubbles. You gotta be careful. Xiaohu hits yet another one. It's gonna be cleansed away, but look at Gala with Curtain Call. He's gonna line them up, and FPX are running for the hills, but Xiaohu, with his angling, is trying to pick up yet another. It's Baytron who walks over it. It's Bin now joining the fray. RNG just trying to fight so they can set up for something like the Baron or a mid-tier push. Lyric, FPX are just so scared walking through their own jungle.
And you look at what was lost, right? Gala and Wei utilizing their ultimates, but Hung now doesn't have flash. And even Beichuan had to use his ultimate to be able to get over that Raptor wall to escape. So some key abilities down. Hung going to be in a very threatened position if he walks forward. Looks like RNG should be able to get this before all the members of FPX are able to get here, though.
But Beitron, it doesn't have ulti, but he has the flash available. It's at 3.7k. FPX can steal this, Lyric. They're going to be careful for the jungler of FPX. I mean, Beitron spotted out in the back of the pit. Baron is still aggro, but no one's hitting it. Bin to zone them off as Gory has found him, but that's going to be a Chaos Storm at the ready as Shallow going in. Beitron gets it! He stole it! Thank you for the objective bounty in FPX. Baron is their name.
You know, whenever you ask how does a team get back into a game, I don't feel like stealing Baron with a gold bounty should be the answer. But FPX do it, and they chain it into another bounty. Gold pretty much even off this point after one steal.
Oh my god. Oh, Beitron.
Welcome to 2022.
True. Look at the gold gained, and Lyric walked me through how this was stolen away.
I mean, it's stolen because RNG flipped it right in front of their faces. Gwen zoning off numerous members. Early smite coming out. RNG just, you know, teeing it up for FPX to be able to come and get everything they want. So, I mean, luckily for RNG, they do still at least have Soul. That's not going to go away like FPX's Baron will. FPX now potentially able to use some of their power right, get a push in mid with the Baron buff and try and get somewhere where you can set up and have the members of RNG come into you. But you can see RNG doing such a nice job of playing over terrain so they can utilize the advantage that Zoe brings.
Did you say RNG have to what for FPX to win the game? That's a big question if you ever want to repeat that, because I feel like RNG have done that, as this might be a pick. They're separated. Wei has to disappear, but FPX with the Baron buff are pushing around mid. Beitron feeling pretty strong, and Trouble Bubbles are being avoided. A big yes here for FPX as Beitron engaged on, but the Paddle Star doesn't connect. FPX were roaming up in the mid lane, but still, none of them have been caught. Look at what Shallow is doing in the side lane, Lyric. They're just buying time for this Gwen to start pushing down into turrets. And even now, the fight actually might be brewing. Wei has found a target onto LWX and Hung, the binding going wide. This is a 3 versus 4. Look at what Bin's doing. This is a miniature base race, but the problem is that Bin doesn't have the Baron buff. It's not going to be as fast, Lyric, and they have to get back and deal with Gwen.
Yeah, both top laners going to backing. They realize that Bin is looking for the reset as well, but still, more gold funneled into Shallahu. Quite nice. Both teams, again, we're in a spot where we should have never even been here to begin with, right? Gory now going to go try and pick up blue buff on the top half of the map. Going to make his way down because we are going to be fighting over an Elder Dragon. Look at wards, though. RNG still squarely in control of the area. They will spot out any members of FPX who do walk up. Xiaohu might go for a reset. I don't think he has recalled. Does still have TP available if he does want to look for that. Bin, though, doesn't have TP up just yet. It looks like it will potentially be up by the time Elder spawns. Yeah. So I think RNG is still in a pretty decent place in terms of map position. And
back not stop
Hung's ult
of mountain
does
shield.
no damage.
Yeah, unfortunate. Wei spotted in river. Teleport now comes through from Xiaohu. You mentioned Bin's TP.
Goes in.
He's just walking down, and that's a quick engage. Beitron actually caught out. He has to Heartbreaker out. The curtain call in a great position as Hung's going to be blocking it out, but he almost dies because of it. Xiaohu ticking him down. I think that was a Gale Force stolen away. And this Zoe means business. 5 versus 4. Hung is not fit to fight. And Lyric with Beitron gone as well. RNG have a pretty good chance of just taking the Elder outright.
Yeah, RNG going to try and do better than they did last time by having Bin try and zone off Beitron. They do got to be careful, though.
But there's no ulti from Beitron. No flash this time. Surely he can't steal it. The Trouble Bubble also with a great location. And Gory, he has flash himself. He wants to get over the final spark. No. Smite this time secures his all-in fight with Elder Dragon. FPX need to get the hell out of there. But Shallow may be immune. But Gwen, can she survive? The ticking down with the burn wasn't enough. Lucky to get out of there with their lives. But RNG get the objective. And now they're in a prime position.
Yeah, RNG playing with a lot of respect there, right? Realistically, they could have just kept trying to run forward, run them down. You have Elder Soul, but it seems like realizing, hey, again, running through a choke point, there could be Jinx traps already down, could be the gravity field from Victor. Let's just get our resets off, come back on the map, we'll still have Elder. Do our due diligence to following the process. They already have bot wave pushing into the enemy. They can take control of mid now and let's put a bit of pressure down. As Wei sees the opportunity, he goes in, flashes forward, following through with the ultimate from Gala. And I think RNG, waits.
Well, Gory shouldn't be here, and with Elder, he's about to get executed, but by who is a question. It's Gala in the end. Chaos Storm goes down and does a bit of damage, but ladies and gentlemen, that mid lane is dead for quite a while. It's a 5 versus 4 with Bin pushing down mid. That Elder ready to do some damage for the next minute.
Oh, and especially this turret is one that Zoe just loves to siege because of this long wall that you do have.
Oh, no.
Trouble bubble.
Oh, Hung give
and
it,
Hung
and
goes
Hung
down.
taketh away. There you go, 3 versus 5. I'm going to keep on counting, Lyric. That base is going to be in tatters. A Shallow who looks for a response in the bottom side, but he soon has to back as well.
Yeah, Shallow, who once again just trying to pick up some gold on the opposite side of the map, knowing that they can't match because of the fact that Gory already did get picked out. This is going to open up an inhibitor for RNG, potentially 2 inhibitors with the fact that Hung is still down for 15 seconds. RNG just taking everything on the map right now. Gold lead not really mattering at all, but still, you have Soul, you have Elder. RNG are 5-man strong, and in the end, they're just going to back off. Baron coming up in 30 seconds, so RNG probably going to want to try and get some more vision control down for that.
But Lyric, my question to you is, what does FPX need to win this game? Look, you said it once, and I gotta tell you, with RNG, with how they played the last Baron.
Let's learn from hindsight. Steal Baron.
Okay. Well, can he get near? Beitron ignoring it for now. This Baron is just going to be taken down. Look at what they're doing. They're going to go up the super minion wave, which means it's going to be quite slow. RNG get a free Baron this time around. Beitron not even going to try. They're just looking for the inner turret, the inside tracks there. And getting a little bit more gold so they can get these 3rd, 4th item on the key carries, Lyric. FPX getting confident now that they have objective bounty once more.
Yeah, really smart choice, right? They're still finding ways to get something off the map, knowing that they can't match them. So pushing in mid-wave, get another objective bounty, keep gold in their pockets. I mean, heck, for the past like 10 minutes of the game, they haven't really been too far behind in terms of gold. Problem is when after this replay, if you look at where the item disadvantages are, it is looking pretty grim in some roles. We're going to see here, though, Wei and Ming just running around after Gory trying to push out this wave top to a neutral position. Does end up getting tethered by Ming, and Wei and Gala easily able to follow up. But look at those items. Look especially at Gala versus LWX on the opposite side.
Pretty big, right? And we've been talking this whole game about how the bottom lane in the early phase took control. The only reason that FPX are really in this game is because RNG, they lost that Baron. It was a huge steal from Beitron. RNG still trying to close it out, but the trap setup, the line of scrimmage here, Lyric, and the wave clear that you talked about in draft is keeping them alive and delaying the game even further. But LWX, hang on a minute. Maybe the game doesn't go too much further as the curtain call is lining up for the Caitlyn. But she'll get out in the end. Hung gets the final shot.
I mean, they're even having Bin put up pressure in the mid lane. Wei, though.
Oh, he's dead. He's nuked. He's nuked. He's absolutely nuked from existence. Xiaohu picks up the kill. That's a different player. As Beitron heads back towards the fountain. That's triple inhibitor now down. Xiaohu's joined into the fray though, and Xiaohu actually going to be on the spot here, but he's got a fake flashes. There's Xiaohu going down. Xiaohu picking up the counterpart, and both names sound very similar to me as Wei goes on in. But this Gwen, so healthy. Lyric, I'm scared. I'm scared for RNG because for Beitron, he wants that little reset, but Bin's jumping back in. The Jax is scary as the Gwen, but she has true damage and is immune. FPX, they're going to lose one more. Beitron actually gets taken down in the end, and Gala picking up that kill doesn't do too much, Lyric. We're going to have to wait for Elder again. We're going to have to wait for the next Baron. The game goes on.
RNG at least able to fully open the base from FPX. We did see FPX utilizing their composition, tethering RNG because they are so close to their base. RNG not wanting to overcommit too much, but LWX, Gory just continuously hitting Wei as he's weaving in and out. Luckily for the side of FPX as well, able to pick off Xiaohu. They buy themselves a few more minutes of breathing room, but 3 waves of supers pushing into your base. Okay, that'll be some nice gold, but RNG going to keep full vision control. We're going to see Xiaohu going in for the ult with the Q. Just take a ton of damage coming out from the ultimate from LWX, and then Xiaohu comboing in with his ulti. And then here's where Wei continuously trying to go in, but members like Gory and LWX able to hit on the way out, right? Because RNG not wanting to overcommit too much, so a bit of hiding coming into play, and not too much committal once things like the curtain call are down. For RNG, that's what we want to play, right? Open curtain call, give...
Collector?
Good question.
I think it was Q. The particle disappeared as we've got another fight on our hands. Hung's actually gone golden. The teleport in the middle. Shallow Lyric, as I was saying in that last replay, that's the person I'm scared of right now. He's almost got full items, and he does true damage. Level 18 Gwen in front of Elder. I see the time to snip. And for FPX,
at the same time,
like a reasonable call.
Oh, though, we see at the bottom of our corner, Bin looking to put some pressure on the side of FPX. Bin doesn't teleport available. Yeah, they're just giving it up.
I mean, H1, he's on the rim, but this is going down fast enough where for FPX, they've kept the Gwen, they've kept their jungler, but Bin just pushes in a wave. And there's nothing FPX can do. RNG will pick up Elder number 2. And time to run it into the base that has less than no defenses.
Yeah, for FPX, what was going through their mind, right, is sure, they can try and flip it on another steal in a place they have no vision is very hard to go into, or they can back off, try to farm up. I don't know if any of them were close to a goal of maybe picking up another component, try and play out the way they did before of letting RNG aggress into them, try and kite them out under their turrets to a point where RNG are too low and need to back off and you get yourself more time. I don't think it should work like that. You're up against Elder, you're up against Soul. RNG can try and just keep pushing this in and threaten with 3 waves of minions.
Just looking at that wave clip for the time being, though, RNG moving to the final inhibitor. The damage they're doing is still significant to Shallow, who's jumping forward. And Gwen's ulti once again available as Shallow, who is the front line at this point, strangely enough, Way trying to target them down. Look at what RNG are doing. Trying to gear up all the waves to come through and hope that Xiaohu hits a binding once more. It's onto Beichuan. He actually might be caught out in the curtain call. One last hit as well, and the jungle would do it, but that's not enough. Xiaohu, again, doing a lot of damage even against the Elder. And FPX are holding out here, Lyrics. Look at the wave clear at this late point in the game. For RNG, they need that pick immediately. Even onto Xiao, Beichuan starts it off, but that's so ambitious. The wave clear continues to come through, but the jungle is dead.
Oh!
Ambitious is the right word to use because now Xiaohu finds a pick and that starts it off for RNG. 5 versus 4 to try and end the game. Gory's running away, but he's blasted as well by the Elder buff too. We're looking at Xiaohu, who is underneath the turrets. He's got the needlework, but as he goes golden, he can't finish off the blow, and he too will be executed. We're going to game 3 here for RNG versus FPX as RNG finally seal the deal in game 2.
There were some hiccups, but I'd say overall, very promising game coming out from RNG. The way they utilized their early pryos, they adapted from last game in terms of dedicating the resources down towards their bottom lane. They brought the Enchanter in this time around. Xiaohu constantly pushing and moving. And in both games, I think very clearly being the better mid laner, at least in this series, between him and Gory. And then, I mean, Shallow, who almost able to bring it back. He stayed focused. FPX halfway through the game stopped contesting them at objectives, continuously looked for the cross map, and were able to get a lot of these objective bounties, which kept the game close the whole time. So I'd say overall, you saw some promising things for both teams in this game, which is really cool. For FPX, like, they were able to hold on, keep it together. They did still kind of slowly bleed out, but I'd say promising. And for RNG, you saw aspects of a very strong early and mid game.
Dude, I have to say, the fact that it was close was kind of crazy there when RNG had such a big lead. And we can start at the early game that we saw, right? RNG's adaptation came from Way, hitting that bottom side not once but twice when FPX were not prepared, when FPX knew that Beichuan was vertical jungling. It was such a good move from RNG. Good adaptation, right? When that's what we wanted to see from RNG. And it got Gala off the ground.
He did the Aki thing, right? He went in a brush and he waited for
a long time.
Longer than 30 seconds. To be fair, Aki waited for like a solid minute and a half or something, but still, Way was patient. He got that second gank off on bot lane. Caitlyn and Lux, when they fall behind, again, are very hard to function in terms of how they typically want to get ahead and play out the rest of a game state. So they weren't able to have a massive impact. You can still see Hung wanting to be a playmaker even when he's behind. Makes it even harder because you're doing no damage. You're flashing typically into areas where you don't control and just giving RNG more opportunities. So I think RNG, really nice job of setting up that flow. And maybe had FPX realized they should start cross-mapping a little bit earlier, this game could have been a lot closer, because we even saw things like the Herald where they just waited in front of them instead of starting to move to bot side earlier. But yeah, overall, RNG coming out strong with an adaptation from game 1.
And I guess we can talk again, like when we come back, we'll talk more about draft, I'm sure. with how interesting the draft has been in these first couple of games, right? We've seen that the Jin's been a huge priority for RNG and how it can function. As we saw in that game, that was a prime example. You know, you talk about outranging and looking to match that range with Caitlyn, with the Lux. Something big to talk about. I think Xiaohu on Zoe as well was a big playmaker in the mid game and a big reason as to how RNG started running away with the game before the Baron was stolen, before FPX managed to get into the pit, where I thought it was going to be a 2-0 because Beich1 actually brought it back, and then they got mid-turret, and then because of objective bounty, they got like 6k gold in an instant. So that was a very, very impressive, Lyric.
It's also really interesting to see the fact that at least in these two games, like, okay, we can say this game was an adaptation from game one, but even factoring in game one, that RNG aren't just putting a ton of resources into Bin like I think you would expect on paper for this roster to do. They kind of just leave him on his island, have let him farm up in his counter matchups and try and scale for the mid and late game. So I wonder if RNG are going to stick with this plan all split, or if this is something more targeted at a team like FPX, who, again, we see how LWX and Hung are playing, and it is very aggressive, so it is also very exploitable.
I also think, right, like, it's impressive enough that we saw Bin solo kill Xiaohu in, what, the 20-minute mark when he was a couple of 20 CS behind. Also, while we're talking about top laners, Xiaohu in the late game felt very impactful. It was kind of scary for RNG to deal with too, so both top laners kind of having their own impact, and it's a great question to ask whether Bin will be on his island by himself for the rest of this series, for the last game, or if Wei will start paying a little bit more attention up there and they change it up a little bit more. You're just looking at the mid lane damage. That's what it came down to. Xiaohu versus Gory as well. Gala versus LWX, we already talked about in the early game too. But we're going to a game 3, which is good because I think FPX and RNG have been delivering so far, and I'm pretty impressed with the performance from FPX, but also for RNG to bounce back like that, Lyric, is a very good sign of adaptations needed from a potential top tier team.
Look, it's day one. We've already had cool stomps. We've already had a bit of funky pick and bans coming out. We've had close games. We've had Baron steals. We had a Chemtech Soul, technically, even though we didn't really get to see it. It's been a win of a day so far.
A win. That's LPL day one, man. It's always going to be a win. And because we're 7 days a week, every day's a win. Break time, everyone. I'm going to eat a chip. Lyric's going to go and have a banana. And then when we come back, it's game 3 between RNG and FPX to finish off the night. I don't care what time it is. I don't care if you're in EU, NA. In Australia, it's midnight. Sit down, relax, and we'll see you in about 5 minutes. Why would you go to bed? Who goes to bed? Lyric, who goes to bed? We're gamers. We don't sleep.
我的 LPL 家人和我的撸啊撸朋友，新年快乐！
手捏左尿。
Don't be down! It's clean as hell, Lyric! Ming looking to just deny the TP. Xiaohu onto the Nexus, and Xiaohu ends the game! Jumps in over the wall. Beautiful Gragas cast from Xiaohu. Putting that DPS into the tier 2. They're already going in. Go!
Let's go, baby!
Ale, if they want to go for this fight, in he goes. Move forward.
He gets him!
No! This is Donya's trying to buy time. There's Kingslayer. Eyeboy's in trouble as well. The E dodged away from Flash. Well, looking forward, trying to end the game. But he needs to hit it. No, they hit it. They've got it. The satchel charge to secure. Tarzan there with the kick. It's a 3-man 2. But huge. They just can't do enough. It's a clean ace. And ETG, the last of the LPL are headed.
I just believe more in the Dom 1 bag of tricks based on everything we've seen this tournament. So for me, it's a 3-0.
This scout that is finding these picks, able to weave in the queue.
Viper is still alive though, flashes in, Showmaker dashes forward, Showmaker goes golden, but it's not going to keep him alive. They've actually done it, the LPL is back on top, Thaddeus.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, or taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, or taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're here. We're into a game number 3. After RNG finally fought back in that second one. We were close. We were close to ending it at 2-0 here, Lyric. We were close to just calling it a night. But RNG, you know, they brought themselves back to life. And we saw Double Elder into the end. Finally. Some good play out of it. Okay, not finally some good play, but we finally saw them end it. I don't know how to phrase this. The Baron steal came through from FPX that maybe shouldn't have come through.
Yeah, still though, on the opposite side, RNG in the first like 20 minutes of the game super solid.
Good
We were
play.
focused on a lot of the flashy plays. Xiaohu like flashing over the wall early game to go bot lane. Hung continuously flashing in, kind of dying. But Wei was the standout player who enabled a lot of this to happen. He is going to be our man of the Rift for Game 2. When Wei has an impact on the map, it just feels like RNG can completely take over in early game.
Well, there you go. First MVP here for RNG goes to the jungler. And it's suiting, right? Like, Wei's someone who you don't talk about as much because people like Gala on the Rift, Ming's there, Xiaohu as well with his last split. But Wei was so on point for this game, Lyric, and was the reason that Bot got so far ahead due to the very smart pathing.
Yeah, I mean, just going straight bot from his first camp, and then here, like we said, just continuously going bot, making sure LWX and Hung aren't getting any gold or experience, making sure that Gala had that massive, I think it was 2.5 item advantage that he did by the time the game was over. And like you said, more of a silent enabler is what Wei is. He's like that strong pillar supporting the house that you don't take time to look at your house and be like, man, my house is so nice. It's all thanks to that foundation underneath. That's Wei.
You just know that the foundation's going to keep you up. I get it. You know, you don't have to appreciate it without appreciating it naturally, right? Because you're in the house. I understand what you're talking about. Coming into today, there was a big focus from RNG on the solo laners, and it's kind of interesting that, you know, throughout both of our games now, we've talked a lot about the bottom lane. We've talked a lot about Wei. I think as well, you know, in that first game, we talked Xiaohu versus Gory, which has been lane dominance. In that second game as well, you know, Gory held up better, Lyric, but we still saw that he was getting blasted a little bit. There was a lot of Zoe mechanisms being used in that game too. And it's interesting to me that the other person we've been talking about, like in Bin, hasn't had jungle attention all that much, has he? It's been very quiet up there.
Yeah, Bin kind of being left on his own, and now as we're going into ban pick, we can see what they want to do from this time around.
Swap sides.
Teams are swapping sides, which is super cool. So same bans coming out so far. At least RNG still taking Diana and Renekton off the table. FPX have banned the Twisted Fate in both games. This time around, gonna change it, take away the Xin Zhao. So Wei at least going to be forced to show something else. We do still have things like Jarvan available, which if you remember, Wei was forcing Jarvan bans at things like Worlds. We still have the Lee Sin on the table. Viego's obviously been a standout. So jungle pool wide open. 80 carries going to be different this time around with RNG being the one to take away the Caitlyn though.
But Lyric, I'm curious because Gala's a great jinx, and we know he loves that hyper carry. Things like Kaiser as well. Not going to be that first pick, so let's see what FPX ban away. 5 more seconds. They're really holding out on us. But Jinx has been first pick worthy today. It's LeBlanc in the first rotation anyway. So you mentioned the 80 carry pool. You also gave us a good pick at the litter for junglers. Let's see what RNG prioritize more.
I'd be a bit surprised. You don't just end up
None of the
going for
above.
yourself. Seems like maybe they're fine with either side of the Aphelios Jinx matchup because both are still left open. Thresh going to give either one of those champions mobility to be able to get more done inside of team fights. And now for FPX, it's where do you go with the answer? Assuming they do go for the preferred side of that hyper carry matchup, probably would lock in the Jinx, you'd assume. Going with an Enchanter support does sound like something that can work. Are going to be very careful in terms of laning phase. You can win out in terms of, you know, poking them down with your range advantage as long as you don't get hit by something like a hook. You're fine. You always do have the polymorph there available for any follow-up that Thresh and his AD carry do have.
So you're telling me we need to partner this with a carry 80 carry, of course, immediately before it gets taken away, and the Aphelios is there. Jarvan, you're also mentioned here in the jungle, Lyric, and look, we know there's 180 carry that's still up and available that Gala also plays. It would make sense, right?
It just has to be this. You know, it's kind of funny that this is the first day of like competitive split, and the meta even now is decently telegraphed. I think in terms of soul lanes, we are seeing more flexibility than not than we expected, but are seeing more flexibility. Now for the side of FPX, we've hit on the trifecta of junglers that you should expect to see here in the LPL. Lee Sin is going to be locked in, so pretty stock and standard so far. We've hit on how FPX having that Enchanter in the bot lane do have some windows to play around. Will be stronger later on, but Thresh Jarvan, I think, bringing more of a potent 3v3 and definitely more setup.
Okay, more setup than I guess we've been used to as well. Way on his Jarvan, something that has been historic, just like the Xin Zhao, so sits nicely While on the other side, let's continue that conversation about solo lanes, because you talked about flexibility in solo lanes. Xiaohu's Zoe from last game has been banned away, but we've already seen things like, we've seen Victor, we've seen Corki, we've seen the Zoe talked about, we've seen GP, Jace. You know, we can keep going, Lyric. Like, there's been a lot that has shown up today. Jax, Gwen, things like Camille bans as well. I feel like we could go in any direction for these top and mid laners.
Yeah, I'm most curious to see what Gory ends up on, right? Because we've hit on that Gory has kind of been this Orianna Victor guy, at least in his stint in Demacia Cup. When he was back in the LCK, he was playing things like the Akali. He was having standout clips on LeBlanc. I was talking to Atlas, and his big hype play was on a champion like Yasuo. So maybe he does have things with more agency in his belt, but we at least haven't seen it in his short time on FPX, which is actually a lot of game data since they did get the finals in Demacia.
That's true. I mean, we got a big look at him, and so far, as you mentioned, Demacia and what we've seen in this region, it has been those pretty stable picks. So far, the Cannon's going to be banned out against Xiaohu. Let's see if there's a mid-targeted ban, because there's been a couple on the side of FPX, and no, they're just going to get rid of the Jax. What's this telling you, Lyric? What do you want to see?
Maybe trying to threaten a potential Gwen pick coming out, or trying to push FPX into picking top lane early.
Okay.
Corki, so they are going to go with another one of those standard kind of scaling picks, are going with the Corki because he does also bring some mobility, so you don't have to fear, you know, potentially things like the Jarvan or the death sentence as much as you would had you opted into something like a Victor or an Orianna. And now for the side of RNG, I mean, we've seen the Syndra hovered over quite a few times. This was the pick that Xiaohu was known for when he came into the LPL. We hit on the Gwen, they banned the Jax. Seemed like they were either pushing FPX towards it or saying, hey, if you don't pick it yourself, we are just going to go with it. What champion can you bring to counter now that this Jax is off the table?
And you've already mentioned the Syndra. They come back to it. They lock it in here, Lyric. So against the Corki, finding the lane for Xiaohu, and for the Gwen, what's it going to go up against? Because at this point, we know that Corki's going to be towards the mid lane. Jace, Graves, other picks we've seen in the top lane here today. Let's see what Xiaohu is confident taking into bin.
Yeah, I would expect maybe just for the Jace to come out. You are still range, so, you know, sure, you aren't going to like necessarily dominate here in the matchup, but can try and get an early CS advantage, win out through that way. You have the Lulu to buff up your double hyper carry in Corki and Aphelios. You do have a lot of range to play with, to where for the side of RNG, sure, you have the Jinx, but I think you're a lot more committal in terms of the Jarvan, the Thresh, especially things like the Syndra as well. So for RNG, I think they're going to be the ones to get up in FPX's face, to FPX kind of going back to game one, where it's like, hey, as long as Beitron can kind of match what Wei's doing in the early game, prevent a lot of these ganks from happening, hover over where you expect Wei to put his focus, which I think at a glance is definitely mid lane. Jarvan and Syndra definitely a superior 2v2 as compared to Corki and Lee Sin.
Which matches to what we've seen, you know, so far in this series. There has been a bit of attention played towards Xiaohu. Like, that's what Wei did when Xiaohu was up in the top lane. It's good to see that translates as well when Xiaohu's back towards his original role. Seeing that set up in the mid lane, Lyric, I'll keep my eyes out for it. And watching how Beitron can kind of counter flow and get the ball rolling himself. Because in this final game, RNG versus FPX, it's delivered so far in the series. But once again, we've changed things up ever so slightly. Gwen versus Jace in the top lane. It is Syndra versus Corki, guys. Don't get too excited, you know. I know Corki can make you a little bit sad, but I'm hoping finally one day, if not today, we'll see that AP build, Lyric. We'll see. Hyper carries in the bottom lane, of course. And as we go on to Summoner's Rift, sir, you're going to tell me once again what you think about these compositions and what you think about RNG kind of returning to, I guess, like a comp that can rely on someone like Gala, Ming as well on the Thresh. Big comfort picks that are great for team fighting, and we know that RNG love their team fighting.
I think comps like this suit RNG a lot more than anything else. And just the defining factors being the Jarvan and the Syndra. Like I said, I love seeing Xiaohu on champions that are able to get their own priority, can move with jungle, impact the map. That's always what he did when he was on RNG as a mid laner back in the day with Uzi. And I think it is just where he is most comfortable. And I've always thought Xiaohu, in terms of laning phase, was always good. always upper echelon of the LPL, CS advantages, high in solo kills, all those good juicy stats to go along with it. So RNG, again, we're looking at mid jungle. I would expect, just from how the series has gone so far, you're probably going to look at how it pivots into bot. Typically, also, when you have things like Thresh, right, CC tank your supports better in early skirmishes compared to things like Enchanters. But Ming actually taking the Predator, so showing he actually wants to be the one to move, influence the map. Maybe we see some pressure up towards top side this time around, potentially coming out from the side of RNG.
Or even translating more towards mid. You already talked about it with jungle, as Ming's actually going to be walking in here, but that means a Flay on top of Hung. Ignites down. Ming's in trouble with PTA, but so is Hung, because Lethal Tempo's been hit. It's a flash away immediately. Ming held onto his. Hung has burned both summoners. And speaking of Lethal Tempo, I mean, Bin doing the same up in this top lane on the Gwen. A big start for the RNG bottom lane, and something that FPX initiated.
Yeah, so nice turn coming back from RG's bottom lane, but let's hit on the Lethal Tempo on the Gwen real quick, because you still do more commonly see Conqueror taken. It synergizes with your kit better, the damage you're going to be able to get from it. Lethal Tempo just does give you a stronger laning phase than Conqueror will, especially being able to get the bonus range once you do get the full stacks of Lethal Tempo is quite nice. So Bin trying to get more out of his laning phase with this rune than, again, something like a Conqueror. So might even play more into what RNG are going to be trying to do, but already seeing Wei path towards his bot side. Beichuan should be able to get out of here, so Wei was
spotted. He's going to get the full healing from the Gromp as well. He's got to level up. So even going past the blue buff, there's a jungle advantage if Beichuan wants to turn around as, hey, Gory's getting zoned out of lane again, Lyric, and I know that this lane is hard for a Corki, but Xiaohu once again showing us why he needs to be respected.
Yeah, and even on the side of Gory, right? I don't want to harp on Gory's laning phase too much for the fact that Gory wasn't really known as some kind of god-tier laner over in the LCK from the people I talked to. It was much more about these team fights and how he impacted the map later on and having these highlight reels team fights. But, ooh, Gory might just be dead.
Oh, he's flashed away. Good Valkyrie, but Xiaohu takes the turret aggro and it's first blood over to Wei. Simply done for RNG.
We said the name of the game for RG would be mid-jungle. Xiaohu setting it up quite nicely. Wei just wrapping around Beichuan with no real time to respond. And yeah. Did Wei steal his blue buff as well? Or
I believe
did Beichuan
he did.
Get his own?
Well, I believe he did, or at least for Wei, he was up towards that area. Now he's in the bottom side, Lyric. You're going to have to find that out for me, because Beichuan's on the other side of the map. He will not be able to help his bottom laners. LWX and Hung have to be careful. Ming still has his flash available. Hung does not. It's a summonerless Lulu that we saw before, and looks like he's going to back away. So, Lyric, replay again. You talked about mid being hit, and Gory was hit.
Yeah, and like you said, Xiaohu just setting this up nicely, dominating the matchup really more than it should be. Wei not even needing to hit the knockup. Gory getting the flash out, but they have enough of an HP advantage. They are still able to follow through with the dive. We did also find out from that replay that it did look like Wei stole away the blue buff, so cool to get confirmation on that. Beichuan has been farming in the meantime, at least taking away camps. Ooh.
Well,
he gets away.
Yeah.
I take that.
Okay, well, burning the flash, but yeah, you're right, surviving, being able to go back towards his Krugs anyway. So the flash was just a quick return to his side of the map. Definitely going to be worth it.
Oh, no. Look at mid hysterics. Look at the mini map.
Is it happening again? Oh, it's schoolyard bullying once again. Scout of the Week's going to hit too. There's a flag and drag. Wei's only level 3. He uses his own flash and he's out. Lyric, Gory 0-2 at 4 minutes in the game.
I feel like we've seen this game today. It just happened in the top lane, and it was called OMG versus TT Game 2.
It was. And New didn't have a great time, guys. If you missed that game, that gangplank was 1-8 by the end, and it was not pleasant to watch whatsoever. Well, it was pleasant to watch from OMG's perspective, but still, Gory's getting similar treatment, and Lyric, he's 40 to 20 CS in this mid lane. Just picked up a tier, and Gory's had to use his TP. He's summonerless, so is Xiaohu, but Xiaohu at least has a Dark Seal, and that's starting to stack up. There is a pickaxe Jarvan this early on, and he's coming towards the bottom lane. There's a flag and drag. It doesn't hit anyone, but LWX burns his flash. The hook, shallow, if only just the ignite down. This actually turning around. The Chomper's a bit shallow as well, and RNG are going to be backing away. Wei being really active here, Lyric. This is a big early game.
Yeah, Wei just trying to impact the map. He is on Jarvan, right? This is your bread and butter. It's all about ganking lanes early. You don't really scale into the late game. You're always just going to be a knockup bot or looking for, big cataclysms Still, though, for the side of FPX, you lost a flash, but you also got a flash, ignite, and heal on the opposite side. So, nice play coming out from LWX and Hung. I still feel like the biggest problem in this game is clearly going to be mid. Xiaohu will be allowed to do whatever he wants. For RNG, they can pretty much keep vision on either objective just from Xiaohu's advantage alone.
But look at this bottom line. Let's shift gears a little bit. It's actually really good for LWX and Hung at the moment. Ming low. And Hung has been poking them down. Okay, maybe you can't shift gears when Xiaohu is dominating this hard. Gory's being proxied in a mid lane turret, and Xiaohu has ulti lyric. So at this point, do you call police? Do you just shout? Like, what do you... Does Beichuan just need to sit mid for the rest of the game?
Yeah, it seems like first of all we need to try and get some defensive vision down, right? If we can start getting some control wards on the map, getting them into our side of the jungle, so Wei can't keep looking to wrap around and make those sorts of plays. Sure, I guess he theoretically could just walk through lane and you can keep trying to zone Gory off, but at least that gives time for Beichuan to respond, and you already see your bot lane doing a solid job down in the 2v2. Your Jace is fine up in top side, so you're kind of just slowly stalling out the game through that way. Sure, Xiaohu will continue to be able to chunk down turret plates mid, but at this point you really can't stop that. You can just try and allow your other two lanes to be uninterrupted by Wei's influence.
Yeah, that feels like that's going to have to be the goal, because if it continues like this, at least Xiaohu will have a bit of a lead here on the Jace, and you can see LWX the same down there, Lyric. He's got Berserker Greaves now with double longsword and dagger, being matched apart from the dagger by Gala. But of course, it is the extra bit of turret plating that's been taken. Speaking of which, Xiaohu going to do the same here in mid, and you know what? RNG have hit this comp so far to a T. 2-0 start, a 1k gold lead. You said that it revolved around this early game where Xiaohu and Wei could sync up and Wei could hit that Syndra in the mid lane. They've done that perfectly. Xiaohu having a great time so far. And it feels like because of that, Wei's just being able to have free roam and get whatever he wants, and objectives seem pretty scary if you're FPX at this point.
Yeah, I think for RNG, this should be them able to get a free Herald. I don't think you even need to necessarily rotate your bot up as long as your bot is posturing and pseudo-matching what FPX's bot lane is doing. RNG's top side definitely stronger right now. Package is available for Gory, though, but I would be quite scared of Wei and Xiaohu, who both do have... I mean, we have Phage coming out on Wei over just a longsword for Beichuan, right? And Xiaohu sitting on double amp tome with source boots. I feel like the side of RNG just too strong right now for Beichuan. I like what he's doing, cross down towards bot, get some wards down, keep enabling your Aphelios Lulu to be able to push in this lane, and maybe zone them off, find opportunities to pivot into a dragon and do these other objectives.
I mean, Gory doing a good job of just going between fog of war right now. You can see Xiaohu moves back to lane and Gory has to pay the respect there, but Gala and Ming, speaking of respect, doing the exact same thing. Pulling back in the wave, knowing that there's nothing down in this bottom side that's on vision. And FPX going to be picking up the dragon you also mentioned, so Gory with this package seems like he's just going to keep playing in the shadows here as Chemtech Dragon goes down, Lyric, and Wei and Xiaohu continue to be a bit of a duo and see if they can pick anything off the back of the play.
Yeah, making their way down. No
they get there in
W
time.
landing from Gala.
Predator. Hang on, Lyric. I forgot. It's a Predator Thresh. LWX goes melee range. He wants something. But in the end, it's Ming who picks up the kill. Unfortunately for RNG, but still, it's a big kill with Herald in hand. Wei deciding not to put it down, though, knowing that Beichuan is nearby. So we'll wait a little bit longer for that one.
I mean, you find a kill where FPX was strong. You push them off of Dragon. FPX don't really read the play in terms of trying to cover it, and LWX and Hung were still playing very far forward, so again, a bit of either a mistake coming from them or in terms of how they communicated it, the team wasn't in sync. And like you said, they still have Herald. And for RNG, you have a very obvious place where you could drop Herald, which is mid, get that in one charge, and then Xiaohu is going to be all over doing whatever he pleases. RNG will own FPX's jungle.
I'll keep track of that CS lead, folks. Look at it, 30 CS in the mid lane. And yeah, I'd love to see a Herald there. Good point. As we look at the Predator Thresh, who helps seal the deal on LWX.
Yeah, and LWX had no flash available, did have cleanse, but Gory just went back to mid lane. Sure, Beichuan was wrapping around, but I'm not quite sure why LWX and Hung stayed that far forward. We did just set up this play. Herald does come out, and now for RNG, they can start just pivoting in and controlling vision. again, really neither quadrant. I would expect it to come down towards bot side and alleviating more pressure from their bot lane and finding more kills on Hung and LWX.
Oh, Gala staying here for now. Look at the Robe squad. I love that Ming is now constantly moving around with mobility boots and the Predator Thresh we talked about a little bit before. LWX and Hung are like, can we get out? They're backing away from the turret. They want the wave, but you know what? Sticking around is not going to work out. Baytron on the way, but this is a 4 versus 3 for now. The Corki nowhere nearby, but a TP available as a hook does connect. The scat of the week blown up is Hung. Way underneath the turret, though. This is Retribution here for FPX, but he flashes back in.
Ooh.
Takes the Dark Passage. Sneaky, sneaky. That was a slick move from the jungler of RNG.
You know, I think the Cataclysm may be a little bit of overkill, but it doesn't matter when you have Brother Ming there to save the day. They pick up a kill. They're going to be able to get some more turret plating off of this as well. And yeah, I think for RNG, you're not really losing much on the map. Sure, you're giving up some minions mid. Looks even potentially like Gory might be able to get a plate off of that, which is all right. But at least RNG are keeping up the pressure.
Nice watching Ming in action, right? And I think we can say the same about both supports here in this series. Hung doesn't have as much tension because, first of all, Hung hasn't won MSI, Hung hasn't won an international event, and Hung hasn't been to an international event.
This is also something we need to say for any new viewers, that Ming was the most robbed player of 2021.
Oh, don't get me started, dude. Gala this, Gala that. Now, Gala's great, but I tell you what, if Ming gets robbed anymore, I'm calling the authorities. I don't care. I'll call real life police and tell them the story, because the problem is that plays like this, right, that we're going to see again, often happen with Ming, one of the most consistent players in the league, Lyric.
Yeah. You know, is able to land a death sentence, also having the lantern there. Well, he does have to flash for it. And man, that must have been like a very tricky pixel to click on with where that lantern was, not only next towards minions in the turret, but he got the job done.
And it was beautifully done. It was 2-0-2, it's not Thresh, Jarvan, excuse me now. Might be behind the CS, guys, but Lyric, you're saying this in the early game, you know, this is what he's built to do. Have this early game impact. And Bin, actually, it's needlework time, but will he survive? Hang on, true damage flashed away from. One more needlework, and it misses. Xiaolao, who burned his own flash, ghost used by Bin. That was a close call. I think Bin's actually backing away from that top side, so he's going to play the fight another day. And Xiaolao, who's going to get free turret plating. So a very good play here from the rookie top laner of FPX that nets him so much more gold.
Yeah, been having to respect Xiaolao, who after the last one missing, but more engages coming out from Ming.
Here we go. All right, 3 versus 3. LWX taking it upon himself to go up to Gala, who flashes away. There's Gravitum. That locks him in place as now the target is Xiaolao, who, excuse me, it's only Xiaolao. Lyric, we're only going to have to do this once, maybe twice if FPX and RNG meet in playoffs, but having Lao in the middle is a little bit difficult. As Xiao, who gets a scat of the week, but Gory's over the wall. Gory's over the wall with a huge package. And let me tell you, I haven't seen a package that big, because for RNG, they've got to back away. They know the threat is here. That's a 1-item Corki, but he'll still burn them to death. 4 members underneath the turret, and teleport available for Xiaolao, who, that's the scary part. He now has it unleashed as Dragon spawns.
Also on items, Xiaohu also being such a strong point, having the Luden's 4-stack Dark Seal. Another Scout of the Week hits, could just be burst.
Oh, nice Cataclysm, flash away from LWX, back up off a cooldown. So Mega Death Rocket almost does the job, but there's the package into the middle. Gory doesn't connect it though, really, as the Flake comes through with the box down as well, but FPX are winning the fight. That's the TP advantage. At work, 2 members already dead, way under turret. Sonic Wave with a huge kick not even needed. And Xiaolao, who smashes down onto the bottom lane for FPX to blast them clean.
Yeah, Baytron and LWX just turning on members like Xiaohu and Gala. Wei and Ming were kind of enticed by Gory going in, turn on him, pick up that kill, not realizing that their own carries had been being hit in the meantime. Do go down. FPX finding another window back into this. They were at about a 2k gold lead before. Now they're up in gold, have a dragon. And we're going to see here how it starts. Wei going with the Cataclysm. LWX flashes. Scatter of the Week doesn't connect, which feels pretty massive. Wild Growth is forced out. And we're going to see here Gory splitting up the team.
Actually, really
Gala and Xiaohu getting pushed into the other members of FPX. And sure, Gory goes down, but again, you're diverting attention, you split up the team, and you set up for FPX to be able to turn this. So pretty decent package from Gory, and then nice on the other members of FPX to be able to turn and you know, pick up this fight win.
After getting dominated in lane, I mean, that package did its job, right? You know, it was something at first glance I thought, oh, well, it didn't really do much, but you're damn right. It split the team and put FPX in front of RNG right where they wanted them. So for FPX, a big team fight win. They don't have a huge gold lead, but 2 dragons now picked up. RNG with the team that were winning through the mid lane, but Gory starting to catch up, starting to pick up some of those items, the Manamune stacking. I think importantly as well, Lyric, we have a two kill Jace. A 2-kill Jace with Eclipse, with Manamune himself. So Xiaolahu in prime position as that back timing from Xiaohu was in the nick of time.
Yeah, Xiaohu also going to get up here right in time. You know, I feel like for RNG, now you're in a little bit of an awkward place with the advantage that you did have. Ooh, Xiaohu.
Let's see.
Oh, wow.
Cone
They don't commit.
No, they don't. They just get the turret in the end, Lyric. FPX now with a 1k gold lead at 17 minutes in the game.
Yeah, and I feel like the big thing, right, is before a lot of your power was coming from the fact that Xiaohu was so oppressive mid, you know, you could freely walk into either side of River without really having to worry where Beitron was. Now that we have changed lane assignments to where AD carries are back towards mid, soul laners are catching sides, well, we hit on earlier in the day that Syndra not really having that same level of comfortability? That sounds like a word. To walk up and move freely, but might get a solo kill. Bin taken quite low. No, Hysterics. They run away.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
As it doesn't seem like we can hear Hysterics, or maybe I just can't hear Hysterics. Oh, well, sorry guys, just confirmed we did lose Hysterics. We didn't lose me. I thought you guys did lose me, but you didn't. So here you are, Lyric, chat, Lyric, audience everywhere. As turret's going down for the side of FPX. Luckily for RNG, they do still have elements like the Jinx to be able to fall back on. We know Bin is still pretty massive, but when you're sitting in front of both a Corki and a Felios who are getting to scale for free, you have a Lulu on the opposite side as well, is going to provide so much in the late game. And FPX sitting with 2 dragons. Yeah, I feel like this one's pretty bad. Hey, Hysterics is back.
I believe I was cut out, ladies and gentlemen. I'm back. I tell you what, I almost missed a solo kill. Holy moly, what have I come back to? What did I miss apart from the fact that Xiaolahu is destroying everyone and FPX are looking actually pretty good in this game?
No, you haven't missed anything. I think FPX are actually at a decently commanding position. I think when you factor in how team comps interact with the slight 2k gold lead, obviously with the dragons, that for FPX, I mean, you have strong side laning coming in from your Jace, who does have a pretty strong advantage in terms of gold and items. You have a force to play through it with the Lee Sin. If you're on objectives first, you can very easily push them off, barring a scout of the week. You know Jarvan's going to be running into you, which LWX would love to be able to get off his damage. Gory should be able to free hit quite a bit as well. So for RNG, I feel like you're kind of hoping something like Scout of the Week lands on a member who is maybe a bit too far forward, or even one of the frontliners, because FPX aren't all that tanky, and you have enough bursts to just take them out of the fight right away and win out through a 5v4.
And you kind of need to find some of those soon, right? Because we're moving to Soul Point. FPX are about to get the Infernal Soul, or at least, sorry, excuse me, build up towards it. This will be Tripper Dragon, and I love what RNG are doing here. They're playing sneaky in the bush. FPX have no vision here. And RNG know it. They're going to be walking up as there's a Cataclysm down, unleashes hell on the enemy, and it's going to be FPX who pick up the dragon, but they have to get pretty fast out of here. Gory with the package once again. It's a pick Lyric, but for the dragon, feels like FPX are happy to make that trade. Yeah,
now for RNG, we got to see if they're able to pivot it into something. A lot of ultimates blown only having Ming and Bins available, if you were able to turn this into some kind of Baron bait, maybe it could be worth, but without it, you're right. I think for the side of FPX, they're still feeling fine. RNG will at least be able to translate it into topside vision control, so maybe they could try and find some kind of pick walking in aggressively, but FPX know exactly where they are.
All right, RNG going to be taking a lot of poke here as well. Lyric, I just realized, you know what's going to be fun? Gory's actually going the AP build. We're actually going to see the Luden's Corki come through.
So it does make sense in the context of this game, right? Because you look at the enemy comp and you're like, okay, our only goal is to outrange them. We are just looking to throw rockets out from an extended range, accelerated shock blast, LWX doing LWX things. You already know that both Gwen and Jarvan are going to have to run into you. So again, you don't feel safe to be in distance to look for those autos had you gone for an more AD carry oriented route. So yeah, Asterix, you've been begging for it all day. It makes sense in this game, and we get it.
I'm glad, finally. Let's look at the replay. Which one was this? Of course, in front of the Dragon. They want to take down Shallow, who they almost got a bit more.
Yeah, they are able to cement the pick. It still does buy enough time for the other members of... Okay.
Oh, he's dead again. That's big.
Yeah.
That's big. I mean, Lyric, we do have Baron. We have an RNG that are ready to push down mid. We've got a bottom lane turret that they can take as well. So for Royal Never Give Up, gold's going to be even after the Gwen's done down there. And they're getting a bit more map control, and they're constantly finding these picks when the game's almost even.
And all the advantages we've talked about for FPX's comp are only when these two teams are face-to-face in 5v5 team fights, right? RNG somehow, during the replay, managing to get behind Shallow, who actually, they just run in. The Predator once again coming in clutch, as well as the Shirelias. So much movement speed, able to bring him down. And for RNG, right, this is the win con back into the game. These picks, having things like the Death Sentence and the Flag and Drag available from the Jarvan to be able to catch off a member quickly and burst them out. So nice to see that RNG do understand their way forward in this game. And for FPX, I think it's more about just grouping up once your waves are in a position like they are right now topside, realizing, hey, someone on RNG has to go answer that. I'm going to send Jace and Corki with the rest of our squad to try and poke them out from a range or, you know, force them into engaging on us.
I like that the waves are just consistently pushing in. You talk about side waves and, you know, for RNG, no one's managing it for now. The Corki grouping up once again. I'm just going to see if Gory has package eyes to remember every 4 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. As we see FPX just taking a huge chunk, but honestly at this point I'd be scared of Xiaolao and Gory, who now has 2 items, by the way. There's a 3-item Jace, but 2-item Corki with the Luden's Echo is going to start popping. The big one hits Ming, and that's an example of the damage. Xiaohu moving in though, and that's a great Cataclysm into a choke as well, Lyric. A big play as Bin's going forward. The Gwen wants this, but the rest of RNG can't go any further. Not going to chase FPX.
Oh, Pink's coming out for Baron.
That hurts. They're going into it fast. FPX have the HP advantage, and they've got the right guns, Lyric.
Yep, Chakram's coming out. LWX is going to be able to burn this so fast. Bin is here, but Wei's only coming from base.
LWX has so many. It's going to go down. FPX are going to get the Baron. They sneak it once again. The team that loves Baron. At 24 minutes, they find yet another hung at half HP. But RNG, head in their hands. Like, what can we do here? There's the engage. The kick backwards. They got Xiaohu. He'll go golden, but shortly he'll be buried in a coffin. RNG find a response kill onto the jungle, but it's 4 versus 4. Forward they go, and Bin needs to carry this as he finally joins on him. But the jungle's dead as well. Xiaohu blasted with the rocket from Gala. Bin's still there in the front line, but LWX very healthy. He has Gravitum, he has Calibrum. Those guns are going to lock someone down and pierce from range. And so RNG disengage, FPX with the Baron in hand, and things could not be closer in this final game.
And now we're going to be looking ahead towards Dragon. It's up in 30 seconds. The members of FPX are coming back out on the map first, so they should be able to get vision control down. RNG will be walking into them. In that last fight, though, we did see, hey, FPX might have more elements of range on their composition, right? They have the Jace, they have things like the Corki, but Jinx with Rapid Fire Cannon is still extremely obnoxious to deal with. And it looked like had that fight extended, maybe Gala would have just been able to tether them, keep them on the edge of his range, and maybe turn it around. So we have to be very careful. Gala now, though, does have no flash. I feel like that will be so important when we're looking at all the summoners. For the side of FPX, Gory still does have his. Wei and Xiaohu have theirs. So keep an eye on Wei using that flash to find an extended range engage.
But Lyric, are they going to be able to walk towards the Dragon with this Corki, with this Jace? Ming got to half HP. the poke is so obnoxious, and it's an Infernal Dragon, so it would add to the poke. RNG want to steal this one away, but they're trying to leash it right now. Get through. Way needs a steal. He's in, but it's way too late. He's out thanks to the Dark Passage as he turns into a snowman. The only thing that he's going to be chilling about right now is if RNG can get a pick, but they can't. And FPX now with an Infernal Soul, a Baron buff as well, Lyric. Poke away, and RNG will not be able to stay.
Yeah, RNG got onto the map first. They had the setup there. They're able to utilize that poke with the vision disadvantage that RNG does have. RNG, though, can't ignore that dragon and just wait to scale like FPX did try to do last game, right? RNG know that it will be harder the longer this game goes on. So we see that Wei had to try and go for the steal, but man, FPX now just have so much pressure on the map. Again, for RNG, the one place they don't want to be is standing right in front of all the champions of FPX, but FPX's siege potential is so strong, RNG cannot ignore this.
Look at this, TP in the back, Lyric. This is going to be a massive flank from Bin. This is where RNG hold the line, stand their ground, and they've been caught. LWX going to be the target in the back line. Wei goes in, sacrifices himself. A beautiful flank from RNG. That'll turn the play. No objectives are up and available, but they want a little bit more of the pie. 3 members dead in an instant, and that's what you call fighting back in the heat of the moment.
Yeah, great TP coming out from Bin. Remember that FPX just pivoted to that side of the map after pushing in mid, so they didn't actually sweep any of RNG's wards or get any of their own control down. I think Xiaohu, if I didn't see mistakenly, also hit a really nice scout of the week to set that initial kill up on Hung. And without the bot lane there, I mean, FPX just don't have enough juice to, you know, try and turn the play.
Everybody got to have juice, you know. 3 item on the Syndra as well. I'm just going to keep track of items at this point, Lyric, because I'm waiting for the next objectives to come up, but that was a really nice flank. It stopped the Baron play, and we'll look at how it started again.
Yeah, Ming also going with the Predator, bringing in Wei. We see Bin coming from behind. Like, everything just lining up so well. Beitron off to the side, and Beitron's even the only, like, pseudo-tank that the side of FPX does have. So if they're easily able to traverse him, if they're able to take out the Lulu right away, there's just no real self-heal or defense mechanisms coming in for FPX's comp.
Where are they going? FPX maybe trying to run away, but Ming's been caught. Had such good engages, but now that leaves Bin out to dry. 4 members of FPX are onto him as the Sonic Wave connects once again. He's got no flash, but he's got the kick available into the ward jump, but it's too far over the wall. Beitron for the second try. Remember, Dragon's Rage will do it all, but Sonic Wave times out. Wei absorbs the damage as FPX are now trying to run it forward. The Infernal Soul is absolutely slaughtering them. And Bin's trying to kite away. Gala's behind him, and he can't afford to let his AD carry get hit. As Bin absorbs the damage once again. Immune. Inhibitor's going to be the cost here, Lyric. That's Ming dropping down. And it's a minute 30 before the Baron. It's 3 minutes before the Elder. All that jungle camp's going to go. And for FPX, they still remain in control despite the great play from RNG. Looking to take out their first series of the LPL. Both these teams, I mean, this is what we want out of high caliber teams. Saucy action. You talked about juice. I love pineapple juice. And honestly, this feels like a very cold pineapple juice on a hot summer's day.
You know, I'll be honest, not a huge fan of the pineapple juice.
I actually prefer orange. I don't know why I said that.
I was going to say you get something like in there like peach. Maybe I can agree this is like a nice glass of peach juice, but hysterics, I don't care about the juice right now because FPX clearly have the juice themselves. Baron gonna come up soon. I feel like that's what we need to be keeping our eyes on now. Taking a look at what items we have on the Rift. We have double Zanyas coming out from the side of RNG, both Bin and Xiaohu, so potentially able to buy time for another rotation of cooldowns to be able to come out. We also know FPX, their damage is more favored towards AD with both Aphelios and Jace coming out, but still, the problem doesn't really feel like lack of damage coming out from the side of RNG, right? It's really coming down to formation and the fact that FPX are able to layer a lot of this damage before members of RNG can even get close.
Look at that guy with the hammer. Pretty scary. Has arcane buff, and honestly, 3.5 items to this Jace continues to be a fact I have to remember. Level 15 on him as well. Got to pay that respect for RNG. Hey, Lyric, objectives again. Baron's now live, a minute 30 until we get towards the Elder. I want to point out that the Corki, not important because Xiaohu's in a bit of trouble. Flay down, box down as well. Death Sentence doesn't connect. You've got to kill him. You have to kill Xiaohu because pings are going down from FPX. They're going to go do the Baron while you chase down the man with a big cannon. Good shutdown, but get towards the purple worm.
I mean, sadly for the side of FPX, though, they were coming off resets when Xiaohu got caught in the side lane. They weren't just able to be like, hey, they're getting on top of our top laner, let's go straight to the Baron.
Double
But it
TP.
might not matter just because, once again, LWX having the Chakrams coming out, they just burned it so fast.
But they're looking for Hung in the back end. They don't care about the Baron if they can get the kills, but Ming's obliterated immediately. Around Gala must go as LWX has his Chakram still there, but Bin's on the flank. Look at how diverted the fight is. Bates won the next target, but the blowing upness continues from Gory. Holy moly. This is why Corki is absolutely ridiculous with the explosive build.
And for FPX coming into a new split with a new roster where on paper, this isn't a roster that people would expect to succeed, especially up against a team like RNG. Once again showing from their Demacia performance, this is a team you have to respect.
Dude, we criticized Gory. We said, okay, well, he's not going to be the focus of this roster. One play's all it takes for FPX to take the series against Royal Never Give Up and get their first win of the LPL 2022 Spring Split.
Yeah, FPX feeling good. Again, theoretically, not even their starting roster. You would expect Clid to come in and potentially be the starting jungler, but Beitron showing up, they're able to get the job done. I think Beitron did have a pretty solid game, especially in the mid game with a lot of the kicks that he was able to land. Like you said, Gory, I mean, had that one nice ultimate that we did initially miss in that team fight, splitting up the members of RNG for FPX to be able to take the fight. Then we got to a point where, I mean, you're just staring at Aphelios, Lulu, Corki, Jace on the opposite side of you as champions like Jarvan, like Gwen that need to run in that are going to take a lot of abuse. Even champions like Syndra that where your range isn't absolutely massive. You really only have the scatter of the week.
Lyric, I'm surprised. I'm surprised because from game one all the way to now, I didn't expect FPX to be that close, let alone win the series. For RNG, you look at the roster on paper and you go, man, that's a top tier roster. But for FPX to take them apart, to be so close, even in the second game where RNG managed to pick up a win, this is saying a lot about the roster. You know, we started the day talking about LWX and Hung, and I think we can still talk about their bottom lane, but other members came forward like Shala, who like Gory in that very last fight. This is a roster that demands a lot of respect, and it's kind of exciting to see talent that might not be as upper echelon as some of the big names like Xiao Hu Bin, you know, like people like Uzi coming back into the league and all the other great talent. But we still saw the performance, and it means that FPX now need to be respected after what has been a pretty fun win.
I feel like we've seen this a few times though, right? You think of teams like when E-Star came in. I mean, Wei being a part of that roster himself. Teams like E-Star coming in, making such a statement by making playoffs in their first split. Heck, when the V5 2020 summer roster got put together, it wasn't filled with big names, but it was filled with players who could work together and they had an impact on the league. And it feels like this FPX roster is very similar, where it's like, hey, it's not filled with the biggest name players, but these guys clearly mesh pretty well. They have an idea of how they want to play. You see similar levels of aggression coming out across the board. And, you know, they understand concepts like how to cross map and do a lot of these things. And they're able to find their way in, abuse a lot of RNG's mistakes. And like you said, Shala, who stepping up, he's a player that I think all of us on the LPL broadcast acknowledge having massive potential. He showed that when he subbed in for FPX last year. It's just, can he show that from game to game, have these standout performances, Gory doing his job? And I mean, LWX and Hung not having to step up this time around.
No, they really didn't. And hey, this is why I wanted to see the AP build. That's all I'm going to say. He literally fires nukes. It was insane to watch in that last fight, and we didn't even get to commentate it because the corkiness came through. That 3-item corky, I really hope we get a replay of it, because between him and Xiao Hu, all it takes is one spell set to connect. And the fight's over. As we saw for RNG, it was so close in so many different fights, and then that happened and the game was just done in an instant.
Yeah, it again, just out of nowhere, but still did feel like after pulling FPX were the ones in firm control of the game. I do gotta say, I almost got the solo cast, but I knew you'd come back, so did kind of ruin it. But this day can't be ruined when we have teams like OMG, FPX picking up wins. We have FPX, I mean, again, just overall looking impressive. We had some cool drafts coming out, the set pick from Ming. I think for the side of RNG, there's very clear areas where they need to grow. They're very different from the last iteration of RNG, which you should expect with how much I think Xiao Hu's style in top lane defined that team. So they're going to have to figure out who they are with Bin on the roster.
Yeah.
And for FPX, I mean, I think you're just honing and refining what you already do. I don't think they need to search for themselves spiritually. It's like, yo, we're playing around bot. We have this guy top who could function self-sufficiently but still be a carry, and then see where the roster goes when Gory gets better, communication, gets more time in the LPL, and see how things mix. So I think both teams have things they can improve on, but they both have like certain foundations that are pretty decent.
Be super interesting when we get Clid, who's finished his quarantine, and whether they run Clid or Beichuan, because if Beichuan does really well, I can see a world where they actually rotate junglers. Despite Clid obviously being the more hyped up jungler who started in the LPL, by the way, guys. Like, let's not forget, in 2016 he was born in this league, and you kind of get to that point where you're like, all right, well, we'll just have to wait and see. But it's exciting, nevertheless, to see FPX in this form before they have their final roster. We'll see how we go. For FPX, though, a very big win, a huge win, considering that you talked about RNG at the start of the season. You talked about RNG and
you
how
had
they
them
are now.
first. You had them first,
Dude,
Hysterics.
I have them. I didn't have them first. I still have them first, and I'll still leave them first for now. However, in an attempt to look even more foolish, you said early in the split for RNG, never great, and that was because of Uzi. You're saying that because Uzi in the past, up until 2019, that's why they didn't look good. Anyway, we'll see. A lot of working parts, but a big win. As we go over to the interview, Wendy's standing by with Beichuan for a quick chat after FPX's debut.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview, and now we have invited Beichuan, the jungler from FPX, with us. So congratulations on today's win, and I'm very curious about your draft from FPX, because we feel like in all the 3 games you more like have chosen the late game or the skilling draft. So tell us more about the reason for the ban pick strategy. 那首先恭喜你们，今天很漂亮，为自己拿下了开门红嘛。那第一个问题想问一下北川，其实我感觉今天好像小凤凰选的都是比较偏后期或者发育型的一个阵容，所以说能问一下这样进行一个 BP 选择的原因是什么吗？
这方面其实我都听教练的，可能教练觉得我们后面打团能赢他们。
So I really followed the core made by our coach team. Maybe the coach think like we can win the late game team fight than the opponent's team. So that's a reason for us to just chosen the very skilling on late game compositional draft. And I have another question for game 3, because Beichuan, you're the MVP for game 3. And also I feel like game 3 really went back and forth. We really cannot know which team can win until the very last minute. So tell us more about the focus from FPX in the late game and what happened in the very last Baron team fight. 那下一个问题也想问一下关于第三局我们的北川也是 MVP 的获得者嘛，而且感觉第三局非常有来有回，不到最后1分钟都不知道谁会赢，所以说能不能问一下我们小凤凰可能在最后期比较关注的重点会是在哪里呢？同时最后一波龙坑那边的团战是怎么样的一个情况？
关注的重点基本就是保护我们 C 位吧，然后我找机会看能不能踢到他们的 C 位，然后后面龙坑团那波就是他们来不及了嘛，我们就选择直接开大龙。
So I think in the late game from game 3, we try to protect our mid laner and also LWX, and also with my Lee Xin, I try to use my skill shots as ultimate to the opponent's team to try to find some opportunity to make some engagement. And also for the last Baron team fight, we feel like the opponents that cannot reach that Baron pit, so that's a reason for us to just start to just rush that Baron. And definitely game 3 was a perfect game for you guys. And my very last question is, we feels like for today's performance, FPX, the 5 of you really played like a whole, and I'm very curious for now, who's the main shot caller inside the team? 那最后一个问题也想问一下，其实我们感觉今天我们小凤凰整体的一个配合就像5人一体一样，所以说能问一下，现在一般来讲谁会是一个主指挥，或者说主要来发起一些指挥信号的这个位置呢？谁会是这个人呢？
其实翔哥我感觉会多一点吧，打比赛的时候就翔哥更好，差不多感觉翔哥关键的决策就都是他来指挥的。
I feel like LWX is a main shot caller inside our team, especially he's the one that made some very crucial strategies or the crucial calls for the whole team. And also, I think LWX and Hom, the 2 of them, maybe the main shot caller inside the team. And definitely congratulations on today's win. 那再次恭喜你们，也希望这个赛季的小凤凰也能获得更多的胜利。再次恭喜你们。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
拜拜。好了吗？
Thank you very much to Wendy and to Patreon. Of course, Wendy, welcome back as well to the LPL. Part of the crew, part of the ship. Good to have you in the grand return as well. And especially for that win from FPX. I find it really, really interesting and great question, by the way, that LWX and Hung are like dual shot callers for this new FPX team. You know, some of the most experienced in the roster as well. So it makes sense. But the fact that LWX is the most dominant voice kind of also, you know, lines true.
Yeah, I think it's super cool to see. I think especially when a team plays so heavily around one lane, typically one of your main shot callers is in that duo. Cool to find out that it is both. But speaking of, you know, Baytron was just speaking. Now speaking of him, that man was our MVP. Shout out to Baytron coming in, having a solid game, like we said. Really just enabling his teammates on his Lee Sin. And like we were highlighting, sure, this roster does also have Clid, but I don't think Baytron should be counted out by any means. I would be surprised if we see more of this player throughout the split, even when Clid is out of, you know, his self-quarantine. Because, man, whether it was Demacia Cup or whether it was these games here today, Baytron has definitely showed that he can hang with LPL junglers, if not more.
Yeah, I mean, again, we only saw sort of glimmers from him before because he didn't really get to play enough, but Baytron was clean. One of the kicks through mid as well, kicks topside jungle we're about to see here, absolutely class. And it's good to see that Baytron in his comfort zone as well, right? When this team is reforging a little bit and Baytron played a tiny bit on the FPX roster, especially filling in for Tien when, you know, went through Bo, and then we went also through Tien's medical issues as well. Baytron filled the gaps, and it's nice that he's here for the time being, not just filling a gap, but starting out and starting the split off in a very strong way. So for FPX, having a jungler like this, Lyric, is a very good sign of life. And, you know, again, we're just looking at him and the new kid coming through. Dude, this is why I'm going to spam Corky a little bit later today. Well, not today, it's 1 a.m., but tomorrow.
I was going to say, really cool to see Corky back and have this variance in these builds, running the first strike, getting to your power spikes a lot sooner. And I think the meta will be very predictable, as we saw today. You pretty much know what your first three picks are going to be almost every single game. But I still think it is pretty cool to get a refresher on some champions that haven't been meta for a while, like the Corky pick coming back in. But like we said, FPX overall as a roster, I think going to be super fun to watch. I think they're going to surprise a lot of people who have them rated lower on their tier lists. I think definitely looking like a middle or upper middle of the pack team so far. Heck, they just took out RNG. We're coming in one of the favorites, so who knows? Sky is the limit for FPX right now. And you know, sadly, we're getting to the end of the day. Happy LPL's back. Kind of sad that the day's already ending.
Well, look, we at least got a 3-game series in our first day. That's something, right? Especially since OMG took TT to town. And, you know, speaking of town, what's coming up tomorrow? Results for today. Not sure how that one works in. It's late. I realize now, being back in, you know, Sydney, it gets late here, Lyric. It does indeed. As I just realized I've been back in Sydney since March, so I don't know what I'm saying. Hey.
I have no idea what you're saying either. But hey, you know what you're going to say? Yeah, banger, 2-1. OMG versus TT, a banger in a different way. Maybe a bad banger for certain players. But it was interesting to watch. And that is why we come to the LPL. I assume the next thing we're going to show is tomorrow's games, because I remember how this goes. And tomorrow, guess what, guys? You get Munchables and Dagda. We know you love Munchables and Dagda. Yeah. We love Munchables and Dagda. But specifically, you get anyone's legend. They have a panda logo. They're facing LG.
So that's the one you're looking forward to. JDG EDG is going to start it off. And I honestly can't wait to see how JDG bring that one to the table, because the team that I'm skeptical on, Lyric, I'm skeptical on Kanavi, bringing 369 into the roster. They swap with Zoom. So
Viper versus Hope.
That's another good one as well. Old EDG AD carry. Well, always a backup EDG AD carry to iBoy. See if he can get some revenge, or at least prove himself a little bit there as well. EDG just won Worlds. Scary game for JDG, but that's coming up tomorrow. Remember, 7 days a week of LPL. Big thank you to Lyric. Thank you to our production team for opening show so brilliantly. Such a big, long show, but it is always a pleasure to have you guys here. 7 days a week, 3 series days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It is bye for now, but not forever. LPL has begun, and so has competitive League of Legends. We'll see you tomorrow.